The New Iberia Blues by James Lee Burke, narrated by Will Patton.
Chapter 1. Desmond Cormier's success story was an improbable one, even among the many self-congratulatory rags-to-riches tales we tell ourselves in the ongoing saga of our Green Republic, one that is forever changing yet forever the same. A saga that also includes the graves of Shiloh and cinders from aboriginal villages. That is not meant to be a cynical statement. Desmond's story was a piece of Americana, assuring us that wealth and a magical kingdom are available to the least of us, provided we do not awaken our own penchant for breaking our heroes on a medieval wheel and revising them later safely downwind from history. Desmond was not only born to privation in the sleeper of a semi in which his mother tied off the umbilical cord and said goodbye forever. He was nurtured by his impoverished grandparents on the Chitimacha Indian Reservation in the back room of a general store that was hardly more than an airless shack. It stood on a dirt road amid treeless farmland where shade and a cold soda pop on the store gallery were considered luxuries, before the casino operators from Jersey arrived and, with the help of the state of Louisiana, convinced large numbers of people that a vice is a virtue. Like his grandparents, he belonged to that group of mixed-blood Indians unkindly called Redbones. His hair was cinnamon-colored, more a characteristic of Cajun women than of men. His skin was as smooth as clay, almost hairless, his eyes a washed-out blue and set too wide like those of someone with fetal alcohol syndrome. He was self-conscious about his racial background, as most of his people were, and smiled rarely, but when he did, he could light a room. I always had the sense that Desmond was trying to shrink inside his clothes, as though both fear and a great sadness lived inside him. Like Proteus blowing his wreathed horn, Desmond constantly created and recreated himself, perhaps never knowing who he was. No matter. Even as a little boy, he was not one to accept the world as it was, no more than he would accept the hand he'd been dealt. By the time he was 12, he seemed destined to remain skinny and frail and a carrier of intestinal worms and head lice. One morning, behind his grandparents' general store, bare-chested under a white sun, his little body running with sweat, he roped a cinder block to each end of a broom handle and lifted, and kept lifting, and squeezing a rubber ball silently on the school bus while the bigger boys laughed at him and often pushed him down on the gravel. By the time he was 14, he had the body and the latent animus of a man, and the boys who had bullied him now tried to ingratiate themselves with a weak, self-deprecating smile. He responded with the benign attention of someone watching a stranger blow soap bubbles until they bowed their heads and went silent, lest they provoke him. After high school, he waited tables in the French Quarter and became an apprentice to a sidewalk artist in Jackson Square and discovered that he was better than his teacher. Sometimes I would see him in the early a.m., disheveled, paint on his shirt and in his hair, eating beignets out of a paper bag and drinking café au lait from a styrofoam cup. On a particularly cold and gray January morning, I saw him hunched on an iron bench inside the fog by St. Louis Cathedral, like an unevolved creature from an earlier time. He was not wearing a coat, and his sleeves were rolled high up on his arms as though in defiance of the weather. He seemed melancholy, his insouciance a pretense for his loneliness, and I sat down beside him without being invited. The air smelled of the river, dead beetles in a storm sewer, the wine and beer cups in the gutters, damp soil and night-blooming flowers and lichen on stone. It was a smell like a Caribbean city rather than America. He told me he was going to Hollywood so he could become a film director. "Don't you have to study to do that?" I said. "I already have," he replied. "Where?" He pointed a finger to his head. "In here." I grinned good-naturedly but didn't speak. "Don't believe me, huh?" he said. "What do I know?" "You still go to Mass?" he said. "Sure." "That means you believe in the things that are on the other side of the physical world. That's what painting is. That's what making movies is. You enter a magical world others have no knowledge of." I got up from the bench. I felt old. My war wounds ached. The hardness of the bench was printed on my buttocks. I heard the Angelus ringing in the cathedral's tower, perhaps as a reminder of our mutability and ultimate fate. "Good luck," I said. "Kick some butt in California." There was a smear of powdered sugar on his cheek. For just a moment I thought of a pauper child who might have ferreted his way into a bakery. He was smiling when he looked up at me. "What's the joke?" I asked. "Anything you get with luck isn't worth owning, Dave. I thought you knew that." 25 years later, Desmond came home a director with a Golden Globe Award and an Academy Award nomination. He took up part-time residence in a house on stilts down at Sycamore Point with oaks and palm trees in the yard and a magnificent view of the bay where each evening he claimed to see sharks gliding out of the sunset, dipping in the swells, their dorsal fins as etched as broken razor blades. The problem was, nobody else saw them. A long time ago, everyone had decided Desmond was not quite of this earth and lived on the edge of a dream from which he derived both his art and his apparent contempt for success and money. He didn't fit into a categorical shoebox and consequently got into trouble with everyone. Producers, the politically correct and the non-politically correct, an actor he tossed into a swimming pool, an Arab sheik who kept a dozen automobiles idling 24 hours a day in the garage of the Beverly Hills Hotel and to whose cottage Desmond delivered a truckload of goats. On the burnt-out end of an August afternoon, following a summer of drought and fish kills and dried-out marshland that was turned into ceramic, I drove down to the tip of Sycamore Point with a young uniformed deputy named Sean McLean, who had 7 months' experience in law enforcement and still believed in the human race and woke up each day with birdsong in his head. He had been raised in a small town on the Louisiana-Arkansas line and had an accent like someone twanging a bobby pin. At 5 a.m. the same day, we had received 3 911 calls about a woman screaming from somewhere at the southern end of the point. One caller said the scream came from a lighted cabin cruiser. The other callers were unsure. The sun was up when the responding deputy arrived. Nobody at the docks or boathouses had heard or seen anything unusual. I could have written the entire incident off, but any time 3 people report a scream, they're calling not about a sound, but about a memory that lives in the collective unconscious, one that goes back to the cave. When we are alarmed to the degree that we have to tell others about it, we're dipping into a primal knowledge about the darker potential of the gene pool. Or at least, that has always been my belief. I pointed out Desmond's house to Sean. "That's where that famous movie guy lives at," he said. "That's something else, isn't it?" I'm sure what he said contained a message, but I had no idea what it was. "Yep, that's where he lives part of the year," I said. "Is he one of them Hollywood liberals?" "Ask him. If he's home, I'll introduce you." "No kidding." "But let's do some work first." "You bet," he said. He looked earnestly out the side window at the camps and the palm trees and the oaks hung with Spanish moss. "What are we looking for, anyway?" "If you see a dead person face down on the beach, that'll be a clue." I parked the cruiser on the roadside and we walked down to the water's edge. The tide was on its way out, the strip of sandy beach slick and rilling with water and tiny crustaceans in the sunrise, the bay glittering like a bronze shield. We walked to the end of the point, then 500 yards back north. I saw a tennis shoe floating upside down in the froth. I picked it up and shook out the sand and water. It was lime green with blue stripes on it, size 7. "Bag it?" Sean asked. He was slender, over 6 feet, his shoulders as rectangular as coat-hanger wire inside his shirt, his stomach as flat as a plank. There was an innocence in his face I hoped he would never lose. "Why not?" I said. We walked into Desmond's yard and mounted the double flight of wood steps to his front door. I had not seen Desmond in years and wondered if it was wise to invite the past back into my life or into his. I rang the chimes. In retrospect, I wish I had not. The house was L-shaped and built of teak and oak, with spacious rooms and sliding glass doors and a widow's peak and a railed deck like the fantail on a ship. The sun was a red ember in the west, the clouds orange and purple, a waterspout twisting as brightly as spun glass on the horizon. Desmond shook my hand, his grip relaxed and cool, with no sign of the power it actually contained. "You look good, Dave. I have a roast on the rotisserie. You and your young friend, please join me." "I'm a big admirer of your films, Mr. Cormier," Sean said. "Then you came to the right place," Desmond replied. Sean could not have looked happier. Desmond closed the door behind us. There were potted plants all over the house. The rug was 2 inches thick, the furniture made from blonde driftwood, the chairs and couches fitted with big leather cushions, an onyx black piano by the sliding glass doors, a Martin guitar and a golden tenor sax propped on stands. But the most striking aspect of the decor were the steel-framed photos extracted from the films of John Ford. They ran the length of the corridor and one wall of the living room. "We got some 911 calls about a woman screaming early this morning," I said. "Some kind of domestic trouble?" Desmond said. "Could be. Maybe the scream came from a cabin cruiser," I said. "Know anybody with a cabin cruiser who likes to knock women around?" "At Catalina Island, I do. Come out on the deck. I want to show you something." I started to follow him. Sean was staring at a black and white still shot from the last scene in My Darling Clementine. "That makes me dizzy." The still shot showed Henry Fonda in the role of Wyatt Earp speaking to Kathy Downs, who played Clementine Carter, on the side of a dirt trail that led into the wastelands. In the distance was a bare mountain shaped like a monument, or perhaps a rotted tooth, its surface eroded with perpendicular crevices. The antediluvian dryness and immensity of the environment were head-reeling. "The woman is so pretty and sweet-looking," Sean said. "Is he saying goodbye to her?" "Yes, he is," Desmond answered. "I don't get it. Why don't he take her with him?" "No one knows," Desmond said. "It makes me feel sad," Sean said. "That's because you're a sensitive man," Desmond said. "Come outside. I have some soft drinks in the cooler. I'd offer you more, but I guess y'all don't drink alcohol on the job." "That's us," Sean said. "Damn shooting it is." Desmond smiled with his eyes and slid open the glass door and stepped out onto the deck into the wind and the warmth of the evening. A telescope was mounted on the deck rail, but that was not what caught my attention. A barefoot and virtually naked man, his genitals and buttocks roped with a knotted white towel, was performing a slow-motion martial arts exercise silhouetted against the sunset. His slender physique sun-browned and shiny with baby oil, his iron-gray hair combed back in a sweaty tangle. "This is my good friend Antoine Butterworth," Desmond said. "Ciao," Butterworth said. His eyes lingered on Sean. "We can't stay," I said to Desmond. "We found a lime-green tennis shoe with blue stripes up the beach. Does that bring anyone to mind?" "Afraid not," Desmond said. "Are we looking for a body? Something of that sort?" Butterworth asked. The accent was faintly British, smelling of pretense and self-satisfaction. "We're not sure," I said. "You know a woman who wears green tennis shoes?" "Can't say as I do." "Hear a woman scream early this morning?" I said. "I wasn't here early this morning, so I'm afraid I'm of no help," Butterworth said. "From the UK, are you?" I said. "No," he replied cutely, his mouth screwed into a button. I waited. He didn't continue, as though I had violated his privacy. "You do mixed martial arts?" Sean asked. "Oh, I do everything," Butterworth replied. "You an actor?" Sean said, not catching the coarse overtone. "Nothing so grand," Butterworth said. Sean nodded in his innocent way. I heard Desmond pop 2 soda cans. "Take a look through my telescope," he said. I leaned down and gazed through the eyepiece. The magnification was extraordinary. I could see Marsh Island in detail and the opening into Southwest Pass which fed into the Gulf of Mexico. In the fall of 1942, from almost this same spot, I saw the red glow on the horizon of the oil tankers that had been torpedoed by German submarines. I also saw the bodies of the burned and drowned American seamen who had been dredged up in shrimp nets and dumped on the sand like giant carp. "The sharks will be coming soon," Desmond said. "Sure about that?" I said. "Big fellows, hammerheads, maybe." I straightened up from the telescope. "They usually don't come into the bay. It's too shallow and there's not enough food." "You're probably right," he said. That was Desmond, always the gentleman, never one to argue. I bent down to the eyepiece again. This time I saw a fin slicing through a wave. Then it disappeared. I rose up from the telescope. "I take it back." "Told you," he said, smiling. "Mind if I look?" He bent down to the eyepiece, his denim shirt ballooning with wind, his wispy hair blowing. "He's gone now. He'll be back, though. They always come back. Predators, I mean." "Actually, they're not predators, at least no more than any other form of fish life," I said. "You could fool me," he said. "Let me fix you and your friend a plate." I started to refuse. "I could go for that," Sean said. Desmond slid the roast off the rotisserie and began slicing it on a platter with a fork and a butcher knife. Butterworth pulled the towel off his loins and began wiping down his skin, indifferent to the sensibilities of others. His face pointed into the breeze, his eyes closed. I leaned down to the telescope again. The bay and the current through Southwest Pass were glazed with the last rays of the sun. I moved the telescope on the swivel and scanned Weeks Bay. Then I saw an image that seemed hallucinatory, dredged out of the unconscious. A superimposition on the natural world of humanity's penchant for cruelty. I rubbed the humidity out of my eyes and looked again. The tide had reversed itself and was coming toward the shore. I was sure I saw a huge wooden cross bobbing in the chop. Someone was fastened to it, the arms extended on the horizontal beam, the knees and ankles twisted sideways on the base. The cross lifted on the swell, the headpiece rising clear of a wave. The air went out of my lungs. I saw the person on the cross. She was black and wearing a purple dress. It was wrapped as tightly as wet Kleenex on her body. Her face was wizened from either the sun or the water or her ordeal. Her head lolled on her shoulder. Her hair hung on her cheeks and curled in tendrils around her throat. She seemed to look directly at me. "What's wrong, Dave?" Desmond said. "There's a woman out there, on a cross." "What?" he said. "You heard me." He bent to the telescope, then moved it back and forth. "Where?" "At 3:00. "I don't see anything." "Wait a minute. I see a shark fin." "No, 3 of them." I pushed him aside and looked again. A long wave was sliding toward the shore, loaded with sand and organic trash from a storm, its crest breaking, gulls dipping into it. "You probably saw a reflection in some uprooted trees inside it," Desmond said. "Light and shadow can play tricks on you." "She was looking right at me," I said. "She had thick black hair. It was curled around her neck." I felt Antoine Butterworth breathing on me. I turned, trying to hide my revulsion. "Let me see," he said. I stepped aside. He bent to the telescope, holding his wadded towel to his genitals. "Looks like she floated away." I looked once more. The sun was as bright as brass on the water. I could feel Butterworth breathing on me again. "Would you step back, please?" I said. "Pardon?" "I'm claustrophobic," I said. "Been that way since I was a child." "Perfectly understandable," he said. He put on a blue silk robe and tied it with a sash. "Better now?" "We'll be running along," I said to Desmond. "We'll call the Coast Guard." Sean looked through the telescope, then stood. "Let's go, Deputy," I said. "Hold on," he said. He wiped the eyepiece with a handkerchief and looked again. Then he turned and fixed his eyes on mine. "What?" I said. "Son of a bitch is hung on a snag," he said. "Those aren't sharks out there either, they're dolphins." I stared at Desmond and Butterworth. Desmond's face blanched. Butterworth was grinning above the fray, enjoying the moment. "I've got a boat," Desmond said, collecting himself. "There's really a body there? I didn't see it, Dave." My, isn't this turning into a love fest?" Butterworth said. I punched in Helen Swallow's number on my cell. "You all stick around. My boss lady might have a question or two for you." Chapter 2. We reached the body and the cross with a department rescue boat at 10:34 p.m. In the glare of searchlights, 2 divers jumped off the bow, freed the cross from a submerged tree and glided it onto a sand spit, the waves rippling over the dead woman's face. She was tied to the beams with clothesline. Her eyes were open. They were the same pale blue as Desmond's. Our sheriff was Helen Swallow. She had worked her way up from meter maid to detective grade at NOPD and later became my homicide partner at the new Iberia Police Department. After the city department merged with the parish, she was elected our first female sheriff. Helen and a paramedic and Sean and I waded through the shallows onto the sand. Helen shone her flashlight on the body. Jesus. I'd been wrong in my earlier description. The dead woman was not just fastened to the cross with clothesline. Her ankles were nailed sideways to the wood, which twisted her knees out of alignment with her hips. Helen stooped down and straightened the dead woman's dress and untied her wrists. A paramedic unzipped a body bag. I squatted down beside the cross. "How long do you think she was in the water?" Helen held her flashlight beam on the dead woman's face. "She wasn't submerged. Hard to say. Maybe 8 or 9 hours. "That doesn't compute with the 911 calls about a scream early this morning," I said. "Maybe this isn't the same woman," Helen said. "We picked up a tennis shoe from the beach," I said. "A size 7. "That's about the right size," she said. "No wounds I can see except on the ankles. No ligature marks or bruising on the neck. Who the hell would do this?" We were both wearing latex gloves. I touched one of the nails that had been driven through the woman's ankles. Whoever did it knew something about Roman crucifixions. The nails went through the ankles rather than the tops of the feet. The bones in the feet would have torn loose from the nails. Helen looked down at the body, her face empty. Poor girl. She can't be more than 25. I remained on my haunches and took the flashlight from Helen's hand and shone it on the ankle wounds. They were clean, as though they had not bled. There was a cheap metal chain around one ankle. A tiny piece of silver wire barely clung to one of the links. In South Louisiana, religion is a complex matter. Not all of it originated in Jerusalem or Rome. Some of it has origins in the Caribbean islands or Western Africa. For many poor whites and people of color, the gree-gree, bad fortune or an evil spell, can be avoided only by wearing a perforated dime on a string around a person's ankle. I knew a white couple, Cajuns who couldn't read or write, who tied a string around their infant child's throat to prevent the croup from getting into her chest. The child strangled to death in her crib. "See something?" Helen said. I stood up, my knees popping. If she was wearing a charm, it didn't do her much good. "I don't know about that," Helen said. A ball of yellow heat lightning rolled through a cluster of storm clouds and disappeared without making a sound. "I didn't catch that." "There's not a scratch on her," Helen said. You know what the crabs do to any kind of carcass? I looked across the bay at Sycamore Point. All the lights were on in Desmond's house. I wondered if he or his friend was watching us through the telescope. I wondered if I had ever really known Desmond Cormier. "Let's get out of here," Helen said. "This place gives me the heebie-jeebies." I was thrice a widower and lived with my adopted daughter Alifair in a shotgun house on East Main in New Iberia. When I got back from Weeks Bay, I went straight to bed and didn't tell Alifair where I had been or what I had seen until the next morning. It was raining, and Bayou Teche was over the banks and running through the trees at the foot of our property, and there was sleet inside the rain that struck the tin roof as hard as birdshot. Alifair had spread newspaper on the kitchen floor and brought our warrior cat, Snugs, and his friend Monty Coon inside and begun feeding them. Her face showed no expression while I told her about the woman on the cross. "No identification," she said. "A tiny chain around the ankle. Nothing on the chain? A piece of wire? Maybe a charm had been torn loose?" Her eyes roamed over my face. "What did you leave out of the story?" "I saw the cross and the woman through Desmond's telescope. So did the deputy. But Desmond and this guy, Butterworth, said they couldn't see anything." She put a plate of biscuits and 2 cups of coffee on the table, then sat down. "Would it make sense for them to lie about what you had already seen?" "Probably not," I said. "But how smart are liars?" "The woman had nails through her ankles." I nodded. "But you don't know the cause of death?" "No. There was no blood in the nail wounds. I hope she was dead when the nails were put in." "You need to get these images out of your head, Dave." She had graduated with honors from Reed and at the top of Stanford Law. Before she started writing novels and screenplays, she'd clerked at the Ninth Circuit and been an ADA in Portland, Oregon. But to me, she was still the little girl who hoarded her Nancy Drew and Baby Squanto books. "What's with this guy Butterworth?" I said. "He started out as an actor and screenwriter, then became a producer. There are some rumors about him, but actually he has a lot of talent." "What kind of rumors? Coke and pills? S&M? I didn't reply. "He makes pictures that people enjoy," she said. "He casts the biggest stars in the industry." "I bet he's a regular at his church, too," I said. "I don't think you got enough sleep." "I better get ready for work." "It's Saturday," she said. "Really?" "I'll get you another cup of coffee," she said. I put on my hat and went out the back door and walked down the slope and stood under a live oak tree and watched the raindrops dimpling the bayou. I could not get the dead woman's gaze out of my mind, nor the smooth chocolate perfection of her skin. The only visible violations on it, the nail wounds. Helen was right. Marine life is not kind to the dead, but the woman seemed spared. Was it coincidental that dolphins were her escorts? I have investigated many homicides. It's the eyes that stay with you, and it's not for the reason people think. There is no message in them. Instead, they force you to recreate the terror and despair and pain that marked their last moments on Earth. 2 kinds of cops eat their gun, the corrupt ones and the ones who let the dead lay claim upon the quick. Later that afternoon, Cleet Purcell pulled into my driveway in the restored 1956 Cadillac he had bought the previous week. With its sleek lines and hand-waxed maroon paint job and chrome-spoked white-wall tires and leather interior, it made our contemporary designs look like shoeboxes with wheels. The top was down. 2 fishing rods were propped on the back seat. He stepped out on the gravel and removed a leaf from the hood and dropped it on the lawn as he might an injured moth. "Want to entertain the fish?" "I'm meeting with the coroner at Iberia General," I said. "About that body y'all pulled out of the salt?" "It's in the paper?" "Yeah," he replied. He looked down the street at the Shadows, a plantation home built in 1834. His hair freshly barbered, his face pink in the sun's glow through the live oaks. "I need to tell you something." I knew the pattern. When Cleet did something wrong, he headed for my house or office. I was his confessor, his cure-all, his bottle of aspirin and vitamin B, his hit of vodka Collins to sweep the spiders back into the nest. He was wearing pressed gray slacks and a fresh Hawaiian shirt and shined oxblood loafers. He had not come to fish. "Anything going on?" I asked.
10 days ago, I put a boat in by the train trestle over the Mermentau, right at sunset. Nobody around. No wind. The water just right. The goggle-eye was starting to rise in the lily pads. Then I heard the train coming. A freight going about 25 miles an hour.
Cleet was not given to brevity. "Got it," I said.
It was a perfect evening, see? It's kind of my private spot. So I was daydreaming and not thinking real sharp.
"What are we talking about, Cletus?"
I'm talking about the freight. It was wobbling and rattling, and the moon was rising, and about 8 or 9 cars went by, and then I saw a guy in white pants and a white shirt standing on the spine of an empty boxcar. There was blue trim on his collar and shirt pockets. Then the guy flew off the boxcar into the river. He must have hit in the middle or he would have broken his legs.
"He was wearing a uniform?"
"Yeah."
Cleet waited. "What kind?" I said.
"The kind you see in a lot of Texas jails." He popped up from the water and looked right at me. Then he started swimming downstream.
"You had your cell phone?"
"It was in the caddy," he said.
There was a pause.
"I wasn't going to call it in anyway."
"Why not?"
"I wasn't sure about anything. I couldn't think. You know what those for-profit joints are like."
"Let's keep the lines straight, Cleet. We can't be sure he escaped from a for-profit jail or any kind of jail."
"This is the way I saw it. Why dime a guy you don't know the whole story on? I hate a snitch. I should have been born a criminal."
"That's what I'm saying. So what happened to the guy?"
"He waded through a cane break and disappeared. So I wrote it off. Live and let live."
"So why are you bothered now?"
"I did some Googling and found out a guy who committed 2 homicides got loose from a joint outside Austin. That was 11 days ago. The guy is supposed to be a religious fanatic. Then there was a story in the Daily Iberian today about the woman you pulled out of the drink. There was nothing in the story about the cross. I got that from the reporter. Now I got this guy on my conscience."
"What's the name of the escaped inmate?"
"Hugo Tillinger. He set fire to his house and burned up his wife and 10-year-old daughter because they listened to Black Sabbath."
"Why didn't he get the injection table?"
"He did. He tried to kill himself. He got loose from a prison hospital. What should I do?"
"You saw a guy jump off a freight. You've reported it to me. I'll take it from here. End of story."
"Who's the dead woman?" he asked.
"We have no idea."
"This is eating my lunch, Dave."
What could I say? He was the best cop I ever knew. But he'd ruined his career with dope and booze and Bourbon Street strippers and had hooked up with the mob for a while and now made a living as a PI who ran down bail skips and looked in people's windows. "Come inside," I said. "We'll go out for supper."
"You said you were meeting with the coroner."
"I'll talk to him on the phone."
"You don't have to babysit me. I'll see you later."
"Go easy on the hooch," I said.
"Yeah, that's the source of the problem, all right," he replied. "Thanks for the reminder I'm a lush."
Cormac Watts was our coroner. He had a genteel Virginia accent and wore size 14 shoes and seersucker pants high on his hips and long-sleeved dress shirts without a coat, and had a physique like a stick figure and a haircut that resembled an inverted shoe brush. At Iberia General, in a room without windows, one that was too cold and smelled of chemicals, our Jane Doe lay on a stainless steel table, one with gutters and drains and tubes that could dispose of the fluids released during an autopsy. A sheet was pulled to her chin. Her eyes were closed. One hand and part of the forearm were exposed. The fingers were dark blue at the tips and had started to curl into a claw. "Beautiful woman," Cormac said. "You got the cause of death?" He lifted the sheet off her left foot. There were 3 injections between her toes. She was loaded with enough heroin to shut down an elephant. No tracks on the arms? None. Was there any sexual violation? Not that I could determine. Most intravenous users start on the arms, I said. Those who shoot between the toes usually have a history. It gets weirder, he said. He lifted her hand. Her nails were clipped and scrupulously cleaned. Her hair had been recently shampooed and her skin scrubbed with an astringent cleanser. There were no particles of food in her teeth. You can tell all that in a body that was in the water for half a day? I asked. She was floating on top of the cross. The sun did more damage than the water. Was she alive when the nails went in? No, he said. What do you think we're looking at? I asked. Fetishism. A sacrifice. How should I know? I could hear the hum of a refrigeration unit. The light in the room was metallic, sterile, warping on angular and sharp surfaces. You better get this motherfucker, Dave. I had never heard Cormac use profanity. Why? He's going to do it again. The Iberia Sheriff's Department was located in City Hall, a grand two-story brick building on the bayou with white pillars and dormers and a reflecting pool and fountain in front. I went into Helen's office early Monday morning. I was just about to buzz you, she said. An elderly black minister in Cade called and said his daughter went missing 6 days ago. Her name is Lucinda Arsenault. He's just now reporting her missing? He thought she took a flight out of Lafayette to Los Angeles. He just found out she never arrived. How old is she? 26. Want me to talk to him? Yeah. What were you going to tell me? About 2 weeks ago, Cleet Purcell was fishing on the Mermentau River and saw a guy jump from the top of a boxcar into the water. Cleet saw the story in the Iberian about how Jane Doe and thought he ought to tell me. The guy was wearing a white uniform with blue trim on it. Like a Texas convict. Possibly. There was a beat. Cleet didn't want to call it in, she said. Ice cream vendors wear white uniforms, so do janitors and cooks. After Cleet saw the story in the paper, he found a story on the internet about a condemned man who escaped from a prison hospital outside Austin. The name is Hugo Tillinger. Helen got up from her chair and wrote on a notepad that rested on her desk blotter, her jaw flexing. She had a compact and powerful physique and features that were androgynous and hard to read, particularly when she was angry. What was Tillinger in for? Double homicide. His wife and teenage daughter. He set fire to his house. Tell Cleet he just went to the top of my shit list. He didn't have the information we have, Helen. Lucinda Arsenault's father says she worked for the Innocence Project. They get people off death row. I let my eyes slip off hers. What's the father's address? Try the Free Will Baptist Church. Tell Cleet I'm not going to put up with his swinging dick attitude. Cut him some slack. He couldn't be sure the guy was an escaped convict. He didn't want to mess up a guy who was already down on his luck. Don't say another word. I checked out a cruiser and drove to Cade, a tiny, mostly black settlement on the back road between New Iberia and Lafayette. The church house was a clapboard building with a faux bell tower set back in a grove of pecan trees. A house trailer rested on cinder blocks behind the church. In a side yard stood a bottle tree. During the Great Depression and the war years, many rural people hung blue milk of magnesia bottles on the branches of trees so they tinkled and rang whenever the wind blew. I don't believe there was any reason for the custom other than a desire to bring color and music to the drabness of their lives. Then again, this was Louisiana, a place where the dead are not only with us, but perhaps also mischievous spirits you don't want to think about. I knocked on the door of the trailer. The man who answered looked much older than the father of a 26-year-old. He was bent and thin and walked with a cane and wore suspenders with trousers that were too large. His cheeks were covered with white whiskers. his eyes the color of almonds, unlike those of our Jane Doe. I opened my badge holder and told him who I was. "Come in," he said. "You got news about Lucinda?" "I'm not sure, Reverend," I replied. I stepped inside. "I need more information, then maybe we can make some phone calls." "I've done that. It didn't help." I sat down on a cloth-covered stuffed chair. I looked around for photographs on the walls or tables. My eyes had not adjusted to the poor lighting. A fan oscillated on the floor. There was no air conditioning in the trailer. I hated the possible outcome of the conversation I was about to have. "Miss Lucinda works for the Innocence Project," I said. "She used to. She got a job in California." "Doing what, sir?" "What they call organic catering. She always loved cooking and messing with food. She's been working for a caterer about 3 months." "How long was she with the Innocence Project?" 2 years. It was mostly volunteer work. She'd visit men in the penitentiary and interview them and help their lawyers." "Over in Texas?" "Yes, sir. Sometimes. Other times in Angola." "Do you recognize the name Hugo Tillinger?" "No, sir. Who is he?" "A man we'd like to find." He was sitting on a faded couch printed with roses. The coffee table in front of him was stacked with National Geographic and People and Sierra magazines. "I called the airline. They wouldn't give me any information. I called a friend she worked with in Los Angeles. Nobody at her workplace knows where she is." "Is your wife here, sir?" "She passed 9 years ago. We adopted Lucinda when she was 3. She never went off anywhere without telling me, not once." "Do you have a photograph?" He went into a short hallway that led to a bath and a pair of bedrooms and returned with a framed photo he took from the wall. He put it in my hand and sat down. I glanced at the young woman in the picture. She was standing next to the Reverend, a beach and a mountain behind her. She was smiling. A wreath of flowers hung from her neck. I felt the blood in my chest drain into my stomach. "That was taken in Hawaii 2 years ago," he said. "We went on a tour with our church." He paused. "You've seen my daughter before, haven't you?" "Sir, I need you to go with me to Iberia, General." He held his gaze on me, then took a short breath. "That's where Lucinda is?" "We found a young woman in Weeks Bay." "Lucinda wouldn't have any reason to be out there." "Is there someone who should come with us?" I asked. "It's just me and her here. That's the way it's always been. She was always the sweetest little girl on earth." His eyes would not leave mine. There were moments when I hated not just my job, but the human race. I had no adequate words for him. "You're sure about this?" he asked. "Let's take care of the identification, sir." "Help me up, please. My knees aren't much good anymore." He held onto my arm, weightless as a bird when we walked down the steps to the cruiser. Then he veered away from me as though he could undo our meeting and the message I had brought him. "Who would want to hurt her? She tried to get justice for people nobody cares about. Tell me what they did to her. Tell me right now." But any comfort I could have offered him would have been based on a lie. He sat down sideways on the passenger seat of the cruiser, his feet outside, and wept in his hands. I could hear the bottle tree tinkling in the wind, the pecan leaves ruffling. I wanted to be on the other side of the moon. Chapter 3. Cleet called me at the department late the same afternoon and asked me to come to his office. It was located on Main Street in a century-old brick building half a block from the Shadows. The receptionist was gone, and the folding metal chairs were empty except for one where a man with long hair as slick and shiny as black plastic was cleaning his nails with a penknife. The floor was littered with cigarette butts and gum wrappers and an apple core and a banana peel. Cleet sat behind his desk in a back room, the door ajar. He waved me in.
"Close the door," he said.
There were printouts and 2 folders and a legal pad on his desk. Through the window I could see his spool table and umbrella on the concrete pad behind the building, and the drawbridge at Burke Street and the old convent across the bayou. "What's up?" I said.
"I made several calls about Hugo Tillinger. It's a complex case. It also stinks."
"I talked with Helen about him, Cleet. Let us take it from here."
"Is everything okay? I mean, with me not reporting Tillinger right away?"
I avoided his eyes. "Don't worry about it."
"Did you ID the body of the girl on the cross?"
"She's the daughter of a Baptist minister in Cade. Her name is Lucinda Arsenault. She was a volunteer for the Innocence Project." He flinched. "That doesn't mean she knew Hugo Tillinger," I said.
"Stop it."
He got up from his desk and opened the door.
"Come in here, Travis."
The man with black hair, greased straight back, folded his knife and dropped it in his slacks. He had the beginnings of a paunch and cheeks that looked like they'd been rubbed with chimney soot. He wore his slacks below the belly button. Hair protruded from the top of his belt.
"This is Travis LeBeau," Cleet said. "Tell Dave what you know about Hugo Tillinger."
"While he was being held for trial, I'll bring ice to his cell," Travis said. "Ice?" I said. "That's what I did in this particular jail. I brought ice from the kitchen and got paid in smokes or whatever." 3 teardrop tats dripped from his left eye. 2 blue stars, the size of cigar burns, were tattooed on the back of his neck.
"Travis was in the A.B., Cleet said. "Now he's trying to do a few solids to make up for the past."
"I thought the A.B. was for life," I said. "They sold me to the niggers, the BGF, he replied. "They claimed I snitched on a guy. I never snitched on anybody in my life."
"Go ahead about Tillinger," Cleet said.
"We played checkers on the floor between the bars," Travis said. "He knew he was going to get the needle. He said the jury and the judge and cops and his lawyer were working for Satan. And I told him they don't need Satan, they're working for themselves. That's bad enough. Can I sit down? I feel like a fire plug that's about to get pissed on."
"Sure," Cleet said.
He went on and on like all these reborn people. You know, they can't shut up talking about it, Travis said. He told me he was a drunk, a rageaholic or whatever. Then he got saved by the Pentecostals at a tent rival. He was a pain in the ass to listen to. "You're going a little fast for me, Travis," I said. "I'm saying Tillinger wasn't a criminal or the kind of guy who burns up his family. He ripped all the posters off his daughter's walls when he was drunk and yelled and hollered in the yard, but that was it. I believed him. So did the colored girl who showed up." "Which colored girl?" I asked. "Her name was Lucinda. She started visiting him right after he got sentenced. She said the people at the Innocence Project were taking his case. She said she knew people in the movie business, maybe some of the people who got Hurricane Carter out of prison. It gave him hope, but I thought he was going to ride the needle from the jump." "Why?" I said. "The governor was running for president. Guys who want to be president don't get elected by being kind to guys charged with murdering their family." "What was the black woman's last name?" I said. "He called her Miss Lucinda, that's all." "A rageaholic wouldn't set fire to his house?" I said. "Maybe a guy like me would. Tillinger didn't belong in the system. Everybody knew it. You know what conwise is, right?" I didn't reply. "I did double nickels back to back. I did them straight up and went out max time. I burned up my brother-in-law in his car and did a guy inside, in a chow line, for one of these teardrops on my face. I didn't mean to kill my brother-in-law, but that's the way it worked out. I deserve what I got. Tillinger is what we call a virgin. He never got his cherry busted. That means he was never in a life. He belongs in a PTA and shit like that." "We don't need all that information," I said. "About the hit in the chow line?" he said. "You don't like that? You think I give a shit if anybody knows?" I didn't answer. "Look at me, man," he said. "You got any idea of what those fucking black animals did to me? My best friend sold me for 2 cartons of smokes. They said rip his feathers off. I got to live with what they did every night of my life. Fuck you, asshole." His eyes were brimming. After Travis was gone, Cleet and I walked down the street under the colonnade to Bojangles and had coffee and a piece of pecan pie in a back corner of the room. You believe him? I said.
He's on the square most of the time, Cleet said. He doesn't want to lose a few connections he has. He knows the Aryan Brotherhood will probably get him down the road.
I don't buy Tillinger's innocence.
Here's what happened, Cleet said. Tillinger's house was 100 years old and dry as kindling. The flames were in the second story when he came home. The daughter and the mother were upstairs. He claimed he tried to get them out, but the heat was too great. Later, he told the fire inspector some of the wiring and the walls needed replacing, but he didn't have the money for repairs. So far, so good. Then the inspector finds signs of an accelerant trailing from the gallery into the hallway, or at least that's what he thought he saw. He said the fire started on the first floor and climbed the walls to the ceiling and up the stairwell. One of the neighbors said Tillinger never tried to go inside the house. Instead, he moved his new Ford F-150 away from the fire. On top of it, Tillinger had a $50,000 life insurance policy on both the wife and daughter. He also shot off his mouth in the Walmart and told a group of churchgoers his family had better straighten up or he would burn the house down. It looked more and more like arson and homicide. Then an ACLU lawyer showed up and began looking at the evidence. The guy who called himself a fire inspector wasn't certified and had little experience in arson investigation. The accelerant was a can of charcoal lighter that somebody had left next to the portable barbecue pit on the gallery. There was no accelerant trail in the hall. Also, the heat marks on the baseboards were probably caused by an explosion of flame from the stairwell, not from a fire that started on the first floor. The defense lawyer was from the ACLU and went over like elephant turds in a punch bowl.
Customers at other tables turned and looked at us. What's your opinion? I said.
It doesn't matter. I should have called 911 when I saw a guy in Jailhouse White's bail off the train.
We can't be sure the guy was Tillinger. Why would he jump off in the Mermentau River? Why wouldn't he keep going until he was in Florida?
I checked that out. There were some Gandhi dancers working on the track. He could see them from the top of the boxcar. Helen is pretty hot about this, isn't she?
You're a good cop, Cleet. She knows that.
I'm not a cop. I blew it.
Don't say that. Not now, not ever. He looked at nothing. The whites of his eyes were shiny and tinged with a pink glaze. He glanced up at the air conditioning vent.
It's too cold in here. Let's take a walk. I feel like I walked through cobwebs. Sorry about the way Travis talked to you. He was a bar of soap in the shower at Huntsville.
As always, I walked to work the next morning. Desmond Cormier was waiting for me in the shady driveway that led past the city library and the grotto devoted to the Mother of Jesus. He was sitting in the passenger seat of a Subaru convertible with California plates driven by Antoine Butterworth. Desmond got out and shook my hand. His friend winked at me. "I have to talk with you, Dave," Desmond said. I didn't answer. Butterworth lifted a gold-tipped cigarette from the car's ashtray, took one puff, and flipped it into a flower bed surrounding the grotto. "I feel so foolish," Desmond said. He was wearing tennis shorts and a yellow T-shirt and a Panama straw hat. "About that business with the telescope and the woman on the cross. My right eye is weak and I have a cataract on the left. That's why I didn't see her. I should have explained." "How about your friend there? He didn't see her either?" "It's just his way," Desmond said. "He's contrary. He's been in a couple of wars. Somalia and the old Belgian Congo. You'd find him quite a guy if you'd give him a chance. Have lunch with us. Another time. Dave, you were one of the few I looked up to." "Few what?" "The regular ebb and flow. There's some pretty good people here, Desmond. See you around, I guess." "You ever hear of a guy named Hugo Tillinger?" I asked. "No. Who is he?" "An escaped convict. He knew the dead woman. He may be in the vicinity." "I wish I could be of help," he said. "This is an awful thing. Before you go, That still shot you have on your wall of Henry Fonda standing on the roadside saying goodbye to Clementine? What about it? That scene is about failed love, about the coming of death, isn't it? For me, it's about the conflict between light and shadow. Each seeks dominion. Neither is satisfied with its share. I looked at him. I didn't try to follow his line of thought. I saw the picture at the Evangeline Theater in 1946. My mother took me. He nodded. I think a scene like that could almost take a guy over the edge, I said. I never heard it put that way. It's strange what happens when a guy gets too deep into his own mind, I said. Maybe you think too much, he said. Probably. I reached down and picked up the burning cigarette Butterworth had thrown in the flower bed. I mashed it out on the horn button of the Subaru and stuck it in Butterworth's shirt pocket. We're heck on littering. Butterworth grinned. In Louisiana? The pair of them drove away, the sunlight spangling on the windshield. I couldn't get the still shot of Wyatt Earp and Clementine out of my mind. I could almost hear the music from the film blowing in the trees. I had another surprise waiting for him at the rear entrance to City Hall. Travis LeBeau was slouched against a brick wall in the shade, picking his nails. Hey, what's the haps, I said. Need to bend your ear. Come upstairs. How about down by the water? I'm not big on visiting cop houses. I looked at my watch. When it comes to encouraging confidential informants, there is no greater inducement than a show of indifference. I'm under the gun. I've got a bullseye on my back, he replied. I walked down the bayou's edge and let him follow. Say it. There's a couple of AB guys who know where I am. Give me 500, I'll give you Tillinger. The same guy you stood up for? I'm in a spot, he said, his eyes leaving mine. He liked to drop names. People Lucinda Arsenault knew? He looked sideways and blew out a breath. Yeah, people she knew. Which people? How about the money? You haven't given me anything, Travis. He scratched his forearms with both hands like a man with hives. I got the score, straighten out the kinks, he said. I'll make good on my word. You're an addict? No, I'm Darcy on the yellow brick road. Can't help you, partner. I turned to go. Maybe I exaggerated a little, he said. About what? Tillinger. He creeped me out. In what way? The way sex between men bothered him. He had a crazy look in his eyes when he'd hear a couple of guys getting it on. You ever know a guy like that who probably wasn't queer himself? Sometimes he'd burn himself with matches. He talked about casting out our demons and raising the dead. Would he hurt Lucinda Arsenault? He shook his head slowly as though he couldn't make a decision. I don't know, man. I can't go in somebody's head. In reality, you don't have anything to sell, do you? He didn't know what to say. I started up the slope. 200, he said at my back. I kept walking. He caught up with me and pulled on my shirt. You don't understand. They'll use a blowtorch. I saw them do it in a riot. Sorry. Maybe the chocolate drop led him on. Maybe Tillinger lost it. Come on, man, I gotta get out of town. You need to take your hand off my arm. Come on, man, I'm hurting. Life's a bitch. His face made me think of a piece of blank paper crumpling on hot coals. Cruelty comes in all forms. It's least attractive when you discover it in yourself. I walked home for lunch. A cherry-red Lamborghini was parked in the driveway. Alifair was eating at the kitchen table with a middle-aged man I'd never seen. A plate of deviled eggs and 2 avocado and shrimp sandwiches wrapped in waxed paper and a glass of iced tea with mint leaves in it had obviously been set for me, but she had not waited upon my arrival before she and her friend started eating. Hello, I said. Hey, Dave, she said. This is Lou Wexler. He has to get to the airport, so we started without you. Wexler was a tall, thick-bodied man with a tan that went to the bone and blonde hair sun-bleached on the tips. He was ruggedly handsome, with intelligent eyes and large hands and the kind of confidence that sometimes signals aggression. He wiped his fingers with a napkin before rising and shaking hands. "It's an honor." "How do you do, sir?" I said, sitting down, glancing out the window at the bayou. My manner was not gracious, but no father, no matter how charitable, trusts another man with his daughter upon first introduction. If he tells you he does, he is either lying or a worthless parent. "Lou is a screenwriter and producer," Alifair said. "He works with Desmond." "Actually, I don't work with Desmond," he said. "I help produce his films. Nobody works with Desmond. He's his own man. In the best way, of course." "How about this fellow Butterworth?" I said. "You've met Antoine, have you?" "Twice." Wexler's eyes were sparkling. "And?" "An unusual fellow," I said. "Don't take him seriously," Wexler said. "Nobody does. He's a bean counter posing as an artist." "I heard he was in a couple of wars," I said. "He was best at scaring the natives in the bush, rattling around in a Land Rover and showing up for photo ops. South Africa was full of them." "That's your home?" I asked. "For a while. I was born in New Orleans. I live in Los Angeles now." If he'd grown up in New Orleans, he had acid-rinsed the city from his speech. "We pulled a body out of the salt just south of Desmond Cormier's house," I said. "The body was tied to a cross. I spotted the cross through a telescope. Our man Butterworth took a peep but couldn't see a thing. Neither could Desmond, although this morning he told me he had bad eyesight. Butterworth didn't seem bothered one way or another." The room was silent. Alifair stared at me. "Can you run that by me again?" Wexler said. I repeated my statement. "Well, that's something, isn't it?" Wexler said. "Sorry, I haven't been watching the time. I have to get a new gym bag. Then I need to pick up some fellows in Lafayette. We're searching out a couple of locations. Perhaps you can help us." His level of self-involvement was hard to take. "I probably wouldn't know what you're looking for," I said. He touched at his mouth with his napkin and set it aside. "It's been grand meeting you, Mr. Robichaux." "Likewise." "Don't get up." I didn't intend to. Alifair walked him to the door. Then she came back into the kitchen, her jaw clenched. "Why do you have to be so irritable?" "You're a success on your own. You don't need these phony bastards." "You stigmatize an entire group because of this Butterworth character?" "They're nihilists. Desmond's not. He's a great director. You know why? Because he paid his goddamn dues." "How about it on the language, Alf?" "Sometimes you really disappoint me," she said. I felt my face shrink. I took my plate outside and finished eating at the picnic table with Snugs and Monty Coon. Then I went back inside. Alifair was brushing her hair in front of the mirror in the bedroom. She was 5'10" and dark-skinned, with beautiful hair that fell to her shoulders. She had a black belt in karate and ran 5 miles every morning. Sometimes I couldn't believe she was the same little El Salvadoran girl I'd pulled from a submerged airplane near Southwest Pass. "What was that guy doing here, anyway?" I said. "Inviting me out for supper this evening," she said. "Thanks for asking." Chapter 4. During the next 3 days, I talked with Lucinda Arsenault's employer and fellow employees at the catering service in Los Angeles and her former roommate and a boy in Westwood who used to go to the public library with her. They all spoke of her good character and gentle disposition. None had an explanation for her disappearance. The Texas Department of Criminal Justice referred me to 3 correctional officers who had known Hugo Tillinger. 2 had no opinion of him. The third, an old-time gun bull, said, "Tillinger? Yeah, I knew that lying son of a bitch. Turn your back on him and he gut you from your belly button to your chin. Anything else you want to know?" On Friday, I went into Helen's office and told her what I had. "What are your feelings about Tillinger?" she said. "I don't see him as a viable suspect in the murder of Lucinda Arsenault. An escaped convict in a prison uniform would have more on his mind than committing a ritualistic homicide with a cross and a hypodermic needle." Helen looked at a legal pad on her desk. "There were break-ins at 3 fish camps not far from Sycamore Point. A white shirt with blue tabs on it was found half buried by a boathouse. He's here. The question is why. He jumped on the first freight he could find going out of Texas." "What if he had a partner?" she said. "We're looking at the wrong guy, Helen." "He burned his wife and daughter to death. Don't tell me he's the wrong guy." "I want to talk to Desmond Cormier and Antoine Butterworth again." "You've got a bias streak. You don't like Hollywood people." "That isn't true. I don't like anyone who thinks he's entitled." She twiddled her ballpoint on her desk blotter. "Okay. By the way, you have a new partner." "Pardon?" "Her name is Bailey Ribbons." "Who is Bailey Ribbons?" "I hired her 2 days ago. She's 28 years old. She was a middle school teacher in New Orleans and has a graduate degree in psychology. She was a dispatcher with NOPD for 18 months. "That's her entire experience?" "What she doesn't know, you'll teach her." "Is this an affirmative action situation?" I said. "I hired her because of her intelligence. I'm going to get a lot of criticism for that. I don't need it from you. Stay here." She left the office and returned 3 minutes later with a woman who seemed to have walked out of a motion picture that had little connection to the present. She had dark brown hair and clear skin and eyes like light trapped in sherry, and she wore black shoes and a white blouse with a frilly collar buttoned at the throat and a skirt that hung well below the knees. What struck me most were her warm smile and her erect posture. I felt strange, even awkward and boyish when I took her hand. "It's a pleasure to meet you, Detective Robichaux," she said. "You too, Miss Bailey," I said. "Call me Dave." "Hi, Dave." I started to speak but couldn't remember what I wanted to say. "Bring Bailey up to date on the Arsenault investigation," Helen said. "Sure," I said. "Helen?" "What?" Again, my head went blank. Bailey Ribbons was too young, too inexperienced, too likely to be resented by older members of the department. "I'll check out a cruiser," I said. "If Bailey is free, we can head down to Sycamore Point." "She's free," Helen said. "Bye, Dave." I walked downstairs and out the door with Bailey Ribbons. She smelled like flowers. I felt my palms tingling and a fishbone in my throat. "Did I say something inappropriate?" she asked. "No, ma'am. It's a pleasure to have you aboard." "I appreciate your courtesy. I realize some might think I don't have the qualifications for the job, but I'll give it my best." I looked at her profile, the radiance in her face, and felt my heart beating. "God, don't let me be an old fool," I prayed. We drove down to the southern tip of Sycamore Point and walked along the bib of sand and salt grass and concrete blocks where I'd found a tennis shoe. The wind was hot and scudding brown waves up on the sand. "We had 3 911 calls about a woman screaming," I said. "One caller thought the scream came from a lighted cabin cruiser. The cabin cruisers that are docked here were all accounted for." Bailey looked across the long expanse of the water, the humps of greenery and sand spits that resembled swampland rather than a saltwater bay. "This is all disappearing, isn't it?" "About 16 square miles of it a year," I replied. "Why are you bothered by the movie director and his friend?" "It's the friend Butterworth who bothers me more. I think he's a deviant and a closet sadist." "Those aren't terms you hear a lot anymore," she said. "He's the real deal." "Introduce me." Her hair was feathering on her cheek. My protective feelings toward her were the same as those I had for my daughter, I told myself. It was only natural for an older man to feel protective of a younger woman. There was nothing wrong with it. Absolutely. Only a closet Jansenist would see design in an inclination that's inherent in a species. What a lie. I had called Desmond and made an appointment, but that was not all I had done by way of preparation regarding Antoine Butterworth. I had talked with a friend who was captain of the West Hollywood station of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department. Butterworth was almost mythic among the film industry's subculture. He hired prostitutes he made degrade each other with sexual devices. He also hung them on hooks and beat them with his fists. He returned to Los Angeles from New Orleans in a rage and berated everyone in his office because he had to sleep with an ugly prostitute. He and a co-producer put LSD in the lunch of the co-producer's Hispanic maid and videotaped her while she stumbled bewildered and frightened around the house. Later, they showed the tape at their office. Butterworth lived in the Palisades in a $7 million white stucco home overlooking the ocean. He'd moved a junkie physician into the pool house so he could have a supply of clean dope. The physician had been found floating face down among the hyacinths, dead from an overdose. Prior to his situation with Butterworth, the physician had been in a 12-step program. If Butterworth had a bottom, no one knew what it was. Desmond opened the door. He took one look at Bailey Ribbons and the breath left his chest. "Who are you?" She blushed. "Detective Ribbons." "I can't believe this," he said. "I hope we haven't upset you," she said. "No, my heavens, come in," he replied. He looked over his shoulder at the deck. "Can you give me a second?" "Is there a problem?" I said. "We were playing a couple of songs," he said. "Antoine isn't quite dressed. I got my times mixed up." He went into the bedroom and got a robe and took it out on the deck. Through the glass doors, I saw him and Butterworth arguing. Butterworth was wearing a yellow bikini, his tanned body glistening with oil. He put on the robe and cinched it tightly into his hips, then picked up a roach clip from an ashtray and took a hit and ate the roach. Desmond came back into the living room. "Do you know who you look like?" he asked Bailey. "My parents, I suspect," she replied. "Kathy Downs, the actress who co-starred with Henry Fonda in My Darling Clementine." "I'm not familiar with that film," she said. "We'll have a showing here. Whenever you like," he said. "Need to talk to your man out there, Desmond," I said. He scratched at his eyebrow. "That stuff again?" "I don't know what you mean by that stuff," I said. "This is a homicide investigation." "Antoine had some addictions in the past. You should be able to understand that. I just watched him eat a roach. He has a prescription for medical marijuana. I won't let him smoke it here again, you have my word." "Do you play all those instruments?" Bailey asked. "The saxophone is Antoine's," Desmond replied. "What songs were you playing?" she asked. "Some of the Flip Phillips arrangements. You know who Flip Phillips was?" "No, I'm sorry," she said. "This isn't a social call," I said. "Okay," he said to me. "What a hothead you are, Dave. No, I take that back. You're a Puritan at heart. You need buckle shoes and one of those tall hats." I slid back the glass door and waited for Bailey. "Coming?" "Yes," she said, smiling. Desmond's eyes never left the back of her head. Butterworth was lying on a recliner under a beach umbrella inset in a glass table. "Oh, me, oh my, what do we have here?" he said. His robe had fallen open. The outline of his phallus was stenciled as tautly as a banana against his bikini. He blew me a kiss. Desmond was right. My feelings about Butterworth were not objective. An open cooler humped with crushed ice and imported bottles of beer rested on a redwood table. I pulled a bottle of Tuborg from the ice. "Catch." Butterworth blinked but caught it with his left hand as deftly as a frog tonguing an insect out of the air. "Flinging things around, are we?" "Your eyesight seems pretty good," I said. "Too bad it seems to fail you when you look through a telescope." "Aren't we the clever one?" "I recommend you not to speak to me in the first-person plural again," I said. "Bad boy," That excites me, he said. I don't think you get it, Mr. Butterworth, I said. Louisiana is America's answer to Guatemala. Our legal system is a joke. Our legislature is a mental asylum. How'd you like to spend a few days in our parish prison? Some big black husky fellows will be visiting me after lights out. As with all megalomaniacs, he had no handles. He was the type of man the Spanish call sin Dios sin vergüenza, without God or shame. Would you stand up a minute? I said. Are we going to get rough now? He said. No, your robe is open. I don't like looking at you, I said. I also don't like your general disrespect. He flipped his robe over his nether regions but didn't move from the recliner. I told Desmond we made a mistake coming here. What are you talking about? I said. We're shooting a film in Arizona, Texas, and Louisiana. I told him we'd have trouble here. You're filming in Louisiana because the state will subsidize up to 25% of your costs, I said. I removed an envelope from my pocket and handed it to him. Take a look at this. Butterworth slipped a photo out of the envelope and studied it. His eyebrows were beaded with sweat. This was taken in a morgue? That's right. This is the woman who was on the cross. The photo showed the body of Lucinda Arsenault on the autopsy tray, a sheet pulled to her chin. Butterworth replaced the photo in the envelope and returned it to me, his face solemn. Look again, I said. She worked for a catering service that supplies film companies on the set. I don't need to. I've never seen this person. Look again, Mr. Butterworth. I told you the truth. I think you gave me that envelope to get my fingerprints on it. I could smell the sweat and grease and weed on his skin. You like to beat up hookers? That's a lie. An administrator at the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department told me you make them strap on dildos and degrade each other, and then you hang them up on hooks or straps and beat the hell out of them. I'm done with this, he said. Yeah, how about it, Dave? Desmond said behind me. It takes a special kind of guy to use up the life of an innocent young woman in order to recreate the crucifixion, I said. We never had anything like this around here, at least not till you brought Mr. Butterworth to town. In Rwanda, I saw bodies stacked as high as this house and set on fire, Butterworth said. Some of them were still alive. If you weren't a police officer, I'd break your fucking jaw. Why is it I believe nothing you say? I asked. Because you're an incompetent idiot with a crime on your hands that you don't have the training or experience to deal with, he replied. Please excuse my candor, but I'm bloody tired of your arrogance and insults. The umbrella was flapping, the air bright with humidity, the deck blistering hot. He was either the best actor I'd ever seen or a man who had a cache of dignity that I wouldn't have thought him capable of. I'd like you to look at the body, I said. You're unrelenting, aren't you? He said. That's fair to say. Then get a warrant, he said. He stood up from the recliner. Our faces were 6 inches apart, a feral light in his eyes. I felt my right hand tighten and close and open again. My mouth was dry. A sound like wind blowing inside my head. I knew the signs all too well. It was the precursor that had come to me many times when I'd superimposed the face of a man named Mac on the faces of Asian men who had done me no harm. Bailey and Desmond were staring at us like witnesses to a car wreck in the making. Miss Bailey, please take a look at the photos of Henry Fonda and Kathy Downs, Desmond said, pulling back the sliding door that opened onto the living room. You too, Dave. I do want you all to see the film. It would mean a great deal to me. Bailey looked truly out of her element. My cell phone throbbed in my pocket. I looked at the caller's number. It was Helen Swallow. Dave here. Are you at Sycamore Point? She asked. Yes. You get anywhere? Negative, I said. Wind it up, she said. We've got another one. Chapter 5. The duck camp was an old one, a desiccated shack abandoned in a swampy area southwest of Avery Island, the gum and cypress and persimmon trees strung with dead vines. We parked the cruiser and waded through a bog that was iridescent with oil and gasoline. The paramedics, 3 uniformed deputies, and Helen and Cormac Watts were already there. Helen and Cormac were wearing rubber boots and latex gloves. A swamp maple that was dying of saline intrusion, its limbs scaled with lichen, stood on the far side of the shack, a huge teardrop-shaped object suspended from one of the thickest limbs. The droning sound in the air was as loud as a beehive. The 911 had been called in by a fisherman who had run out of gas and pulled up onto the hummock, dumbfounded and sickened by what he saw. The wind changed, and a smell like a bucket full of dead rats washed over us. I heard Bailey gag. I cleared my throat and spat and handed her a clean handkerchief. "Put it over your nose." "I'm all right," she said. "That's a smell no one gets used to. Just do it, Miss Bailey." "Don't call me Miss anymore, Dave." "You got it." A deputy was stringing crime scene tape across the trees. Helen was standing on a high place by the front of the shack. The shack had no door and no glass in the windows. The floor was caked with dirt and the shells of dead beetles. Helen was breathing through her mouth, her chest rising and falling slowly. "Before we get to that mess in the tree, I want you to see this," she said. "It may be the only forensics we take out of here." Heavy boot prints led into the shack and out through a hole broken in the boards on the far side, still jagged and unweathered, as though recently splintered. There were drag marks across the floor and stains that red ants were feeding on. The stench was overwhelming now. I tried to envision the man who wore the boots. They were probably steel-toed, the strings laced through brass eyelets, the leather stiff, even gnarled from wear in a swamp or on the floor of an offshore drilling rig. Or maybe they were the boots of a man with dark jowls and swirls of body hair who deliberately did not wash or shave and wore his odor like a weapon. I could almost hear his feet on the floor as he dragged his victim outside, the stride measured, his hand hooked in the victim's shirt, his weight coming down with a sound like a wooden clock striking the hour. Our departmental photographer was clicking away, a scarf wrapped across the bottom half of his face. Then he vomited inside the scarf. We walked on dry ground to the other side of the shack. The body of a slight man, dressed in khaki work clothes, hung upside down inside a fishnet. His arms were bound behind him. One ankle was roped to his wrists, so the calf was pulled tight against the inside of the knee. His facial features were in an advanced state of decomposition and had the squinted look of a newly born infant. Flies crawled over almost every inch of his skin. A knotted walking stick with a sharpened tip had been shoved through the chest and out the back. "You have seen him before?" Helen said. "It's hard to say," I replied. "Why is his leg tied like that?" she said. The image was familiar, but I couldn't remember where I had seen it. I shook my head. "It's from the tarot," Bailey said. "The fortune-telling deck?" Helen said. "It's a compilation of medieval and Egyptian iconography," Bailey said. "The gypsies carried it through the ancient world into modern times." "So," Helen said. "The victim is positioned to look like the hanged man," Bailey said. "What's the hanged man?" Helen said. "Some say Judas, others say Peter," Bailey said. "Others say Sebastian, the Roman soldier martyred for his faith. In death he makes the sign of the cross. In the deck he's generally associated with self-sacrifice." Helen stepped away from the tree and stared at the ground, her hands on her hips. "What's your opinion, Dave?" she asked. "You still don't think Hugo Tillinger is our guy?" "Maybe Tillinger killed his family, or maybe he didn't," I said. "But I doubt he's a student of Western symbolism." "Who the hell is?" Helen said. "I don't think this is about tarot cards." I think this is about a guy who likes to kill people and wants to scare the shit out of the entire community." I looked at Bailey. She was obviously struggling to hide her discomfort about the odor of the victim. Also, I suspected she was wondering if her education and knowledge were about to make her a lonely and isolated member of our department. "Nobody saw anything except the fisherman who found the body?" I said to Helen. "No," she said. "This place will be washed away in another year or so. Cormac says the body has probably been here a week." We went back to the other side of the shack. The sun was shining through the trees, the leaves moving in the wind. I could hear a buoy clanging on the bay. "Maybe the way the leg is tied is coincidence," I said, "but the walking stick through the chest doubles the coincidence." "I don't understand," Helen said. "Our own deck of playing cards comes from the tarot," I said. "The suit of clubs comes from the suit of wands. The suit of wands upside down is associated with failure and dependency." "I don't want to hear this," Helen said. "Then I don't know what to tell you," I said. "Both of you are sure about this," she said. "As sure as you can get when you put yourself inside the mind of a lunatic," I replied. One deputy lifted another deputy so he could cut the rope that bound the net to the tree limb. Neither of them could avoid touching the body nor escape its full odor. The body thudded on the ground in a rush of flies, the jaws springing open, a carrion beetle popping from the mouth. By Monday, the victim had been identified through his prints as Joe Molinari, born on the margins of American society at Charity Hospital in Lafayette, the kind of innocent and faceless man who travels almost invisibly from birth to the grave with no paper trail except a few W-2 tax forms and an arrest for a $30 bad check. Let me take that one step further. Joe Molinari's role in life had been being used by others as consumer and laborer and voter and minion, which, in the economics of the world I grew up in, was considered normal by both the liege lord in the manor and the serf in the field. He'd lived in New Iberia all his life, smoked 4 packs of cigarettes a day, and worked for a company that did asbestos tear-downs and other jobs people do for minimum wage while they pretend they're not destroying their organs. He'd had no immediate family, played dominoes in a game parlor by the bayou, and to the best of anyone's knowledge never traveled farther than 3 parishes from his birthplace. He had gone missing 7 days ago. Cormac Watts concluded Molinari had died from either blunt trauma or a load of opioids or both. The decomposition was too advanced to say. The only asterisk to Molinari's name was that he had been a janitor at the Iberia Parish Courthouse for 2 years in the 1990s. Otherwise, he could have lived and died without anyone's noticing. Walking home after work, I saw Alifair and the screenwriter-producer Lou Wexler backing out of my driveway in his Lamborghini, the top down. Wexler braked and raised one hand high in the air. "Join us, sir." "For what?" I said. "Dinner at the Yellow Ball in Jeanneret," he said. "I left you a note," Alifair said. "Another time," I said. "I may have to go back to the office tonight." "Roger that," he said. He gave me a thumbs up and drove away, his exhaust pipes throbbing on the asphalt. I saw Alifair try to turn around, her hair blowing. I didn't have to go back to the office, and I felt guilty for having lied. I felt even worse for trying to make Alifair feel guilty. I ate a cold supper on the back steps and watched the gloaming of the day, angry at myself for my inability to accept the times and the fact that Alifair had her own life to live, and at some point I would have to let go of her and turn her over to the care of a man whom I might not like. Snuggs and Monty Coon were sitting on our spool table, flipping their tails, checking out the breeze. The air was dense with the smell of the bayou, the way it smells after heavy rain, and the light had become an inverted golden bowl in the sky, the cicadas droning in the trees. I heard someone walking through the leaves by the porte-cochere.
"How's it hanging, big man?"
Cleet said. There was no more welcome person in my life than Cleet Purcell. He was the only violent, addicted, totally irresponsible human being I ever knew who carried his own brand of sunshine. How you doing, Cletus?
Is Alifair around?
She's with some character named Lou Wexler.
I get the sense you don't approve.
I don't have a vote. What's up?
I was researching these Hollywood guys. I don't want to believe Tillinger is behind these killings.
These killings have nothing to do with you. Now give it a rest.
I should have called 911 when he bailed off that freight.
Enough.
All right,
he said. He sat down beside me and folded his hands. He looked at Snuggs and Monty Coon.
Something on your mind?
On my mind?
Yeah, something I can help with?
How do you respond to a statement like that? I spent the last 2 days talking to people who knew Joe Molinari.
The guy in the tree?
He probably weighed 120 pounds and never hurt a soul in his life. Somebody drove a sharpened walking cane through his heart.
You're getting the blue meanies.
That was a term from the old days when Cleet and I walked a beat on Canal and in the French Quarter, and later when we were partners in homicide. Blue meanies was our term for depression or living daily with human behavior at its worst. The blue meanies not only ate your lunch, they chewed you up and spat you out and ground you into the sidewalk. How do you read this stuff? I said. Cleet thought for a moment.
The guy is posing his victims. He might be a photographer. He knows a lot about history and religion and symbolism. He's full of rage, but he lets it out only in controlled situations. He's a kind of white-collar schnook who lives alone and works 8 to 5 in an office, then goes home and plays with a power saw in a basement that has blacked-out windows.
Cleet's description made me shudder, not because of his detail, but because he was seldom wrong when it came to a homicide investigation.
That's why Tillinger bothers me, he said. I found out he was in a drama club in high school. He was also an amateur photographer and dug David Koresh.
The cultist at Waco? I said.
Yeah, there's one other factor. He messed around with acid in high school. In other words, he was into the same heavy metal bands his daughter was. Later on, he sees her as him and burns down his house with her in it and the mother for good measure.
You're thinking too much, I said.
Travis LeBeau was in my office this afternoon. He said he saw Tillinger in Walmart.
Stop letting this guy jerk you around and stop building a case against yourself. Cleet rested his arm across my shoulders. It felt like a pressurized fire hose.
I worry about you. Guys like me can live alone. Guys like you shouldn't. One day, Alifair is going to leave for California or New York and not come back.
Say anything more and I'm going to hit you.
You got another problem, he said. You take the weight for others and won't admit it, just like me.
I mean it, Cleet. Knock it off.
How's your new partner working out?
Fine.
I saw her in front of City Hall today, he said.
I waited.
She's not your ordinary female plainclothes, he said.
And?
Nothing. I was just wondering how she's working out.
He made a study of Snuggs and Monty Coon, his loafers tapping up and down on the step. At 3:17 p.m. on Tuesday, Bailey Ribbons tapped lightly on my office door. She and Helen had spent most of the day at a seminar with an FBI agent in Lafayette. Good afternoon, I said. I hope I'm not disturbing you, she said. Not at all. I got up and closed the door behind her. Desmond Cormier has called me twice, she said. The first time to invite me to dinner. The second time to apologize for the first time. There's a message on my machine I haven't listened to. She was standing less than 2 feet from me, her face lifted to mine, her hands on her purse. I'll talk with him, I said. He didn't say anything rude. He knows he's compromising your situation. You won't be too hard on him, will you? No, ma'am. You think his friend Butterworth is mixed up with Lucinda Arsenault's death? There's no evidence of that except he denied seeing her body through the telescope, but he's one of those guys. Which guys? there's a malevolent joy in their eyes. They feed off kryptonite. They love evil for its own sake. That's pretty strong. If you underestimate a guy like that, you usually pay the price for the rest of your life. Why would Desmond Cormier associate with him? The same reason everyone else does, money. She looked at her watch. I've taken too much of your time. I was going over to Victor's for coffee and a piece of pie, I said. Doing anything right now? I'd love that, she said. 3 uniformed deputies passed us as we walked down the hallway to the stairs. I heard one of them say something under his breath to the others. One of the words began with the letter C. Wait for a minute, I said to Bailey. I caught up with the 3 deputies. One of them was short and muscular and had a face that reminded me of a hard-boiled egg with a smile painted on it. His name was Axel Devereaux. He had been charged with abuse of prisoners during the previous administration, but had been found not guilty. You didn't make a reference to my partner, did you, Axel? I said. Not me, he replied. The other deputies looked away. So who are you talking about? I asked. Search me. My memory is awful. Let's not have this conversation again, okay? His teeth were the size of chiclets when he grinned. You're full of shit, Robichaux. Probably, I said. Want to talk later? After hours? Fuck off, he said. I rejoined Bailey at the top of the stairs, and the 2 of us walked down to the first floor and out the door into the sunshine. The wind was blowing in the live oaks by the grotto, the bamboo swaying, the air sprinkled with the smell of rain. We went to Victor's and had coffee and pie. I believed people were staring at us. Under the circumstances, and at my age, that's a strange and degrading feeling. Are you uncomfortable about something, Dave? She asked. No, I said. Let's take a ride. Where? I know where our Hollywood friends are shooting today. Is that a good idea? The movie people are involved in Lucinda Arsenault's death. I can't prove it, but I know it. How? Evil has an odor. It's a presence that consumes its host. We deny it because we don't have an acceptable explanation for it. It smells like decay inside living tissue. She held her eyes on mine, her mouth parting silently. I wanted to take out my vocal cords. Chapter 6. The helicopter, a vintage Huey that had no external armament, what we called a slick in Vietnam, came in low over the water, yawing, smoke twisting from the airframe, the plexiglass pocked from automatic weapons fire, a bloody bandage taped over one eye of the kid on the joystick. An actor dressed like a third-world peasant clung to one of the skids. The helicopter roared over our heads, flattening the sawgrass around the levee where we stood. The moment sent me back to the sights and sounds and collective madness of an Eden-like Asian country gone wrong, a place I had consigned to my dreams and hoped I'd never see again. In the dreams, I heard the metallic clatch on the night trail, but not the explosion. Instead, I was painted with light, my body auraed with cascading leaves and air vines and dirt that had a fecund odor like that of a freshly dug grave. I watched my steel pot roll silently down the trail. To no avail, I opened and closed my mouth to force the deafness out of my ears. Inside the great green darkness of the trail, I could see the silhouettes of my patrol against the muzzle flashes of their weapons, and also the weapons of the tiny men in pajamas who lived on 1 rice ball a day and wore sandals made from rubber tires and drank mosquito-infested water hand-cupped from a stream. The flashes resembled electricity leaping inside a cloud of dust and smoke that blotted out the stars. A black medic from Jersey City whom we called Spaceman because he was the bravest kid in the unit and also a Section 8 in the making, was suddenly sitting on top of me, pasting a cellophane cigarette wrapper over the hole in my chest, thumping my chest with his fist. There was a rush of air into my lungs, and my hearing came back, and I heard him say, "Breathe, Loot. Chuck got to breathe. 1, 2, 1, 2. My main man going back alive in 65. Motherfucker got it made." My patrol rigged a stretcher with web gear and carried me all night while shells from an offshore battery arced overhead and exploded with a whump in the jungle. At first light, we could see the LZ in the distance, flames climbing inside the elephant grass on the hillside, men in black picking over the dead. I heard someone say, "We're fucked." Then the slick came out of a molten sun, already loaded with wounded grunts, a Vietnamese civilian dangling from one of the skids. He let go and fell 60 feet into the jungle, grinding his legs like a man on a bicycle. The pilot was a 19-year-old warrant officer from Galveston. A compress was tied on one side of his face, his cheeks streaked with blood. When he landed, I saw a decal of a death's head on his helmet. Under the image were the words, "I am the giver of death." I became one of many on the floor of the slick. The others had an M for morphine painted on their foreheads. I never had a chance to thank the pilot. I heard later that he did not survive the war. I was not fond of talking about the war or even remembering it. And grand as the intention might be, I hated ceremonies that took me back to it. I had laid down my sword and shield a long time ago down by the riverside and did not want to pick them up again. "You okay?" I heard Bailey say. "Sure," I said. We had just arrived and hadn't spoken to anyone on the set. The helicopter landed on the levee, descending slowly enough to let the stuntman drop safely to the ground. He limped away, holding his back. "Good job, but we got to shoot it again," Desmond said. "A cloud went across the sun. We need the silhouette of the impaled man against a red sun." "I'm done, Des," the stuntman said. "I think I tore my sciatica." "Give me your clothes." "Here?" "Where else?" Desmond said. The stuntman went behind the helicopter to undress. Desmond wasn't so shy. He worked off his golf shirt, stuffed it into a pants pocket, and stripped down to his jockstrap, balancing on one foot. "You want a cod piece, Des?" someone called out. "I left it in your mother's bedroom," he replied. He dressed in the clothes of the peasant and turned around. He had not seen us arrive. His face was bright red and not from sunburn. "Don't tell me you just watched this." I shrugged. Bailey's gaze wandered over the set. Desmond closed and opened his eyes like a man who had stepped into an elevator shaft. "I've got to reshoot this scene, then I'm at your disposal." "Go right ahead," Bailey said. "That's okay, isn't it, Dave?" "Sure," I said. "I should have called." Desmond pulled on a pair of leather gloves and stood under the helicopter blades as they began rotating. When the helicopter lifted, he sat on a skid as casually as someone taking a funicular ride. A safety belt was attached to one of the stanchions, but he didn't use it. The helicopter rose higher, then tilted away over the water while Desmond sat with one hand on the skid and the other on the stanchion. After the pilot made his turn and headed back in, Desmond swung under the skid. His body looked twisted and tortured, his legs silhouetted against the sun, kicking as though somehow Desmond had stolen from my dreams and recreated the desperate man I had seen fall into the jungle decades ago. The helicopter descended far enough for him to drop to the ground. He stooped under the blades and walked toward us, smiling while everyone on the set applauded. "We have champagne and soft drinks and cold cuts and potato salad over on the table," he said. "Let's put something in the tank, shall we?" "Maybe we should talk business first," Bailey said. "Whatever I can do to help," he said. "It's about Lucinda Arsenault," she said. The light went out of his face. "We're pretty sure she knew people among your group," I said. "That was a lie, but that's the way it works. You stretch the spider web across the doorway and hope the right person will walk through it." "Like who in our group?" he said, looking around. "She was young, idealistic, and naive," I said. "A country girl, full of dreams about Hollywood. Think any of these guys would latch on to a girl like that?" "You're tarring everybody with the same brush, Dave," he said. You put me in mind of those guys back in the 50s, Joe McCarthy and Nixon and the like. Nothing so grandiose, I said. There's a Texas convict on the ground here. His name is Tillinger. He's a convicted killer. He believed Lucinda Arsenault knew movie people who could help him get off death row. He headed here to the place where she lived and where you're making a film. This is over my head, Desmond said. In the background, I saw Antoine Butterworth and Lou Wexler arguing. Wexler was wearing white slacks. He had flattened his hands and stuck both of them into his back pockets like a baseball manager giving it to an umpire. He stepped away from Butterworth and came toward us, flicking his fingers as though looking for a towel.
"You've got to get that bloody sod off my back before I shove his head in one of these crawfish holes," he said to Desmond.
No more of this, Lou, Desmond said.
"Very sorry to bring a problem to you," Wexler said. "I thought you were the director."
What's the issue? Desmond said.
"I told him you wanted to pick it up at 0600 tomorrow," Wexler said. "The weather forecast is perfect. We'll have clouds across a pink sky, the shadows on the salt grass. The tide will be out, the sand slick and driftwood sticking up like bones. The bastard doesn't get it. He says the Union will complain."
I'll talk to him. We shoot at 06, Desmond said. No more spit fights.
"I knew him in Africa, Des," Wexler said. "He was afraid of the wogs and afraid of his own shadow. You ever meet a coward who wasn't a backstabbing shit?"
We don't have that language on the set, Desmond said. Wexler looked at Bailey and me as though seeing us for the first time.
"Sorry, all."
"Forget it," Desmond said. He put his arms over both Bailey's shoulders and mine. "Let's have something to eat."
"We'll pass on the food," I said.
"What's that stuff about the wogs?" "Lou likes to throw around mercenary references," Desmond said. "Actually, he and Antoine made their money in video games."
"What kind of video games?" I said.
"Urban guerrilla themes, blowing things apart, a bit like Grand Theft Auto," he replied.
"Themes?"
I said. "Come on, Dave," he said. "Be a sport and enjoy life. Have some fun on the set. It's like Burt Reynolds once told me. Why grow up when you can make movies?" "Is that why you make them?" I said. The sun was like a giant ruby nestled in a clump of purple clouds on the tip of the wetlands. He looked at me, his eyes full of thoughts I couldn't read. "No, that's not why I make them. Not at all." "So tell us why," Bailey said. "They allow you to place your hand inside eternity. It's the one experience we share with the Creator. That's what making films is about." I was sure at that moment that Desmond Cormier lived in a place few of us would have the courage, or perhaps the temerity, to enter. After work, the next day, Sean McLean pulled his pickup into my driveway, a pirogue in the bed. 2 cane poles were propped on the tailgate. He didn't get out. "Take a ride with me to Fossey Point." He had never asked me to go fishing before. "Anything going on?" I asked. "Thought we'd entertain the bream. Last time out I hooked myself in the neck with a Mep spinnet. Thought I'd keep it simpler, cane pole style." I had no idea what was on his mind, but I knew it wasn't fish. "Why not?" I said. We drove up the Laurville Road through fields of green cane channeled with wind, the sky marbled with purple and scarlet rain clouds. We put the pirogue in at Lake Fossey Point. I sat in the bow and he sat in the stern, and we paddled along the edge of dead tupelos that resonated like conga drums when you knocked on them. I unhooked the line at the base of my cane pole and threaded a worm on the hook and swung the line and bobber and small lead weight next to the lily pads. The wind had dropped, and the water was as flat and still as a painting. "There's something maybe I should tell you," Sean said. "I thought you might." "You did?" "You shot one of your colleagues," I said. "Maybe I was working up to it." I turned around and looked at him. I was kidding. "No, I ain't shot nobody," he said, "although maybe I was thinking about it. There's some what needs it." "Can you please tell me what we're talking about?" I was having coffee at the donut place, and some guys were shooting off their mouths about Miss Bailey. One guy in particular. He said she got her job on her back.
Which guy?
The one who got off on that charge at the parish prison?
Axel Devereaux, I said.
I told him a couple of things maybe I shouldn't have.
Like what?
That he put me in mind of a shit hog ear deep in a slop bucket, that he'd better shut his face before I went upside his head.
Devereaux isn't a man to provoke, I said.
I done it.
You did what?
Went upside his head with the paper napkin dispenser, knocked him out of the chair.
You hit Axel Devereaux with a napkin dispenser?
I also stepped on his face and told him he'd better stay where he was at before I mashed his ear into a grape.
You're not putting me on?
No, sir. He wet his pants. Literally.
He glanced at the water by the lily pads.
There's something on your line.
The barber traveled across the surface in a straight line without sinking, making a V, then sank out of sight. I lifted the pole and pulled the sunfish out of the water and swung it flopping into the boat. I wet my hand and unhooked the fish and lowered it below the surface and watched it disappear into the murk like a golden red bubble. I turned around on the seat and looked at Sean. He was too good a kid to get mixed up with men who never should have been given a gun or a badge. Talk to Helen, I said.
I ain't a snitch.
You don't want a guy like Devereaux as an enemy.
Him and his friends will let me go through a door and get shot, won't they?
That's the way his kind work.
If you was in the cafeteria, what would you have done?
Probably the same thing.
Somehow that don't make me feel any better.
You're stand up, Sean. Nobody can take that from you. Secretly, Devereaux fears you.
You should have been a preacher.
If you have any more trouble with these guys, let me know.
Nope.
Nope what?
My old man always said you got to carry your own canteen. I only told you because I thought you had a right to know what Devereaux and them others is up to.
He lifted his line and dropped it in a different spot, his forehead pink with sunburn.
2 days passed with no progress in the bizarre murders of Lucinda Arsenault and Joe Molinari. In fact, there was no evidence to link the two. Arsenault's death obviously had been committed by someone driven by ritualistic obsession, but the upside-down positioning of Molinari's body in the fishnet and the configuration of his legs could have been coincidental and not necessarily related to the tarot. Maybe the victim simply owed somebody money or slept with another man's wife or ran into someone loaded on hallucinogens. On Friday night, Cleet Purcell was knocking back shots with a beer chaser in a ramshackle black dump that offered blues from the spheres and barbecue chicken that could break your heart, when a white man he didn't want to see again came through the door and tried to pick up a black woman at the end of the bar. The man was unshaved and drunk, his face greasy with booze and presumption and a level of lust he didn't try to disguise. The bartender leaned into Cleet. You know that guy down there?
Yeah.
Do him a favor.
He's on his own, Cleet said.
On his own is going to get him face down on a cooling board. The bartender tipped a bottle of Jack into Cleet's glass. On the house. Cleet folded a 5 spot and tucked it between the bartender's fingers.
Maybe I'll get time off from purgatory.
He walked to the end of the plank bar and rested his hand on the drunk man's shoulder. There were 2 blue stars tattooed on the back of his neck and a line of green tears dripping from one eye.
Time to get some fresh air, Travis, Cleet said.
Travis's bottom lip hung from his teeth. He resembled a fish with its mouth open. You look like Cleet Purcell.
I don't believe this, Cleet said.
2 white men came through the front door and sat in a corner. Cleet recognized one, a deputy sheriff out of uniform. What was the name? Axel Dickwad or something? Both were looking in Cleet's direction.
That's heat over there, Cleet said to Travis. They jamming you?
Don't know what you're talking about, Travis said. Just bought a new car. Want to take this lady for a ride. A ride, all right, said the woman sitting next to him. Even though it was summer, she wore a short navy blue coat with big brass buttons, maybe because of the air conditioning blowing on her neck. This boy in the A.B., but that don't mean he don't like blackberries and cream. The two men in the corner had not ordered. The shorter one lit a cigarette, the flame flaring on his features. His nostrils were thick with hair.
"I think they're dogging you, Travis," Cleet said.
Only guy dogging me is you.
"Glad you said that."
Cleet slapped him hard on the back. A whoosh of B.O. welled out of his shirt.
"Keep fighting the good fight."
Cleet went back to his shot glass of Jack and half glass of flat beer. Up on a stage, a female guitarist in a purple dress sprinkled with sequins was seated on a high stool, a solitary spotlight trained on her hands and electric guitar. Her hair was jet black, her lips covered with gloss, her nails arterial red. A scar as thick as a nightcrawler circumscribed half of her neck. She went into the song Cleet had never heard a woman sing. I have a hard time missing you, baby, when my gun is in your mouth. Cleet poured his shot glass into his beer and drank it to the bottom. He felt the hit spread through his stomach and loins and chest like an old friend putting a log on the fire. 2 or 3 more and his liver would go operatic. He looked at the singer's mouth, the shine on her breasts, the way her nails seemed to click up and down on the frets. Rain was hitting on a window and back. He could almost smell an odor that was like the smell of a field mortuary in a tropical country, but he didn't know why. "You're zoned, that's all," he told himself. "Slow it down." He went into the restroom and unzipped and propped himself on one arm above the urinal and let go. Someone came through the door and let it slam on the spring. A shadow joined his on the wall. Mr. White Trash is in trouble. He turned around and looked into the face of the black woman Travis had tried to pick up. He zipped up and washed his hands in the sink. "You deaf," she said.
"If you haven't noticed, this is the men's room."
"They about to take him off somewhere. When they get finished with him, he won't know his name." Cleet dried his hands.
"What's it to you?"
"Axel Devereaux stuffed a dirty sock in my brother's mouth at the jail and almost choked him to death." Cleet wadded up the paper towel and arced it at the trash can. It bounced onto the rim and fell on the floor.
"You shouldn't be in here."
He went back to the bar and ordered a double shot and a long neck, ice cold and ready to go down as hard as brass. The singer was smoking a cigarette on the stool, blowing the smoke in an upward stream. Her eyes seemed to fasten on his. He saw her lips move as though she were whispering. He looked around the room. The wood trim was painted red. The lights above the back counter were red, too, although he had never noticed before. He wiped at his mouth, momentarily unsure where he was.
"Can you turn the air conditioner down?" he asked the bartender. "I think I'm getting a chill."
The bartender's head resembled a brown bowling ball that was too small for his shoulders. He dried a glass, not looking up.
"Do I need to use sign language?" Cleet said.
"There's bars down the bayou," the bartender said.
"I asked you a question. The place is an icebox. Or maybe my malaria is kicking in."
"Life's a skull fuck, then you die."
"You learned that in a Buddhist monastery?"
The bartender didn't answer. Cleet tipped the shot glass to his lips, then did it a second time and drained it, chasing it with half the long neck. He took out his wallet. The bills in it seemed to go in and out of focus. His stomach was roiling. He knew the signs. Somewhere down in the basement, the cannon on the Zippo track had fired to life, arcing a flame into a straw hooch, the slick hovering overhead, people from the Ville splashing into a rice paddy. "We're square," the bartender said.
"You poisoned my drink?"
"We're kind to people with pickled brains." Cleet picked up his pork pie hat from the bar and put it on.
"Don't let me in here again."
He went outside into a misting rain and the smell of the bayou. In the distance, he could see lights burning in the sugarcane refinery and smoke rising from the stacks, electricity leaping through the thunderheads. A gas guzzler was idling in the parking lot, the driver's door open, the ignition wires hanging under the dashboard. Travis LeBeau had assumed the position, both hands on the hood, his legs spread.
"Don't do this,"
said a voice inside Cleet's head.
"Why you all bracing this poor bastard?"
Cleet said. "We know you," Axel said.
"Cleet Purcell, I got a PI office on Main Street."
"So you know what on the job means. In your case, it also means get lost."
"This guy's my confidential informant. That makes my lawyer his counsel. That means right of presence extends to me."
Axel laughed. "Where'd you get that?"
"The guy's trying to go straight," Cleet said. "Give him a break."
"He stole this car," Axel said. "Check the ignition." "I got the pink slip," Travis said over his shoulder. "I lost the key."
"I'll take him home," Cleet said.
"You're interfering with an officer in the performance of his duty," Axel said.
"You were the guard who stuck a sock down an inmate's throat?"
"No, this is what I did," Axel said, "because he doesn't know when to leave the wrong broad alone." He inserted a short wood club between Travis's legs and wedged it into his colon. Travis clenched his buttocks, the blood draining from his face. "Got the message?" Axel said. "Yeah," Travis said, his knees shaking. Axel pulled the club loose. "That's better. We're getting there."
"You're on a pad for a pimp," Cleet said to Axel.
"We're telling you this guy's driving drunk and probably driving a stolen car,"
the other man said. His hair was scalped on the sides. There was a circle of whiskers around his mouth.
"We'll put him on a D-ring and have his car towed and buy you a drink. How about it?"
"Who's the pimp y'all in with?" Cleet said.
Axel turned around and rested the point of his club on Cleet's sternum. "You're way over the line, lard-ass." He moved the club up Cleet's chest to his throat and chin. "You copy?" Cleet's right hand opened and closed in the darkness. He gazed at the rain rings on the bayou, the wobbling reflection of a house trailer on its surface. The wind changed, and he smelled an odor like mushrooms on a grave, like a disturbed bog deep in a swamp, the water swelling over his shoes and ankles. Someone pushed open the front door of the nightclub. Cleet heard the woman on the stage singing a tale about the house of the rising sun.
"Take the baton out of my face, please,"
he said. "No problem," Axel said. "We cool?"
"No."
"You're Robichaud's cornhole buddy, aren't you?"
"We both worked homicide at NOPD. Before that, we walked a beat on Canal and in the Quarter."
"He's muffing his new partner?"
"Didn't quite hear that," Cleet said.
"Tell him not to let his mustache get in the way, or maybe he wants to smell it all day." Cleet stepped backward, blood thudding in his wrists. He gazed at the bayou. Wind wrinkled the surface.
"I'm going to walk back inside."
"I say something wrong," Axel said. "We're all ears."
"I'll follow y'all to the booking room," Cleet said. "My friend Travis better not have any alterations on him."
"I heard you took juice when you worked Vice," Axel said. "You also chugged Pud for the mob in Vegas."
"You probably heard right," Cleet said.
"You're the great Cleet Purcell, huh?" Axel said. "I better watch out for you." He and his partner cuffed Travis and put him into an unmarked car, hitting his head as they pushed him in the back seat. The rain was falling harder now, ticking on Cleet's pork pie hat. He thought he heard an electrical short buzzing inside his head. He watched the three men drive away, his viscera turning to water. He went back inside and sat at the bar. He blotted the rain off his face with his sleeve.
"Give the singer whatever she's having. Same with the lady down the bar."
"What happened out there?" the bartender said.
"Nothing. Who's running the action?"
"What action?" Cleet nodded toward the end of the bar. "Ain't nobody running it. It runs itself. Don't get your necktie in it, man. You'll have your face in the garbage grinder." Chapter 7. Cleet didn't tell me about it till Monday in my office. "Did Travis file charges?" I said.
"For what?" he said.
"Axel Devereaux putting a baton up his colon."
A guy with a sheet like his thinks he's going to get justice, he said.
I need to tell Helen about this.
I just saw Axel Devereaux outside. He looked right through me.
Get away from these guys, Cleet.
It wasn't me who started it.
He had a point. Cops like Devereaux were part of the system. We created and nurtured and protected them, always to our detriment and never learning from the experience. Where's Travis?
I win his bail.
So you think we've got a deputy who's a part-time pimp?
Who knows? We got black kids selling dope in front of their houses at 3:30 in the afternoon.
What's the name of the hooker?
I never asked. I bought her a few drinks.
He was wearing a loose suit and a crisp sports shirt without a tie. His eyes were smoky green, impossible to read, his face free of alcohol. I know what you're thinking, I said. Clean those thoughts out of your head.
Which thoughts?
Squaring things with Devereaux on your own.
I shouldn't have told you what Devereaux said about Bailey Ribbons, he said.
I'll take care of that through the proper procedure.
Proper procedure? Lovely. Do you know what my greatest fear is?
No clue, I said.
That one day you'll find out who you really are and shoot yourself.
After work, I drove in my pickup to the blues club on the bayou. The sun was low and red in the west. Dust drifted from the cane fields. I went inside and opened my badge holder on the bartender. I know who you are, he said. Cleet Purcell was in here Friday night, I said. There was a black woman sitting at the end of the bar. She had on a navy blue coat with big brass buttons. She followed him into the restroom. The bartender popped a counter rag idly in the air, looking down the bar at an empty stool. Yeah, I remember. What about her? What's her name? Hilary Bienville. She drinks in here, but that's all she does. How many nights a week does she come in? 4 or 5. Who's she come in with? I didn't notice. Who's she leave with? Same answer. Where does she live? Don't know exactly. You know who Axel Devereaux is? No, sir. The bartender began rinsing out a wash rag in the sink, his eyes lidded. A black woman with a slim figure and a tight black skirt and a green cowboy shirt with pearl snap buttons and glass Mardi Gras beads in her hair was tuning her guitar on the stage. Her hair hung in her face, but I had the feeling her gaze was on me rather than the tuning pegs. Axel Devereaux is a dirty cop, I said to the bartender. Why carry his weight? Way it is, sir. Lose the step and fetch it routine. He leaned toward me, his head round and slick and small for his big shoulders. I ain't got to take this. You're right. I placed my business card in front of him. I'll tell Devereaux you're a stand-up guy. I see you've got a mop and pail back there. That might make a great coat of arms. I went outside and got into my truck. But I didn't leave. The light began to go out of the sky, and birds were gathering inside the oaks along the bayou, the tree frogs singing. 15 minutes passed. Then the front door opened, and the woman in the cowboy shirt and Mardi Gras beads came out and popped a paper match and lit a cigarette in a holder and flipped the match away. She came to my window, smoke sliding from her lips. What's going on, darling? No haps? Girl you looking for gonna need some hap. You'll find her in a trailer court by the drawbridge in Johnnerette, right across from the big plantation house. Is she in danger? She dimed Axel Devereaux with your P.I. friend. Where'd you get the scar on your neck? I'm a Mississippi nigger. I got all kinds of stories. You're from New Orleans, I said. Don't put yourself down, beautiful. How you know I'm from New Orleans? You've got an accent like an angel. She slipped her fingernails into my hair. Come see me sometime when you ain't working. I can burn away your blues. I'm too green to burn, I said. She smiled, her gold-rimmed teeth glinting. You got a gree-gree on you, baby. Let Mama know when you need some help. She picked my hand up off the steering and tenderly bit my finger. I woke hard and throbbing in the morning, filled with all the desire and longing that old men never lose, no matter how dignified they may behave. The manifestation of that desire takes many forms, none of them predictable and none of them good. At 8:16 a.m., I followed Axel Devereaux into the department men's room. He wet his comb at the sink. I stood behind him but didn't speak. He tapped the water off his comb and put it into his shirt pocket, watching me in the mirror. You look a little out of joint. Somebody cross her legs on your nose, he said. I don't like to talk to a reflection. He turned slowly, his eyes meeting mine. His forearms were thick and solid, wrapped with monkey hair. Purcell been talking to you? I slapped him across the face. His skin was as coarse as emery paper. He stared at me unblinking, his face stark, as if someone had flashed a strobe on it in a dark room. I've known evil men, but I'd never seen any man's eyes look the way his did. There was a dirtiness in them that had no bottom. Speak disrespectfully about my partner again, and I'll hang you by your toes and cut your tongue out, I said. That's not a metaphor. His gaze slipped off mine and focused on empty space. Did you hear me? I said. He walked past me and out the door, causing 2 deputies to step aside, water dripping from his hair onto his shirt. I stood in the middle of the room, trembling with anger, my ears ringing. I washed my hands, trying to scrub the feel of his whiskers off my skin. At 5 p.m., I drove down Bayou Teche to Jeanneret, past Alice Plantation, built in 1803, with its palm trees and elevated wide gallery and twin chimneys, and past another plantation home surrounded by live oaks that were 2 centuries old. I crossed a drawbridge and turned into a trailer park that looked transported from Bangladesh. The manager of the park pointed to the trailer rented by Hilary Bienville. It was set on cinder blocks, the seams orange with rust, the floor sagging. I tapped on the door. A young black woman answered, hooking the screen door as soon as she saw my badge holder. What you want? I'm Dave Robichaud, a friend of Cleet Purcell. I'd like to talk with you. I'm fixing to eat. You tried to help out a worthless man named Travis LeBeau. Not everybody would do that, Miss Hillary. Who told you where I live? A lady who sings the blues. Somebody is after me? You know Axel Devereaux? I ain't saying nothing about Mr. Axel. But you know him? Everybody knows Axel Devereaux. I work homicide and felony assault, not vice, I said. I took a photo out of my wallet. It showed Cleet and me together at Gulfstream Park in Hallandale, Florida. Give me 5 minutes. She looked at my truck and studied my face, then stared at the other trailers and the clothes flapping on wash lines. She unhooked the screen. I got to get my dinner out of the micro. I stepped inside. The walls were covered with pages cut from movie magazines. Most of the actors in the photos were black. A large green bottle of bulk wine stood on her kitchen table. She removed the frozen dinner from the microwave and set it on a placemat. I got a baby to feed before my grandmama come over, she said. Make it fast, okay? How many nights do you work? 6. Don't work Sundays. Sunday ain't never good in my business. You're a better person than you think, I said. Try to pay your bills with that. If you're lucky, the pimp who owns you takes only 35%. He pieces off another 20% to Axel. Once in a while, your pimp runs a Murphy scam on a guy and you make a little more. Does that sound like a reasonable way to make a living? It's better than scrubbing a floor for a white man that spits on it. She peeled the plastic off her dinner, indifferent to the heat, her eyes starting to film. The nuns at Southern Mutual Help can get you a new start, I said. She didn't reply. She bowed her head and began taking small bites. She wiped her nose with her wrist. I got a roll of paper towels off the drain board and set it beside her. "It sounds like your baby is up." She set down her fork. "She needs changing." "I'll do it." I went into a tiny side room where a baby of about 9 or 10 months lay on her side in a crib. I removed the dirty diaper and wiped her down and replaced it with a clean one. She looked curiously into my face and smiled when I rattled a toy and put it in her hand. A piece of red twine with an 8-point cross on it, stamped from brass, was knotted around her ankle. I went back into the kitchen and sat down at the table without being asked. "That's a sweet baby." "Thank you." "Where'd you get that charm on her ankle?" "Mine to know." "Don't put it on a child's neck." "I ain't going to do something like that." "You believe in the gree-gree?" I asked. "I seen dead people. They got hungry eyes. It's 'cause they can't eat or drink till they get inside someone and do it through them." "You see these dead people at night?" I said. "In the daylight, standing right next to me in the grocery store. A lot of people ain't what they look like. There's a second person inside them." She did not speak like an ignorant person or even one who was superstitious, and for that reason she really bothered me. She looked through the window. "There's my grandmama." "The charm is called the Maltese Cross. You won't tell me where you got it?" "A bubble gum machine," she said. "Who's your pimp, Miss Hillary?" "Like I'm going to tell you?" "Here's my business card. If you want to get out of the life, call me. Don't let Axel push you around. He's a bully and a coward." "So how come he's a deputy sheriff?" Helen called me into her office the next afternoon. "Somebody poisoned Sean McLean's pets." "When?" I said. "He fed them last night. This morning they were dead. Whoever did it wanted to get both the cat and the dog. There was butcher paper with ground meat in the kennel and a sardine can on the grass." "Did Sean have trouble with his neighbors?" "Sean doesn't have trouble with anyone, except for a couple of wiseasses in the department." "Axel Devereaux is one of those wiseasses?" "Devereaux knows you're protective of Sean." "It goes deeper than that," I said. "Sean slammed Devereaux in the head with a napkin dispenser at Victor's." "I didn't know that." "It doesn't matter. Devereaux shouldn't be a member of the department." "When I fire him arbitrarily, you can handle the lawsuit," she said. "I think he may be working with a pimp." "Which pimp?" "I don't know," I said. "I talked to a black prostitute in Jeanneret. She wouldn't give him up." "Do we have anything more on the escaped convict from Texas?" "No. Why?" "The prostitute is named Hillary Bienville. Her baby had a Maltese cross tied on her ankle. It was an icon worn by Crusader knights." "What's the connection?" "Lucinda Arsenault had a chain on one ankle. The metal on it had been pulled off." "I got that. What's the connection with Hugo Tillinger?" "I don't know, Helen. I'm lost. From everything we hear, Tillinger's head is full of superstition and general craziness. Do you know how many people in southern Louisiana wear a charm or religious metal on their body, including you?" We had reached a point where we were taking out our anger on each other, which in a police investigation almost always signals a dead end in the making. "I'll talk to Sean," I said. "Here's the rest of it. When Devereaux passed him in the corridor this morning, he went bow wow and meow meow." That night, the weather was hot and dry, the end of summer floating like ash on the wind. The sky flickered with heat lightning, like flashes of artillery that began on the horizon and spread silently through the clouds. A drunk plowed into a power pole and knocked out the electricity on East Main, and the 3 air conditioning units in my house made a groaning sound and died like sick animals. I took a jar of lemonade from the icebox and rolled it on my face, then sat in my chair on the bayou and drank the lemonade and watched the stars fall out of the sky. The phone was ringing, and the message light blinking when I came back inside. It was 2:13 a.m. "Where have you been?" Helen said. "Outside." "Need you on Old Generette Road," Helen said, "between Alice Plantation and the drawbridge. Hang on, I've got to get a news photographer out of here." The location made my stomach flip-flop. It was a short distance from the trailer of Hilary Bienville. Helen came back on the line. "We've got a body, or what's left of it. Haul ass, will you?" "Man or woman?" "Good question," she replied. Chapter 8. The most surreal aspect of the scene was the juxtaposition of the antebellum plantation homes on the road, the carriage lamps glowing like candles on a wedding cake, and the drag on the asphalt. It began by the LSU experimental farm and continued in a wet serpentine line almost to the drawbridge, a journey of about half a mile. That was where the vehicle stopped and someone cut the rope that had been cinched around the victim's neck. He lay in the weeds on his side, his eyes open, clotted with blood. Most of his face and hair had been sanded off. His teeth and shoes were gone, his jaw broken. His legs looked like bloody sticks clothed in rags. Emergency vehicles, their flashers rippling, lined the road. "There's no ID on him," Helen said. "His name is Travis LeBeau," I said. "Cleet snitch?" "Just a bumbling, hapless guy." She shined her light on a green teardrop that still remained on the skin. "He was in the AB?" "Until they sold him to the Black Guerrilla family." "I can't believe we've got these guys here," she said. "Wasn't it the AB that dragged a black man in Texas about 20 years back?" "They had white supremacist tats. Maybe they were AB, maybe not. This isn't racial." "Yeah, but it's them." I walked with the flashlight down the trail of blood and skin. The moon had come from behind the clouds and lit the bayou and the cattails and canebrakes in the shallows. There was blood at the base of 2 oak trees that grew by the road. I hoped LeBeau had been knocked unconscious when he struck them. I clicked off my flashlight and walked back to where Helen was standing. "You don't look good," she said. "Not enough sleep." "Right." "LeBeau tried to sell me information so he could score or get out of town," I said. "I blew him off." "You didn't trust his information?" "No." "So what were you supposed to do, give him the money anyway? Put the cork in it, Pops." I clicked on my light again and shone it in LeBeau's mouth. "I don't think his teeth were broken on the road." She stared at me. "The roots are gone," I said. "I think his teeth were pulled before he was dragged." I ached for a drink. I think Helen did too. Wonder why cops bring the job home or to a bar? It's no mystery. We had no leads. Travis LeBeau had been staying at a men's shelter in Lafayette. No one there remembered seeing him the day of his death. He was a loner, had no family or friends, and took little interest in the other men at the shelter. We put his mugshots in local newspapers and on television and asked anyone with information about him to call the department. On Friday, I got a call from a bartender in North Lafayette named Skip Dubisson. At one time, he'd been a pitcher in the St. Louis Cardinals farm system, but he'd lost an arm in Iraq and now worked at a low-bottom bar in Lafayette's old unofficial red light district north of Four Corners. "I'm pretty sure your guy was in here, Dave, the one whose picture you put on TV." "Travis LeBeau?" I said. He didn't give his name, but yeah, same guy, a week ago. He wanted to set up a tab. I think he wanted to get laid, too. "Did he come in with anyone? Make any friends, female or otherwise?" "I didn't pay that much attention," he said. "My regulars keep me busy, know what I mean?" "You've had some bad dudes in?" I asked. "Are you kidding? The Aryan Brotherhood?" "Who knows? Everybody's got sleeves these days, all blue. Wrists to the pits, lots of swastikas. Race baiting is back in style. This isn't about race. In this place, everything is about race, he said. I drove to Lafayette in my pickup rather than a cruiser and parked in front of the club. It was a wretched place on a back street, the parking lot full of flattened beer cans, the trash barrels overflowing and crawling with flies. I went inside and stood at the bar. Skip saw me from the far end and poured a Dr. Pepper in a glass packed with ice and dropped 2 cherries and an orange slice into it and set the glass on a napkin in front of me. His upper left arm was fitted with a prosthesis. The IED that took his arm had also disfigured the side of his face, puckering the tissue like a heat burn on a lampshade. But he was still a handsome man, as though defined by an internal radiance rather than his wounds. I'd never once heard him complain or even make mention of his war experience. "How's business in New Iberia?" he asked. "Just the usual effluent. Want to check out some of our clientele?" My iPhone was loaded with mugshots of outlaw bikers and members of the Klan, Christian Identity, Aryan Nations, the American Nazi Party, and the AB. I watched as Skip scanned through them. "Is it coincidence that all these guys look stupid?" he said. "That's a prerequisite." He shook his head. "No, I've never seen any of them." "You said LeBeau wanted to get laid." He was definitely the guy hanging on to a couple of soiled doves. "Can I talk to them?" He scratched his face with his prosthetic hand. "I don't remember which ones he talked to, Dave. He was drunk and didn't have any money. I felt sorry for him." "He didn't have trouble with anyone?" "No. What was he inside for?" "Manslaughter knocked down from first-degree homicide." "He was actually dragged behind a car?" "Somebody pulled his teeth first." "Jesus. I thought Iraq was bad. Sorry I couldn't be more help. You want another Dr. Pepper?" "There are 2 more photos I'd like you to look at." I clicked on the unshaved front view and side view mugshots of a man in prison whites that I had gotten from the Texas Department of Criminal Justice. "Yeah, he was in here," Skip said. "A nice-looking guy. A little edgy. He wasn't shopping for the trade. I wondered what he was doing here. He drank soda pop." "That's Hugo Tillinger. He's an escapee from the Texas penal system. You sure he was here?" "Yeah, last week." "Was he with Travis LeBeau?" Skip looked into space, then back at me. Someone was tapping on the bar for another drink. Skip served him and came back. "I remember him because he sat alone at the end of the bar and ordered a soft drink. When a working girl came on to him, he was polite but not interested. In a dump like this, it's trick, trade, or travel. It puts me in a bad spot sometimes, telling people to beat it." "You told Tillinger to leave?" "I let him slide. He seemed like a nice guy. That attitude gets me in trouble with the boss." "Think hard. Did you see him talking to LeBeau?" "Yeah, maybe. I can't be sure." He closed and opened his eyes. "It seemed like they knew each other." "Did Tillinger leave with anyone?" "I don't know." I was about to give up. "But he said something weird." "Like what?" "You ought to be in the movies." I said, "You wising off?" He said I had him wrong, that he had some movie connections with people who got Hurricane Carter out of jail. He said I was photogenic. I told him to get his eyes examined. "That's Tillinger. That's our guy." "What was he in for?" "Burning his wife and daughter to death." Skip blew out his breath. He poured the remainder of the Dr. Pepper can into my glass. "You know what's the most depressing aspect of my job?" "No." "Cleaning the bathroom at 2 a.m. and thinking about the people who were in there," he said. "Ever have that feeling?" "Every day," I thought, but I didn't say it. I went back to the department. On the way to my office, I passed Axel Devereaux in the corridor. He looked through me. When a guy like Devereaux looks through you, you'd better watch your ass. "Axel?" He turned around. "Want to meet somewhere and talk this out?" I said. Talk it out. I feel like ripping your face off. Because I hit you? No, because you're a goddamn liar. I lied about what? Me killing Sean McLean's pets. You spread it around. You mocked him, I said. You imitated the sounds of his cat and dog. Whoever told you that is a liar just like you. At my age, I don't have a lot to lose, Axel. Know what I mean? You'll see me coming, asshole. I ain't a sneak that goes around bad-mouthing people. Unless you are familiar with the nature of southern white trash, you will not understand the following. They are a genetically produced breed whose commonality is a state of mind and not related to the social class to which they belong. Economics has nothing to do with their origins or their behavior. You cannot change them. They glory in violence and cruelty and brag on their ignorance and would have no problem manning the ovens at Auschwitz. That's not hyperbole. When I looked into Axel's eyes, I knew my slap across his face had been a slap across his soul, and one day I would pay for it. You dealt the play when you disrespected my partner, I said, but I shouldn't have struck you. For that I apologize. That also means I'm done. He put a toothpick in his mouth, then removed and stared at it, a glint in his eye. So, you got no problem. I walked away, then glanced back at him before entering my office. He was still standing in the corridor, by himself, silhouetted against a window like a black cutout without features or humanity. I had 3 open homicide files on my desk. Lucinda Arsenault floated out to sea on a cross. Joe Molinari hanged in a shrimp net from a tree. And Travis LeBeau tortured and dragged to death. In terms of forensic evidence, we had nothing that would necessarily connect one case to the other. But the histrionic nature of each homicide couldn't be denied. There were also threads that seemed to overlap. The man Lucinda Arsenault tried to get off death row had broken out of a prison hospital and come here rather than a large urban area where he could hide more conveniently. He'd also gone out of his way to tell a bartender he knew people connected to the film industry. The man who had befriended him, Travis LeBeau, had ended up dead. But where did Joe Molinari fit in? His life had been lived almost invisibly. Had he been selected randomly by a lunatic and posed to represent the hanged man in the tarot? Or had Bailey Ribbons and I let our imaginations go unchecked? Normally, the motivation in any premeditated homicide involves sex or money or power or any combination of the 3. The similarity in the Arsenault and Molinari homicides was the lack of motivation and the possibility of religious fanaticism bordering on madness. The horrible death of Travis LeBeau may have been simply a revenge killing by the AB, but the fact remained that his friend was the escaped convict Hugo Tillinger, and Tillinger was a friend of Lucinda Arsenault's. Tillinger had known both people, and now both were dead. Tillinger was the only lead we had. Skip, my bartender friend, had said Tillinger was a nice guy. A jury in Texas had thought otherwise. But what did we actually know about him? He may or may not have killed his family. He was argumentative and had inflexible moral attitudes. He had probably broken into 3 fishing camps but had taken little of value and seemed to have no record of dishonesty. Skip had said he didn't belong in a bar that was 1 cut above a hot pillow joint. A Texas gun bull had called him a lying son of a bitch you shouldn't turn your back on. All of which added up to take your choice. That evening I went home late and stood at the back of my property and threw moldy pecans into the current and watched them sink out of sight. Snug sat by my foot sniffing the breeze, his tail draped over my loafer. I heard Alifair walk up behind me. "What's going on, big guy?" 86 to big guy stuff, please. "I signed on with Desmond's group," she said. "I might be going out to Arizona." Sorry, what? I'm going to do the rewrite on the script. I'm also going to have a small acting role. That's good, I said. I'll be flying out to the location with Lou next week. Lou Wexler? Yeah, she said. What about it? He's old. He's older than I am. That doesn't mean he's old. It's your life, Alf. Why do you have to say that, Dave? I don't trust these guys. When they get what they want, they're gone, every time, without exception. So I should stay away from the movie business? How about publishing? Should I stay away from publishing houses? I arced a pecan into the middle of the bayou. I'm at a dead end on 3 homicides. One thing I'm sure of, however. Antoine Butterworth is mixed up in them. I think you're wrong, she said. Besides, Lou hates his guts. Why do you call this guy by his first name? It's what people do when they know each other. I don't mean in the biblical sense either. You think Desmond is corrupt? No, I said. Then maybe you won't mind that he wants to cast Bailey ribbons. That's her business. I threw a pecan into the bayou. You have feelings for her? Cut it out, Alifair. When are you leaving? Tuesday. Lou has a private plane. Have a good trip. I picked up Snugs and put him on my shoulder and walked back to the house and opened a can of cat food for him and fed him on the step. Monty Coon was nowhere in sight. Then I washed my hands in the sink and went out the front door without saying goodbye or telling Alifair where I was going. I walked down East Main in the twilight, under the canopy of live oaks, past the city library, counting cadence in my head, and went inside the Little River Inn and sat at a table at the back of the dining room, my mind filled with thoughts and desires that boded well for no one. Chapter 9. You eating tonight, Dave? The waiter asked. What do you have that's cold? I said. Iced tea? What else have you got? Whatever you want, he replied. You have French vanilla ice cream? Sure. Want anything on it? I gazed out the window, a fleeting tick in my eye. What do you have? Creme de menthe, brandy and chocolate, plain chocolate, butterscotch. There was an oak tree wrapped with tiny white lights in the backyard. The sky was purple, a sliver of moon hanging by the evening star. I don't want anything, I said. Maybe I'll just sit here a minute. You got it, Dave, he said. Let me know if you need anything. After the waiter was gone, I went to the restroom, then out the door. I kept walking through town, past the shadows, and across the drawbridge at Burke Street, and on up Lauraville Road to an Acadian-style cottage that sat on a 1-acre green lot on the bayou. All the lights were on. I twisted the bell. Why, Dave, come in, Bailey said when she answered. She was dressed in sandals and stonewashed jeans and a shirt printed with faded flowers. I stepped inside. Where's your truck? She said. I was out for a walk. On Lauraville Road. The living room was immaculate. I could smell food on a stove. I'm sorry if I caught you at supper. No, join me. I've already eaten. I'll take just a few minutes. Come in the kitchen. Is something wrong? I was talking with my daughter this evening. She pointed at a chair by the table. The kitchen was bright and clean, every surface wiped down. Through the window, I could see the long green sweep on the yard and the shadows of the trees on the grass and the reflection of lights on the bayou. My body felt strange, my skin dead, my ears humming. I did not know why I was there. My legs were turning to rubber. I sat down. Yes, she said. Desmond Cormier wants to cast you in his film, even though he knows you're investigating a homicide that might involve people he works with. He hasn't said anything to me about it. I'm sorry for breaking in on you like this. She put a sandwich and 2 scoops of potato salad on her plate, then set a pitcher of iced tea and 2 glasses on the table. Will you please tell me what's bothering you?
There are 2 or 3 bad guys in the department, I replied. One of them is Axel Devereaux.
What about him?
He's a misogynist.
You think I care about a man like that?
He may have poisoned Sean McLean's animals. Ugh, she said.
Is somebody going to do something about that?
There's no proof.
Every thought in that man's brain is on his face. What's he doing in the department anyway?
From what I gather, you grew up in a traditional neighborhood in New Orleans, Bailey, I said.
I'm not making the connection.
In Vietnam, we used to say, it's Nam. Same thing here. This is Louisiana. That means we're everybody's punch. Wars of enormous consequence are fought in places nobody cares about.
You don't have to protect me, Dave, or patronize me.
I believe you. I'd better be going.
She looked at her food. She hadn't touched it. How long has your wife been gone?
3 years.
A car accident?
I'd call it a homicide. Why do you ask?
My husband died when he was only 25, she said. He was in Iraq, but he had to come home to get killed. I know what it's like to lose someone and be alone.
I'm not alone.
Don't pretend, she said.
Desmond is right. You look like the actress who played Clementine in the Henry Fonda movie.
I guess I'll have to see it sometime.
Stay away from those guys, Bailey. They're sons of bitches.
I'll try to watch out for myself.
I didn't know if she was being ironic or trying to be polite. I half filled my glass with tea and drank it down. I'll see you Monday morning.
Come by any time. Can I drive you home?
No. I didn't want to leave. I wanted to be decades younger. I wanted to be everything except what I was. Unfortunately, at a certain age, wanting something you can't be or wanting what you can't have can become a way of life. When I got home, Alifair and Lou Wexler were sitting in rocking chairs on the gallery.
"Where have you been?"
Alifair said. "I took a walk."
"How about telling me next time?" she said.
"How do you do, Mr. Robichaux?"
Wexler said.
"I'm solid. How about you?" "It's a lovely night," he said. "Y'all are going to Arizona on Tuesday?" I said.
"Yes, sir," he replied, rocking back and forth.
"In your private plane?"
"Actually, I rent it," he said. "I get a corporate break."
"Is that how it works?" I said. "I think I'll incorporate my pickup truck."
"Come in and let's have some pecan pie, Dave," Alifair said.
"I have to make a call on a bartender I insulted."
"You did what?" she said.
"A black guy who bartends at that blues joint on the bayou," I said. "I told him he should adopt a mop and pail as his coat of arms."
"You didn't,"
Alifair said. "I was in a bad mood."
"Don't go there," she said.
"I won't be long."
She got up from the chair. It rocked weightlessly behind her. "Please."
"You worry too much," I said.
"Can we go along?" Wexler said.
"No need. They cater to a rough trade," I said. "You know how Louisiana is." "Try a couple of ports in West Africa," he said. "That's right. You and Butterworth were mercenaries," I said.
"I was a security contractor. Butterworth was a degenerate fop."
"You like war, Mr. Wexler?"
"No, I hate it. I also bloody well hate those who profit from it."
"Security contractors don't," I said.
"With respect, sir, we saved the lives of thousands who would have been massacred in their villages."
"That's a noble endeavor," I said. "Top of the evening to you." I got into my truck and fired up the engine. Alifair walked to my window.
The belt on the fan was squealing, the gear shift knob throbbing in my palm. Wexler remained on the gallery. "You either end this attitude or I won't be back," she said to me. "Security contractor my ass," I said. "I mean it, Dave." My heart was a lump of ice. I drove to the blues bar on the bayou. The night was sliding into the hours when the psychological metabolism in certain people shifts into reverse and the worst in them comes out and they feed fires that warp and reconfigure who they are. The sky was black, the air dry and full of dust, the parking lot lined with gas guzzlers. A man and woman were arguing by the entrance. The woman hit him and stormed away. He grinned at her, grabbed his package, and said, "Bite!" I went inside and sat in the shadows at the end of the bar. The singer who called herself a Mississippi nigger was playing an instrumental with two Creole men who wore pork pie hats and firehouse suspenders and puff-sleeved pink dress shirts that looked as fresh as roses. My bartender friend with the waxed mahogany knob for a head drummed his fingers in front of me. "What'll it be, Chief?" "I look like I have feathers in my hair," I said. "Same question. You want some ribs? You want a beer? What do you want?" I made a crack about a mop and pail and step and fetch it. I was all busted up about that. "I apologize. I ain't got all night. Give me a Diet Dr. Pepper." "This ain't a soda fountain." "Give me a Dr. Pepper and give the lady on the bandstand whatever she's having." "She drinks double scotches and milk." "Then give her that. One other thing." "What?" "Has Hilary Bienville been in?" "The working girl? I hear she not taking any friction. Get my meaning?" "What's your name?" "Lloyd." "You're a charmer, Lloyd." "You need to see a psychiatrist, man." "You're probably right. Give me a plate of ribs and dirty rice," I said, pushing a 20 at him. 10 minutes later, the singer with the scar like a snake wrapped around her neck sat down next to me, the double scotch in one hand, a glass of milk in the other. She wore a black skirt and a cowboy vest and a brocaded maroon shirt and enough jewelry to rattle. She sipped from the scotch, her eyes fixed on me. "Thanks, baby. Where you been?" "Hanging around." She touched my can of Dr. Pepper. "You drink that?" "That's what I'm drinking tonight." "You go to meetings?" "For quite a while. I'm not a good example, though. Church and all that jazz. I figure it beats blowing my brains out." "What are you doing in here, baby?" "I need to know who Hilary Bienville's manager is." "Ask her." "She doesn't want acid in her face." "Don't be shopping around for information ain't nobody gonna give you," she said. "You never told me your name." "Bella." "Bella what?" "Delahousie." "That's a pretty name." She rattled her jewelry. "Know what that sound is?" I shook my head. "Same sound you make when you walk," she said. "You dragging a chain, honey bunny. Just like me." "You read minds?" "I can read yours." "I owe a debt to some people who have no voice," I said. "That's because they're in the cemetery or buried in a body bag in a rainforest on the other side of the world. You won't do them no good by joining them." I pushed my plate toward her. "Want some ribs?" "You think you're too old?" "Old for what?" "Me. My wife was killed in a car wreck 3 years ago. I spend most of my time alone." She looked into space. "The dead don't care. The world is for the living. You got to take your shot." "That's one way of looking at it," I said. She poured her scotch into her milk. It swirled like caramel against the glass. She drank the glass empty, her eyes closed, the lids covered with blue eyeshadow. She got up from the bar stool. I get off at 2. Hang around. You don't know me. I could be a dangerous man. But you ain't. As I went out the door, I heard her singing a song written by Big Mama Thornton and made famous by Janis Joplin. It was one of despair and loss and unrelieved misery, one that maybe only a black woman of Thornton's era could adequately understand. The song was Ball and Chain. At 2 a.m., I pulled up to the side door of the club. Bella Delahousie stared at me in the headlights, then got in and closed the door without speaking. "Where's your guitar?" I asked. "Locked up." "What's that you got?" "A bouquet and a box of chocolates." "Everything is closed." "Not Walmart." I started the engine. "Where do you live?" "In St. Martinville." "First I want to take you somewhere else," I said. "I ain't choicey, except about my men." She touched my thigh. I drove to a cemetery in St. Martin Parish, not far from a large lake and a wetlands area that bled into the Atchafalaya swamp. The moon was down, the sky black and swirling with dust from the fields. Oddly, the lake glowed with a luminosity that seemed to radiate from beneath the water. When I was a child, we believed the loup-garou lived under the lake and was responsible for the disappearance of both animals and people. I cut the engine and took a second bouquet from behind the seat and walked to the passenger side of the truck and opened Bella's door. "What are we doing?" she said. "Need to show you something." She stepped onto the ground, a little off balance. I fitted my hand around her upper arm. I could feel the muscle twitch, see a glint of fear in the corner of her eye. She pulled away from me. I took a pin light from my pocket and clicked it on. "That yonder is my wife's crypt." "Why are you showing it to me?" "Her name was Molly. She was a Maryknoll nun in El Salvador and Guatemala. Friends of hers were murdered there. Our government abandoned them, even covered up for their killers." "Why are you telling me this?" "I want you to understand what I mean when I say I owe the dead a debt. My wife spent her life helping others. A bad man T-boned her with his truck at high speed. There were no witnesses. The bad man put the blame on her and got away with it. He's dead now. I didn't kill him, but I wanted to." Bella pushed her hair into a curl behind her neck. Her eyes were elongated, more like an Asian's than a black woman's. They seemed to take on a wet sheen like the darkness in the lake. "I don't want to be disrespectful, hun, but I ain't up for this kind of gig." I walked to the crypt and squatted and placed the flowers in a vase by the nameplate. I stood up, my back creaking. "I lost another wife to men who killed her rather than me. Her name was Annie. For the rest of my life, I have to find justice for Molly and Annie. I've killed several men as a result. I'm glad I did, and I think the world is a better place for it. In the nocturnal hours, I sometimes want to kill more men. That's how I feel tonight. But in the morning, I won't feel that way." "Ain't you figured it out yet? I'm into life. I'm the kind of people you hate." "No, you're not. You're an artist." "You learn the blues at the crossroads, darling. There ain't no going back once you've been there." "Don't let anyone sell you that crap, Bella. Who's Hillary Bienville's pimp?" "The pimp is a middleman. Hillary don't have no middleman. Just a piece of trash with a badge looking out for her." "Axel Devereaux?" "Wasn't me said it," she replied. "Take me home, please. I don't sing the blues. I live them. Ain't shooting you a line, darling." We arrived at her small house in St. Martinville just as a thunder shower blew through town and clattered like hail on my truck. I put a raincoat over our heads and ran with her to the door, then said good night and drove back to New Iberia. Chapter 10. I slept late on Saturday morning and woke to birdsong and sunshine in the trees. Alifair was gone and had not left a note. Snuggs was sitting on the back steps, his white coat smudged with mud, a cut like a 3-inch piece of red string threaded through his fur. I wiped him off with paper towels and dressed his wound and took him inside and fed him on the floor. The cut was jagged, as if he'd hooked himself going over a chain-link fence. "You okay, old fella?" I said, stroking his head. I went outside and looked for Monty Coon. There was no sign of him. I called Crete and told him of my conversation with Bella Delahousie the previous night and my worries about my animals.
"Axel Devereaux is shaking down local hookers?" he said.
"On one level or another. Maybe they're just hauling his ashes."
"You think he hurt your coon?"
"He probably killed Sean McLean's pets."
"Everyone thinks that?"
"That's right."
"And he'd do the same to yours when he'd be the first guy people would suspect?"
"He's a sociopath and a sadist," I said. "He can't change what he is. If he's not cruel to an animal, he'll be cruel to a person."
"How about if I break his wheels?"
"That's out."
"You called me, Dave."
"Sorry I did."
"What the hell is the matter with you?" he said.
"I'm like you. I want to do it the old-time way, but we can't."
"Speak for yourself," he said.
He hung up. I called him back. "I apologize."
"Quit tormenting yourself, big mun. We handle the action. They deal the play, we scramble their eggs."
Wish it worked that way, I thought, but I didn't try to argue. On Monday, my office phone rang at 8:06 a.m. "Detective Robichaud speaking," I said. "I tried to get you all weekend," the man's voice said. "Nobody would give me your number." "That's because it's unlisted," I said. "Who is this?" "Never mind who I am. You're the guy working the Travis LeBeau homicide, right?" "I'm one of them." "You figure the AB did it?" "You need to tell me who you are, partner." "No, you need to listen. Maybe the AB caught up to Travis. Maybe not. Or maybe some of your own people did it." I punched in Helen's number on my cell phone and placed the phone on my desk so she could overhear my conversation with the man as soon as she picked up. "Am I talking to Mr. Tillinger?" I asked. "Call me Hugo. You know my history, right? The fire, the trial, me busting out of that hospital?" "Yes, sir." "I didn't kill either my daughter or my wife. I wouldn't harm a woman or a child under any circumstance." "Why'd you come here?" "To find Miss Lucinda. To ask her for money so I didn't have to steal it and get as much gone from here as I can." "Who killed her?" "That's why I called. I aim to get those who done it." "We don't have any leads," I said. "Maybe I can establish a back channel with you." "Yeah, in a heartbeat. Who do you think you're talking to?" "A guy who's con-wise. A fella who perhaps went down on a bad beef." There was a brief silence. "Did Miss Lucinda suffer?" "She wasn't tortured or violated, if that's what you mean." "But she suffered?" "She was injected with heroin. Maybe she just went to sleep." "But she suffered just the same, didn't she?" "You know the answer to that," I said. "Who's the last person she saw?" "We asked the questions," I said. "It's done a lot of good, hadn't it?" "She was supposed to get on a flight from Lafayette to Los Angeles. She never boarded the plane." Again the line went silent. "Did she talk to you about movie people?" I asked. "She just said they'd help me." "Which people in particular?" "She didn't say. There was one local name she gave me, though. A bad cop. He runs whores and such." "What does the dirty cop have to do with getting you off death row?" "Nothing. Miss Lucinda said she wanted to put him out of business because he preyed on black women. You recording this? What do you think? I asked. I think y'all can't find your asses with both hands. It's been good talking to you. I'm fixing to make a statement. The kind of guy will remember. Get my drift? No, I don't. I think talking to you is a waste of time. I hung up and waited. 5 minutes later, he called back. She left the airport with somebody she knew and trusted. Somebody who was more important to her than the catering people or the boyfriend waiting to pick her up in Hollywood, he said. I'm right, aren't I? You're an intelligent man. I'm a dead man walking, and we both know it, he said. You know what the upside of that is? You've got nothing to lose. See, you're a smart son of a buck yourself. An escapee from death row who didn't use coarse language? This case was getting muddier by the day. At daybreak on Tuesday, Lou Wexler arrived in his Lamborghini to take Alifair to the private jet that would deliver them to Monument Valley, Arizona in time for a late lunch. She gave me a card with the name and number and email address of the hotel where she would be staying. I asked her to step aside for a moment. What is it? She said. I have to ask you something of a personal nature. I don't want to offend you. She searched my face. Don't say it, Dave. I have to. Please don't do this. Do you have a single room? You have no right to ask me that. I don't care. I'm your father. I don't trust any of these guys. That's obvious. Goodbye. I'll call you when we get there, Dave. You really know how to do it. As they backed out in the street, Wexler lifted his hat in a salute. I squinted one eye and cocked my thumb and aimed my index finger at him. Axel Devereaux didn't show up for the 0800 roll call. Instead, he called Helen from his home. She walked down to my office and opened the door without knocking. Get Bailey and go over to Devereaux's place. Somebody creeped his house. You want us to investigate a B&E? It sounds like it's more than a B&E, she said. Maybe justice is finally catching up with this asshole. Bailey checked out a cruiser, and the two of us rode up the bayou to the drawbridge south of Lauraville, where Axel lived by himself in a smudged stucco house with styrofoam litter and car parts and 2 boats and stacks of crab traps in the yard. He met us at the door in a rage. Calm down, I said. Look at my place. He did it in my sleep, he said. Who did? I said, stepping inside. The exterminator, he said. Which exterminator? I asked. A freelancer, Axel said. He was going from door to door yesterday. You don't use a regular service? Bailey said. So far he had not acknowledged her presence. I take care of the termites myself. The guy gave me a deal. How do you know the exterminator is the vandal? She said. I keep a spare set of keys on a dresser, Axel said. I didn't notice they were missing until this morning. Nobody else has been in here except me. The living room was a masterpiece of destruction, one that had obviously been accomplished with silent perfection. The couch and chairs had been sliced, perhaps with an X-Acto knife or a barber's razor, the stuffing pulled out, the cheap decorative prints on the walls and the photos on the mantel slashed and pulled from the frames, the carpets and wood floor layered with paint. In the kitchen and bathroom, the intruder or intruders had poured concrete mix down the drains and oil sludge and glue in the appliances. A deer rifle and a shotgun and a German Luger had been taken from a closet, $500 from a desk drawer, a gold watch, and a Derringer from a jewelry box. Bailey peered out the window at the backyard. A new electric blue Ford pickup was parked by a tin boat shed. She went out the screen door. Where's she going? Axel said. Obviously to look around. You want us here or not? What's with you, Robichaux? I never had a beef with you. You've got a beef with the world, Axel. What was the exterminator's name? I didn't get it. He's an exterminator. You didn't look at his license or proof of insurance? Crawling under the house and spraying poison on Formosan termites doesn't take a college degree. You didn't hear anything during the night while he was demolishing your house? I had a couple of drinks. Somebody left a bottle of Dewar's on the gallery. That didn't seem odd to you? I asked. People leave me gifts? For doing what? For helping them, he replied. For doing my job. What did the exterminator look like? White, medium height, stocky, black curly hair, unshaved. From around here? Texas or Mississippi? What kind of vehicle did he drive? An SUV, lot of mud on a Louisiana tag. Remember the number? I didn't pay it in mind. I didn't have any reason to. Quit dancing around the problem, Axel. You hired an illegal sprayer. Oh, I'll live in remorse over that. He bent down to see under the window shade. What's that bitch doing? You call her that again and I'll take your head off. Try it, either here or anywhere else. He pointed at his cheek. I haven't forgotten what you did in the restroom. That one isn't going away. I closed my notebook and clicked on a photo in my iPhone. You recognize this guy? That's him, the exterminator. That's Hugo Tillinger. The escapee? Why's he after me? Did you know Lucinda Arsenault? I saw her around, maybe. She was a do-gooder or something. Yeah, or something. Why would Tillinger come after you, Axel? Why does somebody get hit by lightning? Bailey came back through the door. You didn't check your truck? I looked out the window. It was all right. It's all right, isn't it? Sorry I have to tell you this, she said. You have 4 slashed tires. Your seats and headliner and door panels are slashed. There's an empty sugar sack by your gas cap. The ignition was on, but the engine had died. The hood is still warm. The engine must have run quite a while. The fuck? Axel said. She dropped the keys in his palm, releasing them high enough so her hand didn't touch his. She gazed at him silently, in a benign way, as if staring at a stranger in a casket. What's going on? He said. Why is this happening? Why am I getting treated like I'm the stink on shit? Tillinger had a reason for doing this, I said. You know what it is. Want to tell us? Get out of here, he said. Gladly, I said. What are you looking at? He said to Bailey. A sad man, she said. Get some help. Alifair called me from Arizona late that afternoon. You should see it here, she said. Beautiful, huh? I replied, a strange longing in my heart at the sound of my daughter's voice. I didn't mean to be hard on you this morning. Don't worry about it, I said. I have a way of saying all the wrong things at the wrong time. I have a single room. Lou is just a friend. You don't have to explain. Yes, I do. You want to protect me, but I'm fine. Give me some credit. Is Desmond out there? Yes. Why do you ask? He's decent to women. But the people he works with are not? I don't trust Butterworth, that's for sure. He's still at Cypremore Point. When will you be back? In a few days, probably. Dave, are you sure about Desmond? How do you mean? Sometimes he goes inside himself and doesn't come back for a while. He's probably a depressive, most artists are. I asked him about it, she said. Know what he said? Dead poets are always speaking to us. You better listen to them. If you don't, they get mad. I felt like someone had poured ice water on my back. Are you there? She said. The last person who said something like that to me was a prostitute who lives in that trailer slum by the Jeanneret drawbridge. That's not unusual in Acadiana. Her baby had a charm tied on her ankle. It was a Maltese cross. The mother wouldn't tell me where she got it. There was a tiny ankle chain on Lucinda Arsenault's body with a piece of silver wire attached. You're scaring me, Dave. Come on back home. I can't do that. I made a commitment. Why don't you come out? You'd love it here. It's like stepping into eternity. You were born to be a writer, Alfenheimer. I was on my cell phone in the backyard. I saw a gator slip under the hyacinths, its serrated tail slicing through the flowers and tendrils. I love you, Dave. You too, kid, I replied. I have to go now. I'll call in the morning. I said goodbye and closed my cell. I heard a sound in the oak limbs above me and felt a shower of leaves come down on my head, and I thought perhaps Monty Coon had returned. A hoot owl with an injured wing was caught in the branches. I got a ladder from my tool shed and climbed into the tree and brought him down and placed him in a cardboard box and called a friend in Lauraville who ran an animal sanctuary and would pick up the bird. Then I drove to the University of Louisiana in Lafayette, from which I had graduated in 1960 with a teacher's certificate and a degree in English. Chapter 11. I parked my pickup under the oaks by Burke Hawthorne Hall and walked to the library. The advantage of having a little knowledge about the classical world is that few other people do. The second advantage is your awareness that every problem facing us today has already occurred many times previously, and the behavior of the players is always predictable, and the consequences are always the same. It's a bit like going to the track with the names of the winners and losers in your pocket. Every literary plot is either in the Bible, Greek mythology, or Elizabethan theater. Hemingway said it was all right for an author to steal as long as he improved the material. I felt the same way about a homicide investigation. The externals were cosmetic. The motivations were not a mystery. Avarice, fear, sexual passion, revenge, a desire for power, rage that produced a chemical assault on the brain. This was the detritus floating in the gene pool. Read Charles Dickens' journalistic account of a public execution in London. It will make you want to flee humanity. I put my notebook and a yellow legal pad on a big table in the archive reading room and tried to give a degree of coherence to the events that had occurred since I first saw the body of Lucinda Arsenault bobbing in Weeks Bay. The apparent ritualistic hanging of Joe Molinari's fly-infested corpse in a shrimp net, a walking cane plunged through his chest, made no sense unless you linked his death to Arsenault's. In the meantime, Hugo Tillinger had become a serious presence in our midst. He now had weapons and money, courtesy of Axel Devereaux, and a cause to go with them, one involving prostitution. Hilary Bienville had tied a Maltese cross on her daughter's ankle with a piece of red twine, then claimed facetiously, I'm sure, that she had gotten it from a bubblegum machine. When I'd pressed her about it, she had said, "Mine to know," in a prideful fashion. In the library, I found 7 books that dealt specifically with Crusader knights. The Maltese cross was supposedly the sign of a late 16th century group, although it may have had earlier origins. No matter. It symbolized the ethos of the knight-errant who, with body armor and chain mail and spiked mace and broadsword, managed to synthesize the noblest aspects of Christianity with bloodlust. I stayed in the library until closing time, my eyes burning. At a certain time in your life, you accept the fact that lunacy comes in many forms. Is there a more disturbing sound than hobnailed boots striking a cobblestoned street in unison? Or our penchant for using ritual and procedure to give plausibility to the unthinkable? Baptized Christians ran the ovens in the camps. If we get scared enough, we can convince ourselves that snake and nape are selective, and that a scarlet cross painted on a shield can make acceptable the beheadings of Saracens on a scaffold in Jerusalem. I thanked the reference librarian for her help and walked back to my pickup. The campus was dark, the sky sprinkled with stars. When I reached my truck, I saw that a sheet of spiral notebook paper had been placed under my windshield wiper. The message was printed in ballpoint, each letter a composite of slashes. Dear Detective Robo Show, enjoyed talking to you on the phone. Hope you read the Bible. The following from Psalms is one of my favorite quotes. Arise, O Jehovah, save me, O my God, for thou hast smitten all mine enemies upon the cheekbone. Thou hast broken the teeth of the wicked. Your friend, H.T. I folded the note and placed it in my shirt pocket. I had a feeling Tillinger was watching me, but I gave him no indication. The moon was up, the shadows of flooded trees moving on the water of Cypress Lake by the old Student Center. I slipped my snub-nosed .38 Special from a snap-on belt holster and held it behind my hip. I walked down to the edge of the water. You out there, Hugo? There was no response. You shouldn't be bird-dogging me, partner, I said. I heard a splash. It could have been either a frog or someone throwing a dirt clod into the lake. Maybe we've got the same goal, I said. Nobody's worried about you creeping Axel Devereaux's house. The firearms are another matter. Maybe you'll beat death row in Texas. Don't blow it by getting into an assault beef in Louisiana. I thought I saw a silhouette merge with the corner of the Student Center, but I couldn't be sure. No sound came from the lakeside or the walkways. I got into my truck and started the engine. Then the words from the Book of Psalms came back to me, and I squeezed my eyes shut at their implication. I went into Helen's office early the next morning. The notice from Hugo Tillinger, she said. Who else? Look, I'm not exactly a biblical scholar. Run that quotation by me again. It refers to Jehovah breaking the teeth of the wicked. Her eyes were fastened on mine. Travis LeBeau, she said. His teeth were pulled out. Yep. LeBeau was Tillinger's friend. Maybe the quotation is coincidence, or maybe Tillinger is a real nightmare. I hope he's our guy, she said. I'd like to put all his craziness on one guy and shut him down. Except it's a whole lot more complicated, isn't it? To say the least, she replied. Just before you came in, I got a call from Desmond Cormier. He said he wants to cast Bailey Ribbons in his movie, but he doesn't want to cause her conflict. Then why does he create conflict? I said something similar. How's Bailey working out? Good. The best, I said. Really? Is that supposed to have a second meaning? I said. Nope. Just asking. She leaned back in her swivel chair, her eyes unfocused, her face wan. Some fun, huh, Bwana? While in New Iberia, Cleet Purcell lived on East Main at the Tesh Motel, a 1940s motor court with cottages on either side of a narrow strip of tree-shaded asphalt that dead-ended in an oak grove on the bayou. 2 or 3 evenings a week he cooked a pork roast or a chicken on a grill under the oaks and shared it with anyone who wanted to sit down with him. Late Wednesday afternoon, a smoking gas guzzler gnarled with dents made its way down to the last cottage on the asphalt. Hilary Bienville got out and knocked on the cottage door. I'm over here, Cleet said. She twitched at the sound of his voice. Can I talk with you? Yeah, who told you where I live? She walked toward him. She wore jeans and sandals and a man's khaki shirt tied at the waist. The bartender at the club. What happened to your face? Tripped on the stairs. You live in a trailer. Tripped somewhere else.
Who did that to you? He said.
Ain't important.
You went to the hospital?
I don't mess with them emergency room people.
Axel Devereaux beat you up?
I'm scared, Mr. Cleet.
I'm not a mister. Answer me.
I don't care about Axel. I'm here about somebody else. What he's doing to me, she pointed at her head. Inside here. Cleet opened the top on his grill and let a cloud of white smoke rise into the trees. He pulled a long neck from a tub full of half-melted ice and twisted the cap off and set it on the picnic table.
Sit down. I'm going to fix you a sandwich. Dave Robichaux told me he went to see you. Why don't you talk to him?
He's a policeman.
Axel Devereaux beat you up?
You ain't hearing me. She sat at the table and put her hands over her face. Don't nobody hear me. Don't nobody know what it's like when you're on against the world. Cleet picked up the long neck and touched her arm with it.
Drink it.
Her hand was shaking when she lifted the bottle. The beer spilled out of her mouth. He handed her a paper towel.
Who's this guy getting in your head?
She wiped her chin. I only went to the 9th grade.
So?
I know what I'm thinking is the truth, except I can't find the right words for it. When I'm with him, I got no power. I get weak all over. The way he touches me and talks in my ear and looks in my eyes like no man done before. It's like he's putting pictures in my head that ain't supposed to be there, and it makes me scared. I can't sleep, no.
Is this a white or a black man?
A black man might hit you, but he don't mess up your head.
He's not a pimp?
No, he ain't nothing like that.
Cleet sliced the roast and layered 2 pieces of French bread on a paper plate with meat and sauce and tomatoes and lettuce and onions and set it in front of her.
I ain't hungry,
she said. Eat it anyway.
You ain't gonna help, are you?
Tell me the guy's name and we might get somewhere.
He told me I ain't supposed to do that. He held my chin with his fingers and looked into my eyes when he said it.
This guy sounds like a real piece of shit. Tell me who he is and I'll dial him up.
He said I'm a chalice. I got to be pure, 'cause I'm chosen. Chosen for what?
Did you ask him that?
I was afraid.
Listen to me, Miss Hillary. You're giving me half the story and not trusting me with the other half.
He waited for her to speak. She took a small bite from her sandwich and chewed as though it were cardboard. Then she took the food out of her mouth and put it on the plate. I'm going to be sick.
Is he a client?
Not in a regular way.
You don't get it on with him?
He gives me money and things. Once he asked me to rub his back.
Where did you meet this guy?
At the Winn-Dixie. His basket crashed into mine. He said, "Sorry, pretty lady."
Cleet closed the top of the grill and sat down across from her. Did you know Lucinda Arsenault?
I don't know nobody named Lucinda.
Her body was found floating on a wood cross in Weeks Bay.
I don't know nothing about that.
You don't read the newspaper or watch the news?
It don't have nothing to do with me.
Cleet shut and opened his eyes. Describe the pictures that the man without a name puts in your head.
Horses galloping. People burning up in their shacks. Children screaming. If I don't do what he says, things like that are going to be my fault. He says we're all part of a big plan.
Are we talking about a guy named Hugo Tillinger?
No.
This guy is not only a bad guy, he's a fake. The only power he has is the power you give him.
She stared at Cleet as though he were an apparition and the man who had poisoned her mind was real. Her skin was like dark chocolate, pitted in one cheek, a scar like a piece of white string at the corner of one eye. There was a smear of lipstick on her teeth. Cleet wondered whom she had been with before she had come to his cottage. He wondered how many times she had been used as a child and sworn to secrecy by her molester.
What was 9/11, Hillary?
What was what?
9/11?
You mean a convenience store? He wrote his cell number on the back of his business card and gave it to her.
When you're ready to give up your guy, let me know.
I remember what he said now. I'm the Queen of Cups. What's that?
Some kind of bullshit he uses to scare people, Cleet said.
He pulled another long neck from the cooler and screwed off the cap and drank from the bottle.
Is your baby okay?
Yes, sir.
You need any money?
What you think? He removed 2 20s from his wallet and put them in her hand.
Stay out of bars and away from the wrong people for a few days. Call me if Axel Devereaux comes around.
She looked at the money. You don't want me to do nothing for you?
One look at me in the nude and women run for the convent.
He thought she might smile, but she didn't. She walked away without saying thanks or goodbye. He watched her get into her car and drive off, the muffler clanking. He hit the speed dial on his cell phone and got into his caddy, talking on the phone, then drove down East Main to my house. We sat on the front steps while he told me everything Hillary Bienville had said. The sun was almost down, and through the trees I could see clouds that were crimson and yellow and half-filled with rain in the afterglow.
You have any idea who this guy could be? He said.
The same one who gave her the Maltese cross she tied on her daughter's ankle.
Yeah, but who's the guy?
Anybody can buy tarot cards in a quarter or on the internet. Cleet kept fiddling with his hands, running his fingers over his knuckles. They were the size of quarters.
What's he after? It's not sex.
Maybe she'll get hurt again and tell us.
So just leave her alone?
It's her choice, I said.
What about this guy Butterworth? Your cop friend in West Hollywood says he's a bucket of vomit.
He's hard to read. He spends a lot of time hanging out his signs.
Cleet stood up. I got to go.
Where? I asked.
Not sure. Did Monty Kuhn come back?
No.
I'm going to have a chat with Axel Devereaux.
Bad idea.
The guy beats up on women. He's about to stop. Same with hurting people's pets.
I was sitting in his shadow now, the tree limbs above us clicking with hail, the last of the sunset shrinking inside clouds that were dark and swollen with rain and quivering with thunder. What I say won't make any difference, will it?
You can't always wait out the batter, Dave. Sometimes you have to take it to him. Devereaux is overdue.
Cleet's pork pie hat slanted on his forehead, and an unlit cigarette hung from his mouth. The key is the tarot, I said. Devereaux is an asshole and a distraction.
Not if you're a woman and he's pounding your face into marmalade.
After Cleet backed into the street and drove away, the hail stopped and the rain began, big drops flattening on the heat trapped in the sidewalk and the street, filling the air with a sweetness like the summers of our youth. I got up and went inside and turned off the air conditioning units and opened the windows, letting the house swell with wind. Then a strange sensation overtook me, in the same fashion it had on the evening I'd walked without purpose to the home of Bailey Ribbons and could give no explanation for my behavior other than the fact that I seemed to have stepped into a vacuum in which the only sounds I heard were inside my head. The rain fell like drops of lead on the tin roof in the bayou. From the hall closet, I removed an old sweat-stained Stetson that had belonged to my father. I put it on and walked down to the bayou, the brim wilting with rain. I told myself I didn't know why I was standing on the bank of a tidal stream in rain that was coming down harder by the second. That wasn't true. For me, the rain has always been the conduit between the visible and the unseen worlds. Years ago, my murdered wife Annie spoke to me in the rain, and dead members of my platoon called me on the phone during electrical storms, their voices hardly audible in the static. And my father, who died in an offshore blowout, appeared in the surf during a squall, still wearing his hard hat and strap overalls and steel-toed boots, giving me a thumbs up while the waves slid across his knees, the oil rig that killed him stenciled against the sky. The rain was about death. It defined it. It was an old friend, and I welcomed its presence. I knew its smell when I walked past a storm drain in cold weather or sat down to rest in an Oregon rainforest filled with lichen-covered boulders that never saw sunlight, or saw a spectral figure on the St. Charles streetcar, his head hooded, his face like gray rubber, his lips curled whimsically in a lopsided figure eight, as though he was saying, "Whenever you're ready, sport." I heard leaves thrashing and looked upward into the live oak. Monty Coon had just slipped on a branch and crashed on top of the limb below. Looking down at him was a smaller raccoon, her tail hanging off the branch. "Comment la vie?" I said. "Bienvenue, mon attend lever, et votre petit ami aussi." Both of them stared down at me, their coats slick with rain. "How about a celebratory can of sardines?" I said. They looked at each other, then at me. "C'est ce que j'ai pensé," I said. "Allons-y." I walked back to the house, opened the can over the sink, and emptied it on the steps. Monty Coon and his lady came running. I thought about calling Cleet and telling him that Monty Coon had come home, but I didn't. Cleet was Cleet, and no power on earth would ever change his mind about anything. I was also tired of trying to protect people like Axel Devereaux. Or maybe I was just tired of everything. Acceptance of death, or at least its presence, is that way sometimes, and not the canker on the soul it's made out to be. I had never worn my father's battered Stetson, and it felt strange. The rain had turned to mist and was blowing through the screens. For some reason, in my mind's eye, I saw a mesa that resembled a tombstone, one that had been placed in the foreground of a wasteland that seemed to dip into infinity. The phone rang on the kitchen counter. I looked at the caller ID and picked up. "What's going on, baby Squanto?" "Don't call me those stupid names," Alifair said. "Is everything all right there?" "Of course." "It's raining here. It never rains so hard this time of year. I'm looking out at the desert and thinking of you. I don't know why." "I'm fine." "Are you sure? I have this terrible feeling." "You shouldn't. Monty Coon just came home." "That's wonderful. But don't come here." "I wasn't planning to." "Through my window I can see a huge mesa in the rain. For some reason I felt you were coming here. Maybe because you worry about me." "Wrong." "I have to go. Flower pots and earthen jars are breaking on the patio." "I'll talk with you later, kid." "Dave, I have an awful feeling. It's about death. I don't know why I feel this way." "It'll pass." "What will?" "Fear of death." "My thoughts are about you, not me." "I understand, but your worries are misplaced." "Hello?" The line had gone dead. I sat down and stared through the window at the rain. A bolt of lightning split the gray sky and trembled on the iron flagpole in City Park like an aberration in the elements that refused to die. Chapter 12. On Sunday, Alifair called me from the airport in Dallas. She had taken a commercial flight and was on her way back home. "You quit?" I said. "No. Desmond and Lou had to take care of some union trouble in Los Angeles and New Orleans. I wasn't getting anything done, so I decided to work from home." "Was that all right with them?" "I don't know. I didn't ask." I picked her up in Lafayette. We had slipped into Indian summer without being aware of it. The sky was as hard and blue as porcelain, the oak leaves red and gold and clicking like crickets when they rolled across the lawn in the wind. I knew somehow that better days lay ahead. I fixed dinner for us when we got home, and later we fed Snugs on the kitchen floor and Monteith Coon and his girlfriend on top of Tripod's hutch. That night we slept with the windows open, and I could smell the camellias and the dense, lemony fragrance of our late-blooming magnolia in the side yard. As I drifted off to sleep, I resolved to capture and protect each spoonful of sunshine allotted me for the rest of my life, and not go with the season or lend myself to doomed causes. I woke at 6:15 to the sounds of rain and the phone ringing. I picked up the phone and went into the kitchen so as not to awake Alifair. It was Sean McLean. "I'm in front of Axel Devereaux's place by the drawbridge on Lorville Road. I need a witness here." "What for?" "There's something wrong in that house. People know I don't get along with Devereaux or his buddies. I don't want to be busting in on my own." "What happened?" "I was passing his house a half hour ago. All the lights were on and the shades down. A black SUV was in the yard. I saw a woman come running out the back door and thought I heard glass breaking." "Go on." "I slowed down but didn't stop." "Why not?" "I didn't want to mix in his personal business." He had already made 2 mistakes. He had ignored a battery situation in progress, and he hadn't called it in. I didn't want to think about what was coming next. "What made you change your mind?" I said. "I go off at 0700. I thought I'd make one more pass. The SUV was bagging down the road. I didn't get a tag. The lights were off in the house, and a front window was broken and the shade and screen hanging outside. Devereaux's truck was in the shed. This time I knocked on the door, no answer." "Where are you now?" "In the front yard." "Try again." "I pert near shook it off the blocks already." "You tried the back?" "Yes, sir. I hit on the bedroom wall." "Give me a few minutes." I brushed my teeth and washed my face and took a small bottle of orange juice and a cinnamon roll out of the ice box and headed up Lorville Road. The rain had quit, and the sky was an ink wash as though the sun had refused to rise. A blanket of white fog was rolling off the bayou when I turned into Axel Devereaux's property. Sean was waiting on the gallery. An empty whiskey bottle wet with dew glittered in the yard. I walked up the steps. "You know Axel's a juicer, don't you?" I said. "If that's the problem, he must have tied on a whammaroo." I pounded with the flat of my fist on the door. "It's Dave Robichaux and Sean McLean. Open up, Devereaux." I took out a handkerchief and twisted the knob. It was locked tight. I stepped back and balanced myself with the screen and kicked the wood door with the bottom of my shoe. The second time it splintered off the jamb. Axel seemed to have cleaned up the damage done to his living room by Hugo Tillinger. Through the hallway I could barely make out a figure sitting motionlessly at the breakfast table, his back to us. Then I realized he was wearing a peaked hat, dripping with bells like ornaments on a small Christmas tree. I walked through the hallway with Sean behind me. He looked over my shoulder. "Oh, man." "Don't touch anything," I said. "Get Bailey and Helen on the horn. Don't let a photographer get near this." "They say they got it right." "Devereaux wasn't worth the spit on the sidewalk, but we don't punish the family." I believed a fight or an attempt to flee the house had begun in the living room and ended in the kitchen. Dishes and glassware were broken. Cutlery from a wooden knife block was splayed on the floor. The icebox door was open, a carton of milk on its side, leaking into the vegetable tray. The air conditioning units were turned on full blast, the back door key-locked, the key gone. Even in death, Axel's face resembled a boiled egg. The eyes open wide, disbelieving. His wrists were fastened behind the chair with plastic ligatures. A short baton had been shoved down the throat and into the chest, prizing up the chin. But I doubted that was the cause of his death. A leather loop, one with 3 knots tied in it, had been flipped over his neck. The burns went a 1/4 inch into the tissue. A Lincoln green felt cap hung with tiny chrome bells had been snugged on his head. The medics and the ambulance were the first to arrive, then Helen and Bailey and Cormac Watts. Through the front window, I saw a television truck and the automobile of a daily Iberian reporter coming up the road. Sean was in the backyard. He was wearing latex gloves. He bent over and picked up a key and used it to open the back door. Why would the killer want to lock up a corpse? To give himself as much time as possible to get out of town. You suspect he cranked up the air conditioners? That's the way I'd read it. Damn! I wish I'd pulled in when I saw that woman run out the back door. Axel dealt the hand a long time ago, Sean. He was a cruel, evil man, and he died the death of one. Ain't nobody deserves going out like this, he said. Look at the butt end of the baton. What about it? Sean nudged a claw hammer on the linoleum with the tip of his shoe. Whoever done it went at it like he was driving a tent peg. Helen and Bailey came through the hallway. Both of them stared silently at Devereaux's profile. Neither showed any expression. The back door was locked from the outside, I said. Sean found the key in the backyard. You saw somebody leave in a black SUV? Helen said to Sean. Yes, ma'am, he replied. Hauling ass. You didn't get a number? No, ma'am. The headlights was off. You didn't go after it or call it in? She said. I didn't have no reason to at that point. He lowered his head, his cheeks coloring. What do you think the hat is about? Helen said. He's the fool in the tarot, Bailey said. The tarot again? Helen said. Bailey is right, I said. I didn't say she wasn't, Helen replied. But what the hell does Devereaux have to do with fortune-telling cards? The fool represents pride, arrogance, and presumption, I said. He's portrayed whistling as he's about to step off a cliff. He has a staff over his shoulder. Joe Molinari had a walking cane plunged through his chest. I have a hard time buying into this symbolism crap, Dave, she said. No better explanation? I said. She stared at nothing. Do the knots mean anything? Our killer probably had commando training of some kind, I said. The knots are to break the larynx and silence the victim. Or maybe he's just a sadist, Bailey said. The internet is full of information that Jack the Ripper couldn't have thought up. Cormac Watts had been standing in the background. Can I have a look? He asked. Sorry, I said and stepped aside. He leaned down and studied Axel's face and the garrote and the baton. He straightened his back and looked at us. What is it? I said. The garrote is cosmetic, he said. It's there to mislead us. I'm not following you, I said. Look at the discharge on the shank of the baton, he said. Devereaux was alive when it went down his throat. He looked straight into the eyes of the guy who did this to him. There's a tear sealed in one eye. The killer isn't just a ritualist. He enjoyed this one. A fly was buzzing on the ceiling. Helen turned to Sean. You saw a woman run outside? Yes, ma'am, he said. White or black, fat or thin, what? She said. I couldn't make her out, Miss Helen. That's great, she said. Pardon? He said. We look like the dumbest fucks on the planet, she said. We can't even protect our own. Sean's face seemed to shrink and the blood to go out of his cheeks. Devereaux wasn't one of our own, I said. I felt her eyes on the side of my face. I walked out to the front yard. The medics were wheeling in the gurney, a body bag folded on top. Helen followed me. Don't ever correct me in front of others again, Pops. You were too hard on Sean, I said. Her head seemed to wobble like a balloon on a string, her eyes blazing. He blew it. He has to man up and take his medicine. You putting this in his jacket? He should have called it in. We could have had this lunatic in custody. We should have flushed Devereaux from the department years ago. The onus is on us. I can't help what happened years ago. The guy who killed Devereaux is going to kill again, and we could have had him, but now we have nothing. Excuse me if I'm not as charitable as you. You not only piss me off, Dave, you disappoint me. Sean went back after he passed the house, I said. Had he gone in earlier thinking Devereaux was involved in a domestic argument, he'd probably be dead too. Her face was pinched, her fists balled on her hips. All right. All right what? I said. I'll talk with Sean. No paperwork. The forensic team was dusting the house, the medics bagging up Devereaux, the fog breaking up on the bayou. It was a new day for everyone except Devereaux. I almost felt sorry for him, but I suspected his own victims were many, and that most of them would never tell others of the degradation he had put them through. Anyway, have a good trip to the other side, I thought, and walked to my truck. Where are you going? Helen said. To work, I replied. I wasn't surprised by Hugo Tillinger's phone call to my office later that day. There's a subculture in this country that seems to have no antecedent. A conflation of reality television, National Enquirer journalism, fundamentalist religion, militarism, and professional football. At the center is an adoration of celebrity, no matter how it is acquired or in what form it comes. Women line up to marry Richard Ramirez and the Menendez brothers. The Jerry Springer clientele will degrade themselves and their families and destroy any modicum of dignity in their lives for 10 minutes in front of the camera. Tillinger had probably stumbled into his role as the innocent man on death row, then decided after a few headlines that a frolic in the limelight might be worth the grief. Check out the story of Carol Chessman. What do you want this time? I asked him. Y'all gonna try to put the Devereaux job on me? You'd be a logical candidate. On what grounds? You already burglarized his house? I did that for Miss Lucinda. Maybe you shoved a baton down his throat for the same reason. That's how he went out. Don't worry about it, I said. Did you mutilate Travis LeBeau before he was dragged? Where in the hell did you get that? You used a quote from the Book of Psalms about Jehovah breaking the teeth of his enemies. That doesn't mean I go around mutilating people. You're a nuisance, Mr. Tillinger. I wish you would go away. The A.B. probably killed Travis, but I think the order came from Devereaux. Devereaux was hooked up with the A.B.? They kept his whores in line. How come you don't know this? I'm not that smart, I said. I looked at the second hand on my watch. 8 seconds passed before he spoke again. I don't want to go back to Texas, Mr. Robichaux. That's not an unreasonable attitude. Every night I dream about being injected. I don't have the power to influence your situation, sir. You could get me to the right people. Actors, celebrities, hereabouts. People are making films all over the state these days. A bartender in Lafayette told me you already knew those kinds of people. Miss Lucinda knew them, he said. My attention was starting to fade. She was working on her genealogy, he said. She was an orphan. Her foster daddy is a preacher. So? She thought maybe she was related to a famous guy in Hollywood. She didn't say who. When you find out, tell me, will you? I said. I'm done here. You're a hard-nosed bastard. Just self-destructive. You stole firearms out of Devereaux's house. What do you plan to do with them? Cancel the ticket of anyone who tries to take me back to Texas. Spoken like a real idiot, I thought. Don't call here again unless you have some useful information. I hung up. This time he didn't call back. Helen opened my door. The prints from the Devereaux crime scene are no help. The door key was clean. The killer was probably wearing gloves when he went inside. Anything on your end? Tillinger called. He was on a cell phone. He's not our guy. How can you be sure? He's a 5-star Peckerwood. What you see is what you get. You don't believe he burned his family to death? If I'd been on the jury, I'd have reasonable doubt. So we've got nothing. There's Antoine Butterworth, I said. Why Butterworth? His soul probably resembles the La Brea tar pits. What are you going to bring him in on? He's a long way from his usual resources, I replied. Let's see how he likes being one of the little people. Chapter 13. I called my friend, the captain of the West Hollywood station of the Los Angeles Sheriff's Department, and asked more specifically about Butterworth's record. Butterworth's reputation for deviancy was ubiquitous, but legend and legal reality don't always coincide. Prostitutes told outrageous stories about him. One claimed he hung her from a hook and beat her bloody, but she had been in Camarillo twice and hadn't filed charges. As gross as his behavior was, most of it seemed thespian, more adolescent and obscene than criminal. He's never had to register as a sex offender? I asked. 12 years ago he got nailed on a statutory, my friend said. She was 16, although she looked 25. The DA was going to put him away, but the girl got a big role in a South American film and left town. Butterworth got her the role? That's how it usually works. What's the status on the charge now? It doesn't have one. The case died in the file drawer. That's all I need, I said. Thanks for the help. I don't see how I helped. This is Louisiana, Cap. The language in our sex offender registry laws would give you an aneurysm. By noon the next day, I had a warrant for Butterworth's arrest and a warrant to search Desmond's house. I dialed Desmond's unlisted number, hoping he would be there. Unfortunately, Butterworth answered. Is Desmond there? I said. This is Dave Robichaud. Oh, my favorite detective, he replied. I need to speak to him, please. He's taking a break today and sailing. The light is all wrong for the scene we're shooting anyway. Could I be of assistance? I have to take some photos from your deck. I'm putting together a report on the discovery of the Arsenault body. This isn't about the telescope again, is it? No, it has to do with tidal drift. Will you be there for the next hour? I'll make a point of it, he said. Ta-ta, cute boy. Bailey and I checked out a cruiser and headed for Cypremore Point with me driving and Sean McLean following in a second vehicle. There was a heavy chop on the bay, the moss straightening in the trees and boats rocking in their slips like beer cans in a wave. I'm not sure what we're doing, Dave, Bailey said. We're on shaky ground, but Butterworth doesn't know it. She looked straight ahead, thoughtful. I'm not sure I'm comfortable with this. You ever hear of a rich man going to the chair or gas chamber or the injection room? I said. I guess that doesn't happen often. It doesn't happen at all. I waited for her to say something, but she didn't. We cut the bad guys off at the knees, Bailey. What we do is punish the people who are available, she said. I looked at her profile. She was one of those people whose composure and self-assurance gave no hint of arrogance or elitism. But I couldn't forget that Ambrose Bierce, a war veteran, once defined a pacifist as a dead Quaker, and that Bailey was young for the job, and I was old for it, and old for her, and on top of it I wondered if she didn't belong in the public defender's office. You're a good fellow, Dave. Why do you say that? I'm a good judge of people. All my thought processes went down the drain. As we neared the tip of the peninsula, I saw a solitary figure on the deck of Desmond's house, the wind flattening his slacks and Hawaiian shirt against his body. He was playing his saxophone, obviously indifferent to the sounds of the surf and the wind and seagulls, the gold bell of the sax as bright as a heliograph in the sunlight. "Why does that guy remind me of an up-ended lizard?" I said. "Because he looks like one," she replied. I rang the chimes. When Butterworth answered, I stepped inside without being asked and held up both warrants. Bailey and Sean followed me. "You're under arrest for failing to register as a sex offender, Mr. Butterworth," I said. "Please turn around and place your hands behind you." Without pause, I cuffed him and began reading him his rights. "I'm not a sex offender," he said.
Where do you come off with that?
"I'm going to walk you to the couch and sit you down," I said. "Which bedroom is yours?"
At the end of the hall. Why are you interested in my bedroom?
"Our search warrant is limited to part of the house," I said.
Did you hear what I said? I'm not a sex offender. I have never been charged with a sexual offense.
I eased him down on the leather couch. He was barefoot. The tops of his feet were laced with green veins. "Under Louisiana law, a sex offender in another state has to register here as soon as he takes up residence, even though the charge in the other state has fallen into limbo," I said. "The statutory beef you skated on in California would be considered a deferred charge in Louisiana. Deferred offenders have to register. You pissed on your shoes, Mr. Butterworth."
I want to call my attorney, he said.
"You can call from lockup," I said.
"Mr. Butterworth,"
Bailey said. He looked up. His forehead and pate were tan and greasy, the pupils of his eyes like black marbles. "Are you high?" she said.
"Me?" he replied. "Who cares? I have prescriptions for mood modifiers."
"You're an intelligent man," she said. "You know we're not here about that statutory business of 12 years ago." "Then why say you are?" he asked. "Our problem is the young woman on the cross and an indigent man hanged like a piece of rotted meat in a shrimp net, and a deputy sheriff who had his esophagus and larynx and lungs slowly punctured and ripped apart with a baton," she said. "Your history indicates that you have sadistic inclinations. If you were in our position, whom would you be talking to now?" "Nice try, love," he said. "Don't speak to me in that fashion," she said. "Where were you in the early a.m. on Monday?"
"Asleep. In my bedroom. Desmond will confirm that. Was that when the deputy consummated his appointment in Samara?"
"Stay with him," I said to Bailey. I stepped out on the deck and called Desmond's cell phone. The wind was hot and full of spray and the smell of salt and seaweed. Desmond picked up on the first ring. "This is Dave," I said. "We're serving 2 warrants at your house, one on Butterworth's living area and one on Butterworth." "You're kidding," Desmond said. "He says he was asleep in his bedroom in the early morning yesterday. Is he lying?" There was no answer. I put the phone to my other ear. "Did you hear me?" "He went to bed early Sunday night. His door was closed when I got up in the morning." "Did you see him?" "I had to meet some guys with the rain tower in Lafayette. I left at about 6:30. "So you don't know if he was in the bedroom or not?" "Not for certain. But there was something he was not telling me." "Where was his Subaru when you left?" "I didn't see it. That doesn't mean anything, though." "Does he drive a black SUV sometimes?" "He has access to them. We rent a number of them. Look, maybe he was out. He's got a girlfriend or 2. Locals. Sometimes they drop him off and he lets them tool around in his convertible. He lives a bachelor's life." "He's hunting on the game farm?" I said. "No. This is harassment, Dave. You've got the wrong guy. You may not like to hear this, but Antoine is not the evil bastard he pretends he is. He fooled me. He majored in sackcloth and ashes. Sell it to someone else, Des. This is why I don't live here anymore. You taint every beautiful thing in your lives and put it on outsiders. Y'all would strip mine Eden if the price was right.
Then why make your films here?
I said, my heart thudding. Louisiana is anybody's blowjob, he replied. You can buy it for chump change. I closed the phone and looked across Weeks Bay to where I had first seen the body of Lucinda Arsenault floating with her arms spread on the cross, her hair undulating like serpents around her throat. Then I went back inside, the wind whistling in my ears.
You're out of luck, partner, I said to Butterworth. Desmond doesn't back you up. Your bedroom door was closed when he left yesterday morning, but your car was gone.
Because I gave it to a lady friend to use, he said.
Des mentioned that as a possibility. I said, who is she?
A lady who works in a blues joint.
A singer? I said.
Yes.
What's her name?
Bella Delahousie.
I kept my face empty. You got it on with her? Bailey asked him.
What is this? He said.
You know how it is out here in the provinces, I said. Family values, total abstinence, prayer meetings, Friday night lights and such. We try to set the bar. I realized that the first time I went to a cockfight in Bro Bridge, he said. Is there anything in your room you want to tell us about before we find it? I said. Hallucinogens, uppers, China white? He twisted his neck, his skin pulling tight on his face like a turtle's. You're behind the times. What was the name of the deputy who was killed? Axel Devereaux, I said. Butterworth nodded. He was mixed up with the Aryan Brotherhood.
How do you know that? Bailey said.
Some of them tried to get jobs as extras with us, he replied. Devereaux sent them. He had prostitutes working for him. $500 a night. He thought he was going to be a friend to the stars.
What was your connection to Devereaux? I asked.
I didn't have one, he replied. I wouldn't let him on the set. Desmond banned him, and Lou Wexler walked him to his car. We had to do your job. Get started, I said to Sean. I put my hand under Butterworth's arm and walked him into the bedroom. I pulled up a chair for him to sit in while Sean began opening drawers and placing the contents on the bed. You have a phone number for Bella Delahousie? I asked. You don't? He said. Say again? Cut the charade, detective, he said. You took her home.
Bailey looked at me.
That's right, I did, I said.
I suspect she was giving you a guitar lesson, he said.
Y'all better take a look at this, Sean said. I didn't know whether Sean had deliberately interrupted Butterworth. Butterworth had gotten a knife in. My face was burning, my wrists throbbing. I saw the shine of disappointment in Bailey's eyes. What do you have? She asked Sean. He dumped a hat box onto the bedspread. A pair of sheep-lined leather wrist cuffs fell out, along with a purple hood, a flagellum strung with felt thongs, a black leather vest, and women's undergarments. A hypodermic kit and several bags of dried plants or herbs followed. These are yours? I said to Butterworth.
I've used a couple of items in intimate situations. Actually, they're stage props.
He studied a spot 6 inches in front of his eyes.
How about the spike? I said.
My medicines are homeopathic in nature. There's nothing unlawful in that box.
I think your sense of reality is from the other side of Mars, I said.
You wear your hypocrisy nicely, he said.
Let me clear up something for you, I said. I took Miss Bella home in an electric storm. I took her to her front door, and then I drove to my house. I have the feeling she told you that, but you used the information to embarrass me and to cast doubt on the integrity of this investigation.
I couldn't care less about your peccadillos, he said. The issue is otherwise. You're trying to degrade me while pretending you're not.
Did you put LSD in the food of a housemaid so you could film and ridicule her?
Then he surprised me.
Yes, it was unconscionable.
I've done many things I regret. His gaze fixed on me. Then he looked away, detached, as though he had gone somewhere else. Sean removed stacks of books from a shelf and placed them on the bed, then began searching the closet. The books included titles by Lee Child, Frederick Forsyth, Somerset Maugham, Joseph Conrad, Graham Greene, and a history of the Crusades. But the one that caught my eye was an ostrich skin-bound scrapbook stuffed with photographs and postcards and handwritten and typed letters, yellowed with age and pasted to the pages.
I would prefer that you not look at that, Butterworth said. Nothing in it is related to your investigation.
I began turning the pages. Each was as stiff as cardboard. The backdrop was obviously Africa. Wild animals grazing on grasslands, backdropped by mountains capped with snow. Army 6-bys loaded with black soldiers carrying AK-47s and Herstal assault rifles. Arid villages where every child had the same bloated stomach and hollow eyes and skeletal face. I could almost hear the buzzing of the flies.
Which countries were these taken in? I asked. Many of these places don't even have names, he replied. The guys in those trucks look like friends of Gaddafi and Castro, I said.
They're friends of whoever pays them, he said. The next page I turned was pasted over with an 8x10 color photograph that slipped in and out of focus as though the eye wanted to reject it. The huts on either side of a dirt road were burning. A column of troops was walking into a red sun, some of the men looking at bodies strewn along the roadside. A withered and toothless old man wearing only short pants and sandals was sitting with one leg bent under him, his arms outstretched, begging for mercy. The bodies of a woman and a child lay like broken dolls next to him. A soldier stood behind him, a machete hanging from a thong on his wrist. I held the page open in front of Butterworth. You had a hand in this?
Did I participate in it?
No.
Was I there?
I took the photograph.
Did you try to stop it? My head would have been used for a soccer ball.
Who was the commanding officer?
An African thug who was a friend of Idi Amin.
What was your role?
Advisor.
I closed the book and dropped it on the bed. Get up.
What for?
You need to be in a different place. I walked him through the living room and out on the deck, my fingers biting into his arm. I unlocked his cuffs and hooked him around the rail, the sun beating down on his face, his eyes still dilated and now watering. He was clearly trying not to blink.
Why are you doing this?
I don't like you. How often do you shoot up?
Sorry, I won't discuss my private life with you.
Did you shoot up Lucinda Arsenault?
Alifair told me your friend Purcell fought on the side of the leftists in El Salvador.
What about it?
He never told you what went on down there? The atrocities committed by the cretins your government trained at the School of the Americas?
I'm going to leave you out here for a few minutes, and then we'll be taking you to the jail. In the meantime, I think it would be to your advantage if you shut your mouth.
You don't know why you hate and fear me, do you? He asked.
What?
I symbolize the ruinous consequence of America's decision to abandon the republic that the entire world admired and loved. You see me and realize how much you have lost.
I wanted to believe he was mad. A sybaritic, narcotic-fueled cynic determined to transfer his pathogens to the rest of us. With his hands cuffed to the deck rail, the wind flattening his clothes against his body, he looked like the twisted figure in the famous painting by Edvard Munch.
Tell me I'm mistaken, he said.
I went back into the bedroom. What was that about? Bailey said. Nothing, I said. Did you find anything else? She shook her head. Bag up the scrapbook and the stuff in the hat box, I said to Sean. I'll put Butterworth in the cruiser. This bust bothers me, Bailey said. We might have some legal problems, like a liability suit. Not if Lucinda Arsenault's DNA is on that needle, I said. But you know it's not, don't you? She said. Why do you have it in for this guy? I didn't answer. I collected Butterworth from the deck and hooked him to a D-ring in the back of the cruiser. Bailey and I got in the front and drove up the long, narrow two-lane toward New Iberia, the palm fronds on the roadside rattling dryly in the wind, the waves chopping against the boats in their slips. She glanced sideways at me. What? I said. Nothing, she said and winked. I think you're a nice guy, that's all. That was when I knew that the folly of age is a contagion that spares no man, not unless he is fortunate enough to die young. Chapter 14. We booked Butterworth and transferred him to the parish prison. That evening, Desmond turned into my driveway in a new Cherokee. He seemed to wear his contradictions as you would a suit of clothes. I had a bell, but he tapped lightly on the door. I had a sidewalk, but he walked on the lawn, even though it was damp from the sprinkler. The lightness of his touch on the door was not in sync with the intensity in his face and the corded veins in his forearms. I looked at him through the screen. If this is about Butterworth, I'll talk to you at the department during office hours. Antoine is my friend, he said. So are you. I'd like to speak with you in that spirit. I stepped out on the gallery. The light had pooled high in the sky like an inverted golden bowl. The oaks in the yard were deep in shadow, the trunks surrounded by red and yellow 4 o'clocks that bloomed only in the shade. Desmond's wide-set, pale blue eyes were unblinking and yet simultaneously veiled. They had the vacuity you see in the eyes of sociopaths. Let Butterworth take his own fall, I said. He hasn't done anything. Have you seen the photos in his scrapbook? Maybe he does a different kind of penance than the rest of us. Hollywood is a place of second chances. More important, it's a place where there are no victims. Everyone there knows the rules and the odds. Why beat up on Antoine? On the phone, you said we'd strip mine the Garden of Eden if the price was right. You grew up in Eden? What are you saying, Dave? You lived on a piece of reservation hardpan that was given to the Indians only because the whites didn't want it. Better put, they wouldn't spit on it, he said. What's your point? The casino made life a little better for some of your people. You think that was a bad idea? Why don't you cut the rest of us some slack? Most of us do the best we can. I thought I could reason with you, he said. That was a mistake. I better go before I say something I'll regret. Say it anyway. I see the way you look at Bailey Ribbons. I don't blame you. For me, she's Clementine Carter. She takes us into the past, into our first love, into America before the railroad guys and the industrialists got their hands on it. When you're with her, every day is spring, and death holds no dominion in your life. How do you get mad at a man who speaks in Petrarchan sonnets? I talked with Bella Delahousie this afternoon. Who? She's Butterworth's alibi. He told the truth about lending her his Subaru. There's a problem, though. What? She said he also drives a dark-colored SUV. An SUV fled the Devereaux murder scene. I already explained that, Desmond said. We have several in the carpool. For God's sake, get away from this obsession with Hollywood. You're all alike. You can't stand success. You can't stand art or reason or anything that isn't like your putrid way of life. All of you are searching for a house with no mirrors. Good try, I said. He looked at the sweep of leaves on the street, the electric lamps burning inside the oak boughs. the dreamlike shade that was stealing across the lawns of homes that Jefferson Davis's widow once visited? I apologize. This is my birthplace, too. You have more claim on it, though. I've done wrong by all of you. I wish I could change that, but I probably never will. There was nothing grandiose or thespian or saccharine in his voice or expression. He walked to his car, his physicality barely restrained by his thin slacks and wash-faded shirt. I was convinced that, like Helen Swallow, many people lived inside Desmond's skin, male and female, child and adult. He had never married, nor was he ever long in the company of one woman. For certain he was an egalitarian, an aesthete, an actor, and a painter. He had the flame of a mad artist, the voice of a singer, and the indifference to criticism that all great artists possess without being aware of it. I said earlier that he could light a room with his smile. It had been a long time since I'd seen him do that. Were Clementine Carter and Bailey Ribbons his keys to resurrection? The rolling away of a rock that blocked out the sun and stole the air from his lungs? The next morning, Antoine Butterworth bailed out of jail. There was no DNA of any kind on the hypodermic needle. His lawyer had our trumped-up charges dropped. 6 weeks passed without significant incident, and we found ourselves in the softly murmuring heart of Indian summer, and the drowsy days and cool nights that grant us a stay against winter and the failing of the light. I began to think that our investigation into the bizarre homicides of Lucinda Arsenault and Joe Molinari and Travis LeBeau and Axel Devereaux was overwrought and heavily influenced by speculation. I also wondered if Bailey and I had unknowingly superimposed symbols on each case in order to link them together. It happens. The best example is the murder of President Kennedy and the conspiratorial theories that are still with us. As the mind wearies, the temptation is to simplify and move on. The collective consciousness does not like detail and complexity. Besides, isn't it better to let evil die inside its own flame? I wanted to slip away with the season and the smell of burning leaves and the vestiges of an innocent youth. In a moment of reverie, I would recall a college dance at Southwestern Louisiana Institute, the music provided by Jimmy Dorsey and his orchestra, a fall crawfish boil under the oaks in the park next to the campus, the thrill of the kickoff at an LSU Ole Miss football game where every co-ed wore a corsage and ached to be kissed. I was not simply tired of the world's iniquity. I was tired of greed in particular and the ostentatious display of wealth that characterizes our times and the justifications for despoiling the earth and injuring our fellow man. The great gift of age is the realization that each morning is a blessing, as votive in nature as a communion wafer raised to the sky. I made a habit of letting the world go on a daily basis, but unfortunately, it didn't want to let go of me. The engines of commerce and acquisition operate 7 days a week, around the clock, granting no mercy and allowing no tender moment for those who grind away their lives in sweaty service to them. I'm talking about the avarice at the heart of most human suffering. Yes, revenge is a player, and so are all the sexual manifestations that warp our vision, but none holds a candle to cupidity and the defenses we manufacture to protect it. Cleet would not have used the same words, although he knew them and their meaning. But his thoughts were the same when he decided to drop by the Blues Club on the bayou and eat barbecued chicken and dirty rice and drink a frozen mug of beer like he had in his youth at Tracy's Bar on 3rd and Magazine in the Irish Channel. Because it was Friday night, the bar and tables and a small dance floor were bursting at the gunnels. Bella Delahousie was singing "Got My Mojo Working," while a black man backed her up with a harmonica that moaned and whined like a train inside a church house. A bald man on the stool next to Cleet leaned into his face, yelling to be heard. His lips were sprinkled with spittle, his tie pulled loose, his stomach hanging out of his suit coat. Cleet wiped his own cheek with a paper napkin and tried to lean in the opposite direction. "Did you hear me?" the man shouted. "What do you think about the monuments thing?"
What monuments?
"They're taking down the Confederate monuments in New Orleans. They just took down Robert A. Lee's statue. What's your opinion?" A piece of spittle hit Cleet on the chin.
I think they're idiots. They want to turn New Orleans into Omaha. They're doing the same thing that the Taliban and ISIS do.
"Yes, but don't you think it's time to—"
Quit yelling in my face.
"You don't have to get in a huff," the man said and swung his paunch off the stool. Cleet tried to get back to his food but looked at it and thought about what had probably just happened to it and pushed it away and reordered. "It's on the house, ma'am," the bartender said.
Thanks,
Cleet said. He put a tin on the bar.
Give the fat guy whatever he's having. Just don't tell him where it's from. Keep the change.
Bella went into the House of the Rising Sun. The song Eric Burdon and the Animals had turned into arguably the most haunting blues depiction of bordello life and spiritual despair ever sung. Though its message of utter hopelessness was like a dull nail driven into Cleet's heart, he had never known why. Sometimes he ascribed the feeling to the drowning of the city during Katrina, or the crack cocaine that had turned the city into the murder capital of America, or the T-shirt shops and the affectation of debauchery that impersonated the city's earlier tradition of eccentricity and bohemian culture and Dixieland blowdowns. The song's influence on him had nothing to do with any of these things or even with New Orleans. The song was about exploitation and the anonymous fate that seemed the destiny of all those who are used for the convenience of others. The song had no author. The person narrating the tale could have been male or female, but had no name. The rising sun did not dispel the night, serving only to illuminate the harshness of the morning, the broken glass in the gutters, a passed-out drunk in an alley. Cleet looked up and down the bar and at the tables and at the dancers on the floor and wondered how many of them would leave the earth as ciphers, would even have a marker on a grave 10 years after they were gone. His first night back in New Orleans from Vietnam, he got loaded in the quarter and met a famous beat writer who was feeding the pigeons on a bench in Jackson Square. The writer challenged him to name 5 slaves from the tens of millions who had lived and died in bondage. Cleet got as far as Spartacus and Frederick Douglass. "What's that say?" the writer asked.
I don't know much about history,
Cleet said. "No, man. It means there's no history. Just humps in the ground, wanting somebody to tell their story. Think I'm blowing gas?" Bella finished her song and walked down the length of the bar. She drew a fingernail along the back of Cleet's neck. "Where's your friend?"
Dave, he said.
"Who else? I ain't seen him around. Tell him he hurt my feelings."
He's been busy with a few things, people getting killed, stuff like that.
"Don't mean he can't drop by." She winked. "Tell him he got the moves, and I got the groove."
Show some respect for yourself, Cleet said.
"Talk like I won't, baby." Cleet looked down the bar.
There's somebody sitting down there who shouldn't be in here.
Bella lifted her chin and gazed at a black woman 10 stools down. The black woman was wearing a white dress and a necklace with red stones that hung between her breasts. "Hilary Bienville. I ain't my sister's keeper."
She might listen to you, he said.
"That girl is looking for a box. She gonna find it, too."
She's still messing around with some white guy?
She been on her knees since she was a little girl. You can't fix them kind. Messed up girl becomes messed up woman.
Who's the guy?
I ain't asked. I get off at 2. Give me a ride. I could sure use one.
She walked away from Cleet, looking back over her shoulder. He ordered a shot of Jack and dropped it into his beer, jigger and all. He drank the mug to the bottom, the jigger clinking against the glass. He looked down the bar and saw a sight that made him squint and rub his eyes and look again. The man's hair was steel gray, cut tight, top-combed straight back with gel as though he wanted to look younger. He had grown a full beard and lost weight, but the profile was the same Cleet had seen in the mug shots he had gotten off the internet. The man was talking to Hilary Bienville and wore navy blue trousers and a kind of plain short-sleeved khaki shirt that a filling station mechanic might wear. It can't be him, Cleet thought. Not a guy who escaped death row and should be looking for a cave in Afghanistan. Cleet got off the stool just as the front door opened and 2 carloads of revelers poured in. By the time Cleet had worked his way through them, the man was gone. Hilary stared blankly at Cleet. She had a Collins glass in her hand. Her eyes were out of focus. "What you want?"
Was that Hugo Tillinger? He asked.
"I don't know no Hugo Tillinger."
"What are you doing in here?"
"I come in to see my friends. What's it look like?"
"The last time I saw you, you were in Meltdown. Where's your baby?"
"Ain't nothing wrong with me being here. My baby doing fine."
"Where is she?"
"At Iberia, General. She got the croup."
"Go home, Hilary. Don't do this to yourself."
"It's my life. It ain't yours. I got the Greek. I'm hell-bound. Ain't nothing can help me."
"Where did the guy go?"
"I don't know. You look like a cop. I think he saw you."
"He knows who I am?"
"I don't know about none of this."
"You wait here."
"You like all the rest. Shut your mouth, cook my food, suck my dick. Where you going?"
Cleet looked in the men's room. A man at the urinal grinned at him. Cleet went out the back door just as an SUV motored slowly out of the parking lot, the headlights on, the driver silhouetted behind the wheel. The driver turned onto the asphalt. Cleet couldn't see the tag. He got into his caddy and followed. The SUV stopped at the 4 corners and crossed the drawbridge and headed for the 4-lane, never exceeding the speed limit. The windows were down. The radio was playing. Cleet thought he recognized Rock of Ages. He followed the SUV in and out of traffic all the way to Lafayette. Twice he got close enough to confirm that the driver was the same man he'd seen talking to Hilary Bienville. The driver gave no indication that he knew he was being followed. Just outside Lafayette, the man pulled into a truck stop, got out of his vehicle, and began to gas up. Cleet parked behind a building with a view of the fuel island and cut the engine. He took his binoculars from the glove box and adjusted the focus on the driver's face. He had no doubt he was looking at Hugo Tillinger. He put his sapping cuffs in his coat pocket and pulled the .25 semi-auto from the Velcro holster strapped on his ankle. "Sorry, Mac," he thought, getting out of the caddy. "If you got to ride the needle, it's your misfortune and none of my own." A lopsided gas guzzler oozing oil smoke pulled up to the pumps. The driver was a tiny gray-haired black woman who wore a colorless shift and men's tennis shoes. A girl of 8 or 9 years was in the back seat. A Mississippi tag hung from the bumper by a single screw. The woman got out and stuck a credit card in the pump and struggled to pull the hose from the hook. Suddenly, the child burst from the back door and ran for the restrooms, just as a pickup truck swerved off the highway and headed for a parking slot in front of the casino. Cleet felt the wind go out of his chest. The scene freeze-framed in his head like a movie projector locking down. Within 2 or 3 seconds, the girl would be impaled on the truck's grill. The truck driver's face was turned toward a woman in the passenger seat. The elderly black woman had dropped the hose on the concrete, spewing gasoline across her shoes. The little girl was skipping, one knee cocked, one barely touching the concrete, her mouth open, as though she were painted on air. Cleet couldn't bear to look. Tillinger bolted from behind his vehicle and grabbed the girl under both arms and held her to his chest and leaped forward like a quarterback crashing over the line. He twisted his body so he landed on his side, taking the full hit on the concrete, never letting go of the girl. He got to his feet and picked up the girl and handed her to the elderly woman. He smiled, brushing off her attempts to thank him, and headed for the driver of the truck. The driver turned off his lights, floored his vehicle, and roared into the darkness. Tillinger went inside the convenience store and bought a package of Fritos and a quart of chocolate milk and ate and drank them at a small table. This was the guy Cleet was going to send to the injection table? Cleet followed him to a motel rimmed with pink and green neon tubing north of Four Corners and watched him park in front of the last room in the row. Tillinger went inside and clicked on a lamp. Cleet pulled his caddy under a tree and waited 5 minutes. Then he got out with his .25 semi-auto and tapped lightly on the door.
"Who is it?" Tillinger said.
Security. Someone may have tried to open your vehicle.
Tillinger unhooked the chain and opened the door. He was barefoot and wearing boxer shorts and a clean white T-shirt.
"I saw you in the club. What are you doing at my motel?"
Cleet stepped inside and stiff-armed Tillinger in the chest, knocking him backward over a chair. He kicked the door shut behind him. "Don't get up."
"What the hell? Who are you?"
A guy you cause a lot of grief.
"Grief? I got no idea who you are."
Cleet picked up a pillow.
Look at the gun I'm holding. It's a throwdown. No serial numbers, no history. Don't fuck with me. I'll pop you and in 1 minute be down the road and gone, and the cleaning lady will smell a strange odor in the morning, and you'll be bagged and tagged and in a meat locker. Diggy-voo, nobleman?
"Noble what?"
You got loose from death row in Texas. I thought you had some smarts.
"Tell me, who are you, and maybe something you say will make sense."
I'm a guy who already cut you slack you didn't deserve. I was fishing by the trestle over the Mermentau River when you bailed off the freight car. I should have dimed you, but I didn't, and I've been paying for it ever since.
"You got the wrong room."
Cleet stuck the .25 semi-auto in the back of his belt and grabbed Tillinger by the T-shirt and swung him into the wall so hard the room shook. Tillinger fell to the floor. His expression looked like someone had crashed 2 cymbals on his ears.
Next stop is the toilet bowl,
Cleet said. Tillinger pushed himself up on his arms.
"Do your worst, then put yourself on a diet. You got a serious weight as well as a thinking problem."
Why were you hitting on Hillary Bienville?
"You a cop?"
I used to be, Cleet said. You been putting shit in Hillary's head? It takes a special kind of white man to do that to a woman of color.
"I was a friend of Lucinda Arsenault. Lucinda told me how some colored women were being used by some bad cops. You know who Travis LeBeau was, right?"
He was in the Aryan Brotherhood, Cleet said. He got dragged to death.
"I've been trying to find out who killed Lucinda. It's got something to do with prostitution."
Who shoved the baton down the throat of Axel Devereaux?
"I don't know. I don't care. Can I get up?"
An SUV like yours was seen hauling freight down the road right after Devereaux shuffled off.
"I was there, but he was already dead. You got a beef because I messed up your fishing?"
Where'd you get the wheels?
"Boosted them."
Why'd you go to Devereaux's house? You already creeped it once.
"I was going to beat it out of him."
Beat what out of him?
"The name of a movie guy Devereaux was scared of."
That's what a couple of stagehands said. Devereaux even got slapped around by this guy. The guy threw him off the set.
Because Devereaux was pimping?
"I don't know. That's what I was going to find out."
Miss Lucinda was tight with all those people. You ever see The Thin Blue Line?
It saved an innocent man's life. That could be my story.
I'm going to give you 5 minutes to get dressed and get out of here, Cleet said. Then your ass is grass.
Tillinger got to his feet cautiously, wobbling, pressing one hand against the wall. You know what I was down for?
Killing your family.
That doesn't bother you?
No.
Why not?
My guess is you're innocent, but you're still an asshole, Cleet said. You've used up 1 minute.
Chapter 15. Cleet was at my back screen early on Saturday, freshly showered, his hair wet-combed, his clothes pressed. But his ebullience and his attempt to blend with the coolness of the morning and the dew-drenched fragrance of the flower beds were a poor disguise for the guilt he always wore like a child would, at least when he thought he had wronged me, which he had never intentionally done. Alifair was still asleep. I fixed biscuits and coffee and waited for Cleet to get to whatever was bothering him. It took a while. Cleet had a way of talking about every subject in the world until he casually mentioned a minor incident such as smashing an earth grater through the home of a mafiosa on Lake Pontchartrain, blowing a greaseball with a fire hose into a urinal at the casino, or pouring sand into the fuel tank of a plane loaded with more greaseballs, all of whom ended up petroglyphs on a mountainside in western Montana. You let Hugo Tillinger slide because he saved a little girl? I said.
He's not a killer.
We were seated at the breakfast table. The window was open, the wind sweet through the screen. Snugs and Monty Coon sitting on Tripod's hutch.
You're not going to say anything? He asked.
This conversation didn't happen. We bury it right here. Got it?
You're not upset?
I probably would have done the same thing. The guy got a bad deal in Texas.
You don't think he could have done the baton job on Devereaux?
These murders are about money, Cleet.
You lost me, big man.
The tarot and the floating cross have private meaning to the killer, but the motivation is much larger. It's not sex, it's not power or control. That leaves money.
I think you're taking too much for granted, Cleet said.
The killer injected Arsenault with a fatal dose of heroin. The others went out hard. Why would he make distinctions in the way he killed his victims? It's because he's created a grand scheme. Think about it. A serial killer wants to paint the walls and enjoy every minute of it. He's driven by compulsion. Unless his motivation is misogynistic, his targets are random. Our guy has a plan. Tillinger is a simpleton who wants to be a celebrity. He's not our guy. Cleet had a biscuit in his jaw. He looked at me for a long moment, then drank from his cup, his eyes not leaving mine.
Why only in our area?
That's the big one, I said. He's sending us a message.
Lucky us, Cleet said.
My speculations probably seemed grandiose. In reality, I wasn't talking about our local homicides. I believed then, and I believe now, that our poor, suffering state is part of a historical ebb tide that few recognize as such. Southern Louisiana, as late as the Great Depression, retained many of the characteristics of the antediluvian world, untouched by the industrial age. Our coast was defined by its pristine wetlands. They were emerald green and dotted with hummocks and flooded tupelo gums and cypress trees and serpentine rivers and bayous that turned yellow after the spring rains and lakes that were both clear and black because of the fine silt at the bottom. All of it blanketed with snowy egrets and blue herons and seagulls and brown pelicans. We had little money, but didn't think of ourselves as poor. Our vision, if I can call it that, was not materialistic. If we had a concept about ourselves, it was egalitarian, although we would not have known what that word meant. We spoke French entirely. There was a bond between Cajuns and people of color. Cajuns didn't travel because they believed they lived in the best place on earth. But somehow, the worst in us, or outside of us, asserted itself and prevailed and replaced everything that was good in our lives. We traded away our language, our customs, our stands of cypress, our sugarcane acreage, our identity, and our pride. Outsiders ridiculed us and thought us stupid. Teachers forbade our children to speak French on the school grounds. Our barrier islands were dredged to extinction. Our coastline was cut with 8,000 miles of industrial channels, destroying the root systems of the sawgrass and the swamps. The bottom of the state continues to wash away in the flume of the Mississippi at a rate of 16 square miles a year. Much of this we did to ourselves in the same way that a drunk like me will destroy a gift, one that is irreplaceable and extended by a divine hand. Our roadsides are littered with trash, our rain ditches layered with it, our waterways dumping grounds for automobile tires and couches and building material. While we trivialize the implications of our drive-through daiquiri windows and the seediness of our politicians and recite our self-congratulatory mantra, "Laissez le bon temps rouler." The southern rim of the state hovers on the edge of oblivion, a diminishing, heartbreaking strip of green lace that eventually will be available only in photographs. That afternoon, Alifair asked if Cleet and I wanted to take a trip to northern Arizona. Cleet said he'd pass. I said, why not? I took 4 days vacation time and flew with her and Lou Wexler and Desmond Cormier in a Lear jet to a tourist town on the edge of Monument Valley. Wexler slept and Desmond was on his laptop most of the time, and Alifair and I played Monopoly. On several occasions, even when she was little, she and I had spent time in Hollywood with movie people we had met in Louisiana. We were always treated graciously, and I relearned an old lesson about judging. People in Hollywood are often egocentric, but nonetheless, they dream, and many of them are wedded to a perception of the world that they never share with others, lest they be thought odd or eccentric or dishonest. Perhaps there's a bit of the secular mystic in them, not unlike Desmond. I didn't know how to read Lou Wexler. Certainly he was a fine-looking man with his bronze skin and rugged profile and sun-bleached hair and wide shoulders that tapered to a 28-inch waist. Immediately upon arrival at our faux Navajo hotel, he put on swim trunks and walked on his hands to the tip of the diving board, then did a somersault into the water. Although I suspected he was close to 40, there was hardly a blemish on his skin except for a ragged white scar where his kidney would have been. When others ordered drinks before supper on the terrace, he went behind the bar and fixed his own power shake and drank it foaming from the stainless steel container. I suspected he would be a formidable man in a confrontation, the kind of fellow who had fire in his belly. He sat next to me at the table. People I didn't know joined us. Several had obviously gotten an early start. North of us lay the vastness of the desert, the sky a seamless blue in the fading light, the sandstone buttes rising like castles from the mountain floor. Wexler glanced at my iced tea.
Looks like we're two of a kind.
In what way? I replied.
Abstinence, he said. I can't say it's a virtue with me, though.
How's that?
I never saw the attraction. More liability than asset. My father was on the grog all his life and asked for a bottle of porter on his deathbed.
I didn't reply.
You're a quiet one, sir, he said.
Like most recovering drunks, I didn't like to talk about alcohol or alcoholism with what we call earth people or flatlanders. Call me Dave, please. What kind of movie are y'all making? How do you tie Arizona to Louisiana?
It's an epic film about 3 generations in a legendary family, he said. Southerners who migrated to the frontier, then ruined the frontier the way they ruined everything else they got their hands on.
I take it you're not a fan of Manifest Destiny. He loaded a taco chip with guacamole and put it into his mouth and studied Desmond at the end of the table talking to 2 beautiful women. A silver bowl filled with water and floating tropical flowers was in front of Wexler. The crumbs from his taco chip fell into it.
This film means a lot to Desmond, he said. In fact, it's an obsession. He has $75 million of other people's money and $30 million of his own riding on it.
Who put up the 75? I asked.
We used to soak the Japs until they figured out they were still paying for Pearl Harbor. The Arabs are a good source if you don't think too hard about what they do in Saudi jails or to women who get out of line.
You didn't answer the question, I said.
That's because I don't intend to, he laughed.
I saw your scar. You picked it up in Africa?
A fellow hooked me with a machete. I thought it was time to find a better line of work. So now I do this stuff. Desmond is a good one to work for. No nonsense. If you're wired, you're fired.
Why does he tolerate Antoine Butterworth?
He thinks Antoine's an artist rather than a sadistic degenerate with his head up a woman's dress.
I looked around to see if anyone had heard him. If they had, they showed no sign. Wexler turned his face to a puff of cool air from the desert floor.
Tomorrow, we're shooting a remarkable scene. Probably few will take much heed of it, but if it works, it will be an extraordinary moment, the kind that brought to a close My Darling Clementine. It comes from the final scene of the novel that's at the core of the script.
It had been a while since I had read the book or books from which the film was adapted, so I had a hard time tracking his line of thought.
Don't pay attention to me, Mr. Dave, he said. I'm not a bad screenwriter, but I'm best at adapting the work of others. And, like most producers, I'm great at calling up the caterer and taking wealthy bozos to lunch.
He looked at the final rays of sun streaking across the desert floor, the pools of shadow at the base of the buttes, the dust rising like strings of smoke from the crests into the light.
It's like staring into infinity, isn't it? Desmond believes death lies on the other side of the horizon where the earth drops off and the sky begins. I think he's wrong. It's not death that's waiting out there. Not at all.
The people who had gotten an early start were getting louder, their laughter cacophonous and disjointed. The evening air was suddenly cooler, the sandstone formations more lavender than red, more like tombstones than castles. If it's not death, what is it? I asked.
Something
unknowable. His eyes were hollow, sightless, even though he was staring straight at me. We drown in it. This is the omphalos, the center of it all.
You were there, sir?
You know what I'm talking about. I was where? You bloody well know what I mean. Where you see the realities and never tell anyone. I wondered if I was talking to a madman or someone who had been in the garden or someone who shot up with hallucinogens.
Sorry, after 7 p.m, I develop logorrhea, he said.
You're fine. I need to take a walk.
What about dinner?
I'll be back in a few minutes. I have sciatica trouble sometimes.
I'll come along, he said.
Sure, I said.
I see you walk with a purpose, he said. I can always tell a military man. You ever count cadence? It puts your blood to pumping, by God. Orwell said it. Maybe there's something beautiful about war after all. Wrong, I thought. But why argue with those who are proud of their membership in the herd? At 5:30 a.m., I went down to breakfast inside the hotel restaurant and thought I was seeing an apparition at a table by a big glass window that gave onto the desert. Cleet was wearing his powder blue sport coat and gray slacks and shined oxblood loafers, his pork pie hat crowned down on the tablecloth. He was surrounded by a stack of pancakes inserted with sausage patties, scrambled eggs, hash browns, a bowl of milk gravy, toast, coffee, a pitcher of cream, and a glass of tomato juice with an orange slice notched on the rim. "What are you doing here?" I said.
Thought I'd get out of town in case Helen wanted to chat about Hugo Tillinger. Maybe I'll hike in the hills, lose a few pounds.
I sat down. "Are you up to something?"
No, you got my word.
"I know you, Cleet."
Bailey Ribbons is on her way. I heard Helen is beaucoup pissed.
"Bailey is coming here?"
Cormier is casting her. I didn't know how you'd feel about that.
"She can do whatever she wants. Stop trying to micromanage my life."
Want some pancakes?
I went to Alifair's room. She was just coming out the door. I told her what Cleet had just told me. "Cleet is here?" she said. "Helen isn't in the best of moods." "And Bailey Ribbons is joining the cast?" Alifair said. I didn't reply. I didn't want to say it again. "She's hanging it up with the department?" Alifair said. "I don't know. I don't care either." She pulled me inside the room and closed the door. "How do you want me to say it? You lost 2 of your wives to violence and 1 to lupus. You'll never get over your loss, but you won't cure the problem with Bailey." "We have 4 unsolved homicides on our desks," I said. "That's not an abstraction or part of a soap opera. I need her. I mean, at the job." "The homicides are not the issue, so stop fooling yourself and stop acting like a twit." "Give it a rest, Alifair." Her face was pinched, her hands nodding. "Okay, I'm sorry. I get mad at Bailey." "Why?" "She went to the head of the line. She's attractive and intelligent and has charm in an innocent way that makes men want to protect her. Helen Swallow earned her job. Bailey didn't. Now she hangs you out to dry and leaves you at war with yourself." "I'll survive," I replied and tried to smile. "Pardon me while I go to the bathroom and throw up," she said. I went to the window and looked at the miles and miles of mountain desert to the north, pink and majestic and desolate in the sunrise. It was a perfect work of art, outside of time and the rules of probability and governance of the seasons, as if it had been scooped out of the clay by the hand of God and left to dry as the seas receded and the dinosaurs and pterodactyls came to frolic on damp earth that 100 million years later became stone. As I stared at the swirls of color in the hard pan, the sage clinging for life in the dry riverbeds, and the solemnity of the buttes, massive and yet miniaturized by the endless undulation of the mountain floor, I felt the pull of eternity inside my breast. I heard Alifair return from the bathroom and felt her standing behind me. "What are you thinking about?" she said. "Nothing. I bet Desmond cast Bailey as the IWW woman in the book, the one who was at the Ludlow massacre." Alifair was looking at me with an expression between pity and anger. "Can I visit the set?" I asked. "Of course. I'd like to wish you luck." "Better give your well wishes to Desmond. I think he might lose his shirt." "I thought he had the Midas touch." "He mortgaged his home and vineyard in Napa Valley. He reminds me of Captain Ahab taking on the white whale. He's always talking about the light. He says it's a Plotinian emanation of the unseen world." My attention began to wander.
Cleet's probably still in the dining room. Let's join him. I have to confess something, she said. I think the killings in New Iberia are connected to us. Who's us? I asked. Hollywood. The evil we can't seem to get out of our lives. The legacy of slavery? Whatever. Quit beating up on yourself. We pulled the apple from the tree a long time ago, Alf. Yeah, that bad girl Eve. Save it, Dave. Chapter 16. On private land just inside the Utah border, Desmond had constructed an environment meant to replicate 19th century Indian territory in a stretch of the Cimarron River just north of the Texas Panhandle. He had diverted a stream and brought in water tanks and lined a gully with vinyl and layered it with gravel, then placed a solitary horseman 500 yards from the improvised riverbank. Wexler was standing next to me. This scene is going to cost the boys in Jersey over 50 grand. I hope they enjoy it. Pardon? I said. It's the last scene in the picture, although we're only a third into the story. The guy who wrote the book says it's the best scene he ever wrote, and the last line in the scene is the best line he ever wrote. I bet our Jersey friends would love that. Who are your Jersey friends? Not the Four Seasons, he answered. The rider was a tall and lanky boy who looked no older than 15. His horse was a chestnut, 16 hands, with a blonde tail and mane. Desmond was talking to the camera personnel. Then he flapped a yellow flag above his head. Through a pair of binoculars, I saw the boy lean forward and pour it on, bent low over the withers, his legs straight out, whipping the horse with the reins, his hat flying on a cord. The sun was low and red in the sky, the boy riding straight out of it like a blackened cipher escaping a molten planet. 2 leather mail pouches were strung from his back, arrows embedded in them up to the shaft. The scene is about the Pony Express, I said. On one level, Wexler said, but actually it's about the search for the Grail. I looked at him. Don't worry if you're confused, he said. Probably no one else will get it either, particularly that lovely bunch of gangsters on the Jersey shore. It's an allegory? Nothing is an allegory for Desmond. He hears the horns blowing along the road to Roncevaux. Worse than I. The rider went hell for breakfast across the stream, the horse laboring, its neck dark with sweat, water splashing and gravel clacking. Cut, Desmond said. Wonderful, absolutely wonderful. After the boy dismounted, Desmond hugged him in a full body press. I felt embarrassed for the boy. Where'd you learn to ride? Desmond said. Hereabouts, the boy said, his face visibly burning. Well, you're awfully fine, Des said. Get yourself a cold drink. I want to talk with you later. With your parents. You're going somewhere, kid. That was Desmond's great gift. He made people feel good about themselves, and he didn't do it out of pride or compulsion or weakness or defensiveness or a desire to feel powerful and in control of others. He used his own success to validate what was best in the people around him. But there is a caveat implied in the last statement. The people who surrounded him were not simply employees, they were acolytes, and I suspected Bailey was about to become one of them. For that reason alone, I felt a growing resentment, one that was petty and demeaning. What'd you think, Dave? Desmond said. The young fellow's impressive, I replied. Come on, you're a smart man. What do you think of us, tattered bunch that we are, talking trash about Crusader Knights and trying to sell it to an audience that wants a fucking video game? What do I know? Bailey Ribbons was standing 30 feet away, dressed like a fashionable pioneer woman. I had not spoken to her yet. What do you think of that scene, Bailey? Wexler asked. I think it's all grand, she said. She walked toward us. Her hem went to the tops of her feet. Her frilly white blouse was buttoned at the throat, her hair piled on her head. "Aren't you going to say hello, Dave?"
You have to forgive me, I was hesitant to speak on the set.
"You're surprised to see me here?" she asked.
If I'd known you were coming, I wouldn't have asked Helen for some vacation days. She's short-handed now.
"It wasn't my intention to inconvenience anyone," she said.
I looked at my watch. I'd better get back to the hotel. I have to make some calls.
"Will you have lunch with us?" she said.
Let me see what Cleet is doing.
"Cleet Purcell is here," she said.
He gets around, I said.
"Well, I'm happy he was able to come out," she said.
I didn't know what else to say. I felt disappointed in Bailey and in myself. Thanks for having me here, Des. I'll see you later. I walked away feeling foolish and inadequate, as though I were starting to lose part of myself.
"Don't you want a lift?"
Wexler said. I had forgotten I'd ridden to the set with him and Alifair. "I'll hitch a ride," I said. 3 miles down the road, a man driving a chicken truck with glassless windows picked me up, and we drove across the state line into Arizona in a dust storm that turned the sun to grit. At the hotel, I called Helen and apologized for leaving her short-handed. "Forget it," she said. "I'm going to have a talk with Bailey when she gets back." "Why'd you let her come out here?" "I figured, what's the harm? What are the things you regret most in your life, Bwana?" "Constantly taking my own inventory." "You know what I'm talking about. We regret the things we didn't do, not the things we did. All the romances we didn't have, the music we didn't dance to, the children we didn't parent. So I let her have her fling with Lotus Land. Then I got mad at myself about it. By the way, I got a phone call from a federal agent regarding Hugo Tillinger." Of all the subjects she could bring up, Tillinger was the one I least wanted to hear about. "This agent grew up with him," she said. "He believes Tillinger may have killed a biker in the Aryan Brotherhood about 10 years ago. The biker raped and broke the neck of an old woman in Corsicana. She belonged to the same church Tillinger did. Somebody tore the biker apart with a mattock." I felt my stomach constrict. "What's the evidence?" "None. The crime remains unsolved. Some fellow church members asked Tillinger about it. His answer was, 'I, the Lord, love justice.' It's from Isaiah." My head was coming off my shoulders. "Are you there?" she asked. "Yes." "What's wrong?" "I'll let Cleet tell you." This time she went silent. Then she said, "Dave, did Cleet see Tillinger again?" "He saw him save a little girl's life at a filling station in Lafayette. Cleet followed him to a motel north of Four Corners but cut him loose." "Son of a bitch," she said. "How long have you known this?" "A couple of days." "Why didn't you report it?" "I thought no good would come out of it." "No, you thought you'd write your own rules. You put your friendship with Cleet ahead of the job. I'm pulling your ticket, Pops. I'm not going to take this shit. I'm on the desk. You're on leave without pay. I'm referring this to Internal Affairs." "What about Cleet? He better get his fat ass back to New Orleans and stay there for a long time." "I made a mistake. So did Cleet. We didn't know about the biker murder." "You made your bed," she said. "Dave, you use a nail gun on the people who love you most. You don't know how much you hurt me." At midday, Alifair was still at the set. I ate lunch by myself and then lay down in my room and fell asleep. An hour later, I woke from a disturbing dream about a mountainous desert that was not a testimony to the curative beauty of the natural world, but instead a crumbling artifice inhabited only by the wind. I sat on the side of the bed, gripping my knees, my head filled with a warm fuzziness that felt like the beginning of malarial delusions, a condition I've dealt with since childhood. Perhaps I fell asleep
again. I can't remember. Then I went downstairs and sat for a long time by the entrance to the lounge and took a table in the dining room by the big window that gave onto the swimming pool and a vista like the long trail disappearing into the buttes in the final scene of My Darling Clementine. The waitress asked if I would like anything from the bar. "A glass of iced tea," I said. She was pretty and young and had thick, soft brown hair and an innocent pixie face. "Sure thing." She walked away yawning slightly, looking through the window at the swimmers in the pool. I wondered if she dreamed about being among them. Many of them were celebrities, or the children or the lovers of celebrities, and those who were not celebrities were obviously well-to-do and carefree and, like the celebrities, enjoying the coolness and turquoise brilliance of the water and the heat of the sun on their bodies, as though all of it had been invented for them, as though the wind-carved shapes to the north had no connection to their lives. The waitress put the tea in a coaster by my hand. "Are you with the film crew?" "Afraid not. I'm just a tourist," I said. "Must be nice, huh?" "What must be nice?" "To live like that? To make movies and not have to worry about anything?" "Could be," I said. "Let me know if you want anything." I watched her walk away and tried not to look below the level of her waist, then put the charge on my room and left a $5 bill under my glass, even though that was more than my personal budget allowed. I used the stairs rather than the elevator to reach my floor and spent the rest of the afternoon in my room. A faucet was ticking in the bathroom as loudly as a mechanical clock with the same sense of urgency and waste. I tried to tighten the faucet, but to no avail. I lay down and put a pillow over my head. The afternoon sun as red as fire behind my eyelids. Alifair was late getting back from the set. I had dinner with Cleet in a Mexican restaurant and told him about my phone call to Helen and the information I had given her about Cleet's decision to let Hugo Tillinger go. I also told him about the penalty she had imposed on me, as well as her feelings about Cleet's cutting Tillinger slack a second time.
"A Fed says he tore up somebody in the AB with a mattock," Cleet said.
Which means maybe he put the baton down Axel Devereaux's throat.
"Why didn't the Fed do something about it?" Cleet said. "Why is he dropping this on us?"
"Nobody's dropping anything on us. You made a choice, and so did I. It was the wrong choice."
"Dave, I don't have the legal power to arrest anyone. I can take skips into custody because they're considered property, but that's it. Helen is wrong on this."
"No, she isn't."
"I'm sorry you got your ticket pulled, Big Mon."
"Like you say, we're getting too old for this crap."
"Come in with me. We'll put the Bobbsey twins from Homicide back in business."
"I'll think about it."
"No, you won't. You'll sit around and suffer," he said.
"Lay off it, Cletus. I don't feel too well right now."
"You really believe Tillinger would take out a guy with a mattock?" he asked.
"I think Tillinger and a few like him could found a new religion that would make radical Islam look like the teachings of St. Francis." The tailings of the monsoon season moved across the sun that evening, darkening and wetting the land and lighting the sky with electricity that quivered and disappeared between the buttes and the clouds. It was Desmond Cormier's birthday. The party began on the terrace under canopies hung with Japanese lanterns. As the storm dissipated, the celebrants moved down the slope into a picnic area that had a wood dance floor and kiva fireplaces. A band featuring conga drums and horns and a marimba and oversized mariachi guitars played inside a gazebo. Desmond was soused to the eyes and dancing by himself with a bottle of champagne, dressed in tight cutoffs and a T-shirt scissored across the midriff. The smooth firmness of his physique and his wide-set, washed-out eyes and his tombstone teeth and the bulge in his shorts and the solipsistic glaze on his face, a study in sensuality. Cleet and Alifair and I sat at a table by one of the clay fireplaces and rolled lettuce and tomato and shredded cheese and strips of steak inside tortillas and watched Desmond dance. The flames from the gas lamps painted his body with bands of yellow and orange like the reflections of an ancient fire on a cave wall. A tall, very thin woman with jet black hair and milk-white skin and a dress slit to the top of the thigh tried to dance with him, her eyes fastened on his. But if she desired to make use of the moment and become a soul-mate with Des, she had underestimated the challenge. He scooped her up, one arm under her rump, and waltzed in a circle, holding up the Magnum bottle with his other hand while everyone applauded and the thin woman tried to hide her surprise and embarrassment. I felt a shadow fall across the side of my face. I turned and looked up at Antoine Butterworth.
"Good evening, all," he said.
"Hello, Antoine," Alifair said. She looked worriedly at me and then at Cleet. "I thought you were holding down things in New Iberia."
"I had enough of the mosquitoes and humidity for a while," he said.
Alifair looked at me again, then back at Butterworth. "Would you like to join us?" "I didn't mean to crash in on you," he said. "Sit down," I said to him.
"Change of attitude," he said.
"Saw a revelation in the sky, that kind of thing." "I'm suspended from the department," I said. "You're safe." He pulled up a chair and fingered his chin. The skin on his face and his shaved head looked as tight as latex on a mannequin.
"Could I ask why?"
"The sheriff likes to flush out the place on occasion," I said, "kind of like a reverse affirmative action program."
"Nothing to do with us, the California infidels," he said.
"No, it has everything to do with me," Cleet said. "I cut slack to an escaped convict. Dave didn't report me, so he took my weight. Know who Hugo Tillinger is?"
"Saw his picture in the paper. Man who burned up his wife and daughter," Butterworth said. "Charming fellow, I'm sure. You say you turned him loose."
"That's the kind of thing I do," Cleet said. He was on his fourth Heineken. "I screw up things. You ever do that? Screw up things?"
"We all have our special talents,"
Butterworth said.
"See, what bugs me is Tillinger was buds with a former Aryan Brotherhood member named Travis LeBeau, a guy who got chain-dragged on old Ginneret Road," Cleet said. "See, the AB might have been mixed up with a bad sheriff's deputy who was pimping off some local working girls that maybe some Hollywood guys would dig as a change of pace. Know what I'm saying?"
"That's enough, Cleet," Alifair said.
"It's okay, isn't it, fellow?" Cleet said to Butterworth. "You guys float in and take a dip in a local pond and head back to Malibu. Splish splash."
"Cool your jets, Cleet," I said.
"My bad," he said, still talking to Butterworth. "That's an expression you guys started. Samuel Jackson says it in a film, then all the locals are saying it. You guys have a big influence on Hicksville. Did you know that?"
"Let's go, Alf," I said, getting up. "Don't bother," Butterworth said. "I'll be running along. Oh, look, Des seems to have found another dancing partner. My, and yum, yum." Desmond and Bailey Ribbons were waltzing in a wide circle. All the other dancers had left the floor, maybe realizing, as I did, that Des and Bailey had become Henry Fonda and Kathy Downs waltzing in the exaggerated fashion of frontier people in My Darling Clementine. In fact, the band had gone into the song. I didn't know if they had been told to do so. I felt as though I had stepped into the film, but not in a good way. I should have been witnessing a tribute to a seminal moment in the history of film in the American West, but instead, Desmond's drunkenness, the inscrutability of his eyes, the rawness of his half-clothed body were all like a violation of a sacred space, one that had been hollowed out of a vast burial ground. Alifair pulled on my arm. "Come on, Dave, finish your supper." "Sure," I said. "I'm just a little off my feed today." But the moment wasn't over. Bailey and Desmond sat down with their friends, and someone fired up a fatty and passed it. When it was Bailey's turn, she leaned forward and took a toke, then passed it on, laughing as she exhaled. I dropped my napkin on the table and went to my room. 15 minutes later, Bailey was at my door. "What's the haps?" I said. "I was going to talk with you, but you stormed off," she replied. "Long day. I'm on the bench." "May I come in, or should I just stand here in the hall?" I stepped aside and let her in. I could smell her perfume as she passed me. I closed the door. "What do you mean, on the bench?" "Helen has me on suspension without pay." "For what?" "Dereliction of duty, I suspect. I held back information to keep Cleet Purcell out of trouble." "Why are you angry with me?" "Who said I was?" "You're filling the room with it right now." "You were smoking weed." "Cleet Purcell doesn't?" "He's not a cop. If you show contempt for your shield, why should anyone else respect it?" Her face was tight, her eyes burning with anger, the rim of her nostrils white. "I didn't know I could give you such discomfort." "It's not about me. You took an oath. We set the standard or we don't. If we don't, dirty cops like Axel Devereaux do." "I won't be an embarrassment to you again." "Are you going to throw in with these guys?" I said. "Throw in with them? I'm going to have a small part in the film. A union woman who was at the Ludlow massacre. Why are you talking to me like this?" "I thought more of you." "I read the book. It's not a small part. You become the lifelong companion of a Texas Ranger who put John Wesley Hardin in jail." "Don't look at me like that," she said. "Like what?" "Like you're ashamed of me." I went to the window and opened the curtains and gazed at the buttes in the distance. The heat lightning had died and the heavens were bursting with stars. I was sure the trail that Henry Fonda had followed into the buttes was still there, stretching over the edge of the earth, teasing us into tomorrow and the chance to build the life we should have had. I felt the room tilt under my feet. When I turned around, Bailey Ribbons was gone. Chapter 17. I flew home in the morning on a commercial flight, although I could sorely afford the cost. The next day I called Helen and the head of internal affairs and left messages saying I was at their disposal. Then I sat in the silence of the kitchen and stared at the leaves dropping from the oaks in the backyard. It felt strange to be home alone in the middle of the workday, separated from my profession and all the symbols of my identity. My badge, the cruiser that was always available for me, the deference and respect that came from years of earning the trust of others. I looked at myself in the mirror and wondered whom I was about to become. That afternoon, I walked downtown and across the drawbridge and into the park and sat by myself at a picnic table next to the softball diamond. The park was empty, the grass blown with tiny pieces of leaves chopped up by the mower, a plastic tarp stretched across the swimming pool. At dusk, I walked back home and passed people on the bridge whom I did not know and who did not respond to my greeting. Cleet would not return from Arizona until the next day, and Alifair was staying on with Desmond until the weekend. I fed Snugs and Monty Coon, then showered and shaved and dressed in a pair of pressed slacks and a Hawaiian shirt I let hang over my belt. Rain was falling out of the sky, which seemed turned upside down like a barrel of dark water with stars inside it. I put on a rain hat and drove to the club on the bayou where the blues weren't just music, but a way of life. Bella Delahousie was singing a song by a Lafayette musician named Lazy Lester. Inside the den, the only line I could make out was, "Don't ever write your name on the jailhouse wall." I sat at the end of the bar in the shadows and ordered a chicken barbecue sandwich and a 7-Up with a lime slice. 10 minutes later, a heavy-set man spun the stool next to me as though announcing his presence, then sat on it, a cloud of nicotine and dried sweat whooshing out of his clothes.
I think they fucked you, Robichaud.
His head had the dimensions of a football, swollen in the center and tapered at the top and the chin. His small mouth was circled with salt and pepper whiskers he clipped daily. When he spoke, his mouth looked both bovine and feral. His name was Frenchy-Lautrec. He ordered a shot and a water back. Before joining the department, he was a brig chaser in the crotch and a bondsman. He was also a longtime friend of Axel Devereaux.
Did you hear what I said? He asked.
Yeah, I said. So who fucked me?
The queen bitch, Helen Swallow. Who else?
Don't talk about her like that.
No problem. I still think she stuck it to you. What are you drinking?
My glass was half empty. Nothing.
You staying off the hooch?
What are you after, Frenchie?
I hear IA's got you by the short haze.
You've been over the line too many times.
I heard the prick running your case say it.
Who's the prick running my case?
I'm trying to cut you a break, Robichaud. You need some help, maybe a job, a little income. I'm here. That's what old school is about. We take care of each other.
I'll get by.
I admire that. But if you need a gig, let me know.
Doing what?
Greasing the wheels.
What kind of wheels?
This is the Cajun Riviera, right? Use your imagination.
Maybe I'll get back to you.
That's the spirit.
He hit me on the back and got up from the stool.
If you want a little action, it's on the house. Know what I'm saying?
I watched him walk away, his shoulders humped, his hands nodding and unknodding. I finished my sandwich and ordered another 7-Up. After her set, Bella Delahousie sat down next to me.
That guy who was here, you hang around with him, she said.
I worked with him. Her gaze went away from me, then came back.
What do you mean, you did?
I'm suspended without pay. That means canned.
What for?
Screwing up, I said. You want a drink?
You shouldn't be here, baby.
How am I going to listen to you sing?
You know what I mean. You ain't supposed to be around the wrong kind of liquids.
What do you know about Frenchy-Lautrec? She twisted a strand of hair around her finger. She touched the scar that circumscribed half her neck and looked down the row of faces at the bar.
Walls got ears.
What time you get off? I said.
Like you don't know. I ain't giving you an excuse to sit at a bar. Go home. Don't get yourself in no trouble.
I smiled at her. She squeezed my thigh and went back on the stage. She hung her guitar on her neck and gazed into the shadows.
Mean and lean, down and dirty, y'all. I'm talking about the blues.
I knocked on her door in St. Martinville at 10 the next morning. She opened the door, a bandana on her head.
My favorite boogie-woogie man from La Louisiane.
Thought I'd take you to breakfast, I said. She looked out at the street.
Ain't nobody followed you.
Why would anybody follow me? She pulled me inside and closed the door.
Frenchy-Lautrec and Axel Devereaux was running the working girls. Now Devereaux is dead, and Frenchy got it all.
Prostitution?
Boy, you right on it.
It can't be that big.
They got girls get 500 a night, some up to 1,000. Most of the Johns are in New Orleans and Baton Rouge. Frenchy's got a plane.
Her living room was tiny, the doorways hung with beads, an ancient Victrola against the wall, the couch and stuffed chairs maroon and purple and tasseled, incense burning in a cup on the coffee table. Bella wore sandals and jeans and an oversized Ragin' Cajun's t-shirt and a gold chain around one ankle, a charm balanced on the top of her foot. I could smell ham and eggs cooking in the kitchen. "Sit down. I got something to ask you," she said. "Sure." "I got a son in Angola. He's just a little bitty boy. One of the wolves put him on the stroll." "What's he down for?" "Murder. During a robbery, him and another guy. The other guy pulled the trigger, but it didn't matter. I went to see Hal 2 days ago. He can't hardly walk. That's what the wolves are doing to him. They don't use no grease. Nothing." "I can make a call?" She nodded and put a Kleenex to her nose as though she had a cold. She went into the kitchen. I followed her and sat at a table by the window. "I got enough for 2 here," she said. There was a live oak in the backyard, a broken swing hanging from a limb, an alleyway strewn with trash and spiked with banana plants. "I already ate," I said. "I thought you wanted to go to breakfast." "Not really. You just wanted to pump me about Frenchy-Lautrec." "No, you're nice to talk to." There was a beat. She worked the spatula in the frying pan, her back to me. "How long your wife been dead?" 3 years. "Ain't been nobody else?" "No." She put a piece of brown toast and a cup of coffee in front of me. She filled her own plate and sat down across from me. "I got to say this. I was raised up to believe a redbird don't sit on a blackbird's nest." "That's what white people taught your ancestors, then forgot their own admonition. I saw the chain on your ankle. What kind of charm is that?" "A cross." "Where'd you get it?" "From Hilary Bienville." "Where'd she get it?" "Don't know, didn't ask." "No matter what you say, you ain't here about me, are you?" "I like you and admire you, Miss Bella. Believe what you want." She got up and raked her food into a trash can and washed the plate in the sink and set it in a drying rack. She leaned on the counter, her face covered with shadow. I stood up and spread my hand on her back. I could feel her breath rising and falling, her heat through the t-shirt, her blood humming. "Are you all right?" I said. "No, I ain't ever gonna be all right. They're gonna kill him in there. That little boy that never had no daddy and no real mama." She turned around and took my hand and placed it on the scar on her neck. It felt as firm and thick as a night crawler. "A policeman in New Orleans done that. A black one. I was 17. I killed him. I done it with a razor blade. Ain't nobody ever knowed about it." "Why are you telling me?" "'Cause I ain't never told nobody. 'Cause my little boy is paying for my sin, if it was a sin. I didn't think it was one at the time." "You're not a sinful person." She stepped close to me, then buried her face in my shirt and put her arms around me and pressed herself against me. "Hold me." I laid my arms lightly across her back, my inner self rising, an empty space in my thoughts, her fingers digging into my skin. "Hold me," she repeated. "Hold me, please. Oh, Lordy, what am I going to do about my little boy?" When I left, I thought I saw a white man in the alley with a camera. His back was turned. He disappeared behind a clump of banana plants. I walked to the alley, but he was gone. On Friday, the following day, Helen Swallow called me at home. "You're on social media," she said. "I'm not up on that stuff," I replied. "What are we talking about?" "You're with a black woman. I can't tell if you're getting it on or not. Thought you ought to know." "So now I know. Seen any good movies lately?" "You're not bothered?" No. Who's the woman? Ask people in internal affairs, I said. This isn't about me, Pops. Don't call me Pops anymore. You and Cleet put me in a corner. Quit blaming me because you fucked up. I don't blame you. What you don't understand is I didn't have an alternative. Cleet cut Hugo Tillinger loose because to do otherwise would have sent Tillinger to the injection table. If I reported Cleet, he could be charged with aiding and abetting. If I had it to do over again, I'd make the same choice. That means I'll take my own fall. That means you don't have to say anything. I think you're enjoying this. I'm tired of other people's bullshit. Who do you think took the pictures? A friend of Axel Devereaux. Like who? Maybe it was Madman Muntz. Who's Madman Muntz? Google the name next time you're playing around on the internet. I eased the receiver into the phone cradle. She didn't call back. I waited until after supper, then put a throwdown in the pocket of my khakis and rolled my cut-down 12-gauge Remington pump in a raincoat and placed it on the floor of my truck. I drove to the little settlement of Cade, where Lucinda Arsenault had grown up as the daughter of a free-will Baptist preacher who probably never could have guessed his daughter would die upon the symbol of his religion. I passed a trailer and a small church with a faux bell tower and a pecan orchard. On a dirt road behind the remnants of a motel called the Truman, built for colored in the 1940s, was the neat brick house of Frenchy Lautrec, flat-topped and as squat and ugly as a machine gun bunker. Maybe it was coincidence that Frenchy lived close to the father of Lucinda Arsenault, a woman who tried to get the innocent off death row. I had no doubt, however, that Frenchy had posted photos of me and Bella Delahousie on the internet and that his agenda was straight out of the pit. I parked under the pecan trees and watched the sun descend like an orange globe in the dust. A shadow seemed to crawl across the land. Then I saw the electric lights glowing inside Frenchy's house. As far as I knew, he was a single man who lived with various women at various times. Most of them were drunks or addicts or battered wives or women he busted for soliciting. They didn't hang around long, nor did they tell others what he did to them. I got out of my truck with a shotgun wrapped in a raincoat and walked across a coulee on a wood bridge and up the steps of his gallery. I could hear television in the front room. I banged on the door with the flat of my left fist, the cut-down still in the raincoat hanging from my right hand. Frenchy opened the door. He was barefoot and wore a faded, long-sleeved flannel shirt. His shoulders were knobbed with muscle, his chest flat like a boxer's, the veins in his forearms as thick as soda straws. He was smiling. Just at the right time. I was fixing to call up some pussy. You game? He pushed the screen wide. I stepped inside. Thanks. I shook the raincoat from the cut-down and slammed the stock across his mouth. I heard his teeth clack against the wood. He crashed against the wall, his lips gushing blood. When he tried to get up, I brought the butt down on his forehead and split the skin at the hairline. He rolled into a ball, his forearms clamped around his ears. I tossed the cut down on the couch and peeled one arm from his head and mashed his head under my foot. The inside of his house looked like a collection of synthetic junk someone had bought at the dollar store. There was even a plastic bird cage with a cloth canary in it. Who else is in the house? I said. If you lie, I'm going to crack your skull.
Ain't nobody here.
Where's the camera?
I don't have one.
I lifted him to his feet and shoved him across the coffee table, breaking it in half.
Eat shit,
he said. I lifted him again and threw him through a bedroom door. There was a desk against one wall with a computer and a camera on top. I picked up the camera. Is this the one you used?
Fuck you!
I want to explain something to you. I couldn't care less if you put photos of me on the internet, but you did it to an innocent woman and made her an object of scandal and ridicule.
I'm getting up now,
he said, one hand raised in front of him.
I cock-blocked you. You'll have to find a new knothole. I'll win, you lose. Now get out of here.
Better stay where you are, Frenchy.
My dick in your ear.
I felt my old enemy kick into gear, not unlike a half-formed simian creature breaking the chains from his body. The transformation always began with a sound like a popsicle stick snapping inside my head. Then the world disappeared inside a wave of color that resembled the different shades of a fire raging in a forest. I was now in a place bereft of mercy and charity, drunk on my own adrenaline, the power in my arms and fists of a kind that, in certain people, age does not diminish. When I finished hitting him and throwing him against the wall, I dropped his camera on the floor and smashed it into junk. Then I picked up a handful of parts and pushed them into his mouth and stepped on them. He began crawling away from me on his hands and knees. Both my hands were bleeding. The wallpaper was splattered with blood. "Get up," I said. He didn't answer. I thought I heard him weeping. Then I realized he was probably choking to death. I dragged him into the bathroom and hung him over the rim of the bathtub and hit him between the shoulder blades. I could hear the pieces of the camera tinkling in the bottom of the tub. I wet a towel and wiped his face and eased him down on the floor, his back against the wall. His whiskers were bright red, his shirt plastered with blood against his chest. I squatted down in front of him. "You want an ambulance?" He shook his head. "If I was you, I'd call for one," I said.
"They're gonna clean your clock."
"Who's they?"
"People with big money. More than you can dream about. Axel's gonna tap into it."
Axel Devereaux was into something besides pimping?
"Something to do with Arabs and uranium," he said.
He spat a piece of metal off his tongue. "This is southern Louisiana. We don't have Arabs or sand dunes or centrifuges."
"I told you what I know. Axel thought he was going to be in the movies. He got to eat his baton instead. Maybe they'll do that for you."
"The movie people are going to hurt me?"
"Maybe it's those guys out of Jersey. The ones back in the casinos. Guys who knew Nicky Scarfo. You think the Indians run their show? The wise guys wouldn't wipe their ass on them."
"The foster father of Lucinda Arsenault lives a few hundred yards from here. Did you know her?"
"Saw her around. She thought her shit didn't stink."
I got to my feet. My knees were weak, my eyes stinging with sweat.
"Tell me something," he said.
"What?"
"Did you get into her bread?"
"Whose bread?"
"Bella Delahouse's. She fucked my brains out. You ought to give it a try if you haven't already."
He was grinning. 2 of his teeth were broken off. He spat a clot of blood onto the floor and laughed to himself. "I've got to give it to you," I said.
"For what?"
he replied. "I never met a worse cop. You give shit a bad name." I filled the water glass that was on the wash basin and placed it in his hand. I stared at him a long time until he had to look away.
"What?" he said.
"I killed Asian men I had nothing against," I said. "Speak disrespectfully of Miss Bella again, and what happened here tonight will be just a tune-up." I took the glass from his hand and threw the water in his face. Chapter 18. Cleet and Alifair were both back from Arizona, but I told neither of them about my troubles with Frenchy Lautrec. Cleet came to my house Monday night.
"I saw Bella Delahousie at the Winn-Dixie. She said this creep Lautrec smeared you with some photographs on the internet. The message was supposed to be racial."
"That sounds right," I replied.
"What happened?"
"I dropped by his house."
"And did what?"
"Maybe he swallowed some camera parts. A couple of teeth, too."
"He didn't dime you?"
"I heard he took sick leave. He's a dirty cop. He can't afford to dime anybody."
"He photographed you getting it on with Bella?"
"Her son was being gang-raped in Angola. I tried to comfort her."
"Horizontally?" he said.
We were in the kitchen. It was dark outside. I could see the stars above the park. The trees resembled black cutouts. Why is your elevator always stuck in a basement, Cleet?
Answer the question, are you getting it on?
No. Lautrec wanted to do some payback for Axel Devereaux, or maybe he wanted to get me fired so I'd hook up with him.
Pimping?
Who knows? Get this. He says Devereaux knew something about Arab money and uranium. He learned about it through the movie people.
This is from outer space, Dave.
That's what I told him. He said the Jersey guys might be mixed up in it, Nicky Scarfo's crowd.
Little Nicky is dead,
Cleet said. I know, so forget it. It was quiet in the room. I could hear the tree frogs down on the bayou.
You kicked Lautrec's ass pretty bad?
Cleet said. You could say that.
But it wasn't about the pictures on the internet, was it?
He said. Nope.
Bailey Ribbons let you down?
I had higher expectations of her.
Cut her some slack, for Christ's sake. How about the women I've dated? I'm lucky I haven't woken up with my throat slit.
He waited for me to reply.
Come in, Earth.
She was smoking dope, with sycophants and frauds.
That's not the equivalent of original sin,
he said. What say we talk about something else?
Helen's not going to drop the IA referral?
I didn't ask.
You planning to square all this on your own?
It had crossed my mind.
Can I have one of your diet docs?
Help yourself. He went to the icebox and popped a can of Dr. Pepper.
Mind if I tag along, do oversight, make sure things stay under control?
I wouldn't have it any other way, Cletus. There are lessons you learn in the military or jail or any other institutional situation where survival is dependent on your ability to think more clearly than your enemies or the people around you. Here are a few admonitions from the bottom of the food chain. They can be interpreted literally or metaphorically, depending on the situation. 1. Don't silhouette on a hill. 2. Get rid of your jewelry, particularly civilian junk. Ostentation can put you in a box. 3. Don't make enemies with anyone in records. 4. Don't threaten anyone who knows your location when you don't know his. 5. Never piss off the people who prepare or serve your food. 6. Be aware that clerks and secretaries run the world and own rubber stamps that can turn your life into a broken pay toilet. 7. Never sass a hack or drill sergeant or any dull-witted white southerner who has authority over others. 8. Grin and walk through the cannon smoke. It drives the bad guys up the wall. 9. Get the right people on your side. Who would you rather have covering your back in a back-alley brawl, an academic liberal or a hobnailed redneck? 10. Never buy into the acronym FEAR. Fuck everything and run. Swallow your blood and don't let others know you're hurt. If that doesn't work, spit it in their faces. 11. Even in the most desperate of situations, stay away from the herd. Situating yourself between loud oinking sounds and the trough is a surefire way to get trampled to death. 12. Burn this list before anyone catches you with it. In my vanity, I wanted to think of myself as a vigilante, or even worse, a knight-errant. But I was flailing at the dark. Men like Lautrec and Devereaux were surrogates. The person who'd murdered Lucinda Arsenault and mounted her on a cross and floated her out to sea was either a master manipulator or someone with motivations that were armor-plated in the unconscious. My badge was in limbo. I had no legal power. How could I proceed in a case that had become a room without doors? On Tuesday morning, I was sitting on my back steps with Monty Coon and Snugs throwing pecans into a hat when I heard someone walk through the porte-cochere and come around the side of the house. Monty Coon scampered up an oak tree. Bailey Ribbons walked across the grass, her small black shoes crunching on the patina of red and orange and yellow leaves I had not raked up. "Good morning," she said. I stood up. "How you doing, Bailey?" "May I sit down?" She was wearing a dark skirt and a lavender blouse and a gold chain with small heart charms on it. "Let me get you a chair. The steps are dirty." "That's all right," she said, sitting down on the steps. She looked up at the oak in front of us. "Did I scare off your coon?" "He doesn't know you yet." "I feel very bad, Dave. I got the stars in my eyes out there in Arizona. I was acting like an idiot. It's an honor to be your partner." "I wouldn't get carried away with that," I said. "Look at me." "What is it?" "I don't want to seem forward." "About what?" I said. She picked up my hand in hers. "I don't want to sit by and watch while you hurt your career. You're doing things that make no sense, and I think they have something to do with me." "I'm an expert at messing up things on my own." She squeezed my hand hard. "You listen to me. I've worked with cops who should be in cages. We can't afford to lose people like you." "Who's we?" She released my hand. "The human race. That's what it's about. The good guys against the bad guys. I said that to Desmond. That's what the last scene in My Darling Clementine is about. Wyatt Earp has a higher destiny." "That scene is about death," I said. She stood up and swiped off her rump. I stood up also. She looked up in my face. "Can I say something?" "Go ahead." "I don't care about convention." I looked away from her, then back at her face. My mouth was dry. I couldn't read her expression. I cleared my throat but didn't speak. "I don't measure people by their age," she said. "I think those things are stupid. Am I getting through here?" "Yes, ma'am, you are," I said. I picked up my hat and dumped the pecans on the ground, put my hat on my head, then removed it. "Bailey Ribbons. Did I ever tell you I love that name?" "I think that is one of the nicest things anyone has ever said to me," she replied. I heard Monte Coon springing from limb to limb overhead. I wanted to believe the natural world had given me an exemption that people my age do not earn and are seldom granted. I had lunch with Cleated Victors and told him of Bailey's visit. His eyes roamed around the room as though the earth was shifting.
"Are you thinking what I think you're thinking?"
"I'm just quoting what Bailey said."
"There are two types of broads who get involved with old guys. Gold diggers and basket cases who don't mind sleeping with mummies or guys in adult diapers."
People at the next table turned and stared. "Will you lower your voice?" I said.
"When you stop lying to yourself," he said.
She was trying to be kind.
"What, you're a charity case?"
I didn't try to argue. My behavior and thinking were foolish, and I knew it.
"We're simpatico," he said. "All thoughts about boom boom with the wrong woman out of your head?"
The people at the next table moved. "Yes," I said.
"Good. I don't know what you'd do if I weren't around." He rubbed his eyes, his face tired. "Know what the real problem is? You hear the clock ticking. You want to go out like a Roman candle instead of dripping into a can."
I had just started on my dessert. I put my spoon down.
"You mentioned little Nicky Scarfo," he said. "There's a guy I want to talk to on that subject."
"Which guy?"
"Remember Cato Carmouche?"
"The midget who got fired out of a circus cannon into a steel pole?"
"Eat up and let's boogie," he said.
Acadiana, like New Orleans, is filled with eccentrics, primarily because it has never been fully assimilated into the United States. It's a fine place to be an artist, a writer, an iconoclast, a bohemian, or a drunk. Some Cajuns are virtually unintelligible to outsiders, yet nurse their accent and inverted sentence structure and forget the outside world. If you wish, anonymity is only a boat ride away. The Atchafalaya Basin is the largest wetland and swamp in the United States. With the purchase of a houseboat, you can live in places that have no name because they didn't exist yesterday and can be gone tomorrow. Modernity has always been our undoing. Our ancestors were farmers and fisher people expelled from Canada by the British in 1755. Unlettered and pacifist in nature and unable to understand the clash of empires, the Acadians wandered for years before they found a home on Bayou Teche. Maybe for that reason, we have a greater tolerance for others who are different or who have been collectively rejected. The disposition and mindset of Acadiana is little different from those of San Francisco. Maybe that's why Cato Carmouche lived on a houseboat on the bayou south of Jeanneret in violation of any number of state and parish regulations. Most Cajuns don't like to travel. Many will admit they have never been out of the state. Not Cato. He hooked up with a circus and became a human cannonball until the night the cannon was slanted too high and Cato was sent flying over the net into the audience. When he came out of a 6-week coma, he discovered that his brain had taken on a facility with numbers no one could explain. He could process percentages and numerical probabilities as fast as a computer. 1 week after he was released from the hospital, he flew to Atlantic City, then to Reno and Vegas and Puerto Rico. Cato found paradise in the glitter and cheapness and garish mix of fountains splashing with colored lights and the air-conditioned stink of cigarette smoke. The dice jumping across the felt, the coins rattling in the slots, the snap of a card on a blackjack table, the women whose breasts bulged from their evening gowns, the smell of fine liquor, the ball bouncing inside the roulette wheel. Where had these gifts been all his life? At 4'1", with a scar like a lightning bolt on his shaved head, he stood or sat at the gaming tables and let the blessings of a meretricious deity shower down on him. For the first 6 months on the circuit, he kept his wins low. Then he got greedy at Harrah's and went into the Griffin book. Not to be undone, Cato hired on with the casinos and sat with the brass and monitored the eye in the sky and identified the grifters and card counters who thought they knew every hustle in the game. By anyone's standards, Cato became well-to-do and could have lived anywhere. Instead, he came back to southwest Louisiana and lived by himself on a houseboat painted with the green and purple colors of Mardi Gras and bedecked with glass beads that tinkled in the breeze.
"How's it hanging, Cato?"
Cleet said as we walked across the reinforced plank onto the houseboat.
"It's hanging very nicely, thanks,"
Cato said.
"How about yours?"
Cato always had a scrubbed look and took meticulous care with his clothes and hair. The part as exact as a ruler, each oiled strand a gleaming piece of wire. His voice sounded like it came out of a tin box with gears and springs inside. His eyes were tiny lumps of coal. For some reason, he reminded me of Desmond Cormier, as though they shared a similar loneliness, the kind that is usually the fate of the artistically talented.
"What can I do for yous, gentlemen?"
"Yous?" Cleet said.
"I spent a lot of time in Jersey."
"We know your history with the casino industry, Mr. Cato," I said. "We're wondering about the funding for a motion picture group."
"Go ahead and ask me your questions," he said. "And you don't got to call me mister either."
His houseboat was moored in the shade of an oak. A cheap rod and reel was propped against the deck rail, the bobber and line floating in an S next to the lily pads in the shallows. "We hear Desmond Cormier is being financed by the gaming industry," I said.
"Gaming it is not. Getting soaked it is,"
Cato said. "You got some information for us, sir?" I said.
"Jersey money is Jersey money. The tracks are full of it. Some of it is hot, some not. The track and the casino are the washaterias. I gotta check my line. Then I got to shower and change. A lady friend is picking me up, if you know what I mean. No crudeness intended here."
Cleet looked at me, clearly trying not to laugh. "Did you know a woman named Lucinda Arsenault?" I asked.
"The name is not familiar."
Cato pulled his bobber and small lead weight and baited hook from the water and swung them to a different spot. She was murdered, Mr. Cato.
I call other people mister, but I don't act the same with them. Know why that is?
Afraid not, I said.
Because people who need titles need somebody else to tell them they're worth something. No judgment intended.
You hear anything about Arab investments around here?
I have to confess I haven't seen no Arabs of recent. You're talking about people who ride camels?
That doesn't really answer the question, I said. He looked at his watch. It was gold the size of a $50 inlaid with jewels.
Can I get you gentlemen coffee or a drink before my lady friend comes? It's fixing to rain. That means the goggle-eye perch gonna be biting soon.
Thanks for your time, Cato, I said.
Yes, sir. It was very nice of yous to come by.
I walked back on the plank with Cleet, then paused under the tree. Wait here a minute, will you?
Whatever he knows, he's keeping it to himself. Let it go, Cleet said.
Be right back. I crossed back onto the houseboat. Cato was sitting in a folding canvas chair. The sky had darkened and I could hear thunder in the distance and feel the barometer dropping and smell the fish bunching up under the lily pads. A big gar rolled as smoothly as a serpent by a flooded canebrake. I need to share something with you, I said. Up the bayou, under a big oak like that one on the shore, I caught my first fish when I was 7 years old. I paused. Cato gazed at the lightning striking silently in a sky that was like purple velvet. The air was damp and sweet and heavy with the smell of sugarcane in the bayou at high tide. This is a special place, I said. Guys like us remember the way it used to be. But a lot of bad guys got their hands on us, Cato.
I know what you mean, sir.
Why'd you come back to South Louisiana?
I ain't lost nothing in them other places.
Desmond is tight with the casino guys?
They go back. Desmond grew up on the Chittimacha Reservation.
Is somebody making a big move?
It's about money from overseas. Laundering, that kind of thing. Politicians are mixed up in it. It's stuff I don't want to know about.
Who are the players? He looked up at me.
You better not have no truck with them, Mr. Robichaux.
Call me Dave. Why should I not have any truck with them?
I'm talking about hundreds of millions of dollars. You know what people will do for that kind of money? Not just here. Anywhere. Them Arabs didn't invent greed and the mean things people can do.
He reeled in his line, his gaze fixed on the sky, and refused to speak again, even to say goodbye. I've always believed the dead roam the earth for many years after we try to weigh them down with stones. I also believe they outnumber us. For that reason, I've never quarreled with the notion that they enter and try to shape our lives in order to redeem their own. So I was not surprised by the vision I had when I looked out my bedroom at 3 a.m. the day after my visit with Cato Carmouche. The clouds of fog on the bayou were as white as cotton, bumping along the ground between the trees, a tug working its way toward the drawbridge, running lights on, glistening with mist. The figure was no more than 5'4". He looked made of sourdough. The roundness of his face and limbs and stomach and soft buttocks seemed sketched by an artist. His mouth was a slice of watermelon, his hair as wispy as corn silk. I wanted to believe I was watching an apparition, a wandering soul trying to unshackle the fetters of the grave and reclaim the coolness and oxygenated vibrancy of the air that the quick take for granted. I knew better, though. I had seen the figure before. I put my hand under my mattress and retrieved the Army-issue 1911 Model 45 automatic I had bought for $25 in Saigon's Bring Cash Alley. I slipped on my khakis and loafers and went through the kitchen into the mudroom. The sky was clear above the fog bank. the tops of the trees lit by the moon. I stepped into the yard. The figure moved behind an oak that was 3 feet across. "Is that you, Smiley?" I asked. There was no reply. "You gave me quite a start," I said. "I hope one of us is dreaming." The wind gusted through the trees, giving second life to the raindrops on the leaves, filling the air with the tannic smell of autumn and gas and nightshade in a forest that seldom saw sunlight. "I hope you're not mad at me," I said. "It was never personal."
"Please don't come any nearer to me, Mr. Warwishaw," the figure said. His voice had a lisp, a discomforting wet one like that of an oversized child nursing. "I know it's you, partner," I said. "Tell me what you're doing here. It'll make us both feel better." "You made me do things I didn't want to," he said.
"You killed a female detective, a good woman who didn't deserve to die."
"That is not true. People were shooting at me. I did not ever aim in the woman's direction. Do not make up stories."
"She died just the same. Do you want me to call you Chester or Smiley?"
"My friends call me Smiley. But if you are not my friend, call me something else."
"You need to leave the area," I said. "Then all this will be just a dream."
"I'll leave when my work is done."
"What is your work?"
"You don't know?"
"You get even for people who can't defend themselves," I said. "That's a noble mission, Smiley, but you need to move on. Maybe back to Florida. Work on your tan."
"Are you making fun of me?"
"I know better." I was sweating inside my clothes. Smiley's real name was Chester Wimple. He had no category, not even a partial one. In a harsh light, his body seemed to take on the translucence and flaccidity of a jellyfish. He sounded like Elmer Fudd and ate ding-dongs for breakfast and Eskimo pies and Buster bars around the clock. He had done hits with an ice pick on a New York subway and in the box seats of a racetrack and at a Chamber of Commerce meeting in New Jersey. He had never spent one day in jail. I heard his feet move in the leaves. I held up my weapon so it silhouetted in the moonlight. I released the magazine and stuck it into my pocket, then ejected the chambered round, letting it fall on the grass. "I'm no threat to you, Smiley. I'm suspended from the sheriff's department. I'm going to walk toward you now. Is that okay?" The wind died. The leaves on the trees were as still as stamped metal. I walked toward the place where Smiley had been standing. The fog enveloped the lower half of my body. I saw a pirogue glide away from the bank, a solitary man seated and stroking evenly in the stern. He waved goodbye without turning around, as though he knew I would follow him to the water's edge but offer no more protest about his presence in Acadiana. I could hear myself breathing in the dark. Chapter 19. The sun came up like thunder, a yellowish blood red in the smoke of a runaway stubble fire. I did not tell Alifair or Cleet about my encounter with Smiley, in part because they would think me unhinged. Also, I did not trust my own perceptions. For good or bad, my preoccupation with death and the past had defined much of my life, and a long time ago I had made my separate peace with the world and abandoned any claim on reason or normalcy or the golden mean. Waylon Jennings said it many years ago. I've always been crazy, but it's kept me from going insane. I did make a call to a former CIA agent I knew from the program. His name was Walter Scanlon. For 40 years, he pickled his brain and liver with a fifth of vodka every night while he moved like a threadworm through the underside of the new American empire. Now he chain-smoked and attended the Work the Steps or Die motherfucker meeting in New Orleans, sitting silently in the back with a face that looked as old as papyrus and eyes that were the color of raw oysters. Few had any idea of the deeds stored in the basement of his soul. Yeah, Chester Wimple, he said. He goes by Smiley or something.
Was he ever one of yours? I asked.
We don't use guys like that.
But you've run across him? You know about him?
We thought he took out one of our informants in Mexico City. A child molester. No big loss. You didn't talk to the FBI?
They don't know much more than we do.
Let me ring a couple of people.
He called back that evening.
When's the last time you had contact with this guy? He said.
I thought I might have seen him earlier today.
Better visit your optometrist. Chester Wimple was blown all over a cafe with a 50 cal in Venezuela 8 months ago.
Must be a mistake.
The guys I got this from used DNA.
I appreciate your time, I said, my mouth dry. How you doing with the program?
I haven't slept since the fall of Saigon, he replied. Thanks for bringing it up.
At 7:30 the next morning, Helen Swallow was at my door. What's the haps? I said through the screen.
Need you to get on the clock, she said. I killed the IA beef. How about it, Pops?
I pushed the screen open. Come in. I let her walk ahead of me into the kitchen. I took the Silex carafe and 2 cups off the counter and sat down at the breakfast table. Why the change of heart?
I was wrong, she replied.
I held back information I should have reported.
And done Texas's dirty work for them. I probably wouldn't have dimed Tillinger either.
She took my badge out of her coat pocket and set it on the table. It was gold and inset with blue letters. Something hit the fan? I said.
I need every swinging dick on the line.
You know how to say it, Helen.
In or out.
I palmed my badge but didn't put it in my pocket. I had a visitor in the early a.m. yesterday. Chester Wimple, alias Smiley.
He was just passing through on his way to killing someone?
He was standing under the trees in the backyard. He left in a pirogue.
I don't want to listen to this, she said.
It gets worse. I called a friend who was CIA for 40 years. He says Smiley was shredded into dog food by a .50 caliber 8 months ago.
I don't know which story is worse, yours or your friend's.
Take it any way you want. I told Smiley he was unwelcome. I unloaded my weapon in front of him. I watched him paddle his pirogue down to the drawbridge. The CIA is made up of stupid people. I saw the heat go out of her face.
Okay, she said.
Okay what?
Maybe it explains something.
Explains what?
We've got another homicide.
Who is it?
You and Cleet did what you could. There are people you can't help, Dave.
Cut the doodah, Helen. Who are we talking about?
She tapped the table with her knuckles and lifted her gaze to mine. Her eyes were damp.
Fuck me. Helen's hardcore persona was often cosmetic and disguised the humanity that defined her. That said, the scene inside Hilary Bienville's trailer was the kind no cop wants to see. It was the kind that forces you to recreate the suffering and fear of the victim. It also installs itself in your memory and becomes the catalyst for your first hit of Jack that night and the images you'll drag like a chain the rest of your days. Hilary had been savagely beaten, her blood slung all over the walls and furniture. The blows were of such force that her face was hardly recognizable, and I don't mean in terms of personal identification. Her skull and facial construction no longer looked human. I went back outside. Bailey Ribbons was knocking on doors. Sean McLean had been the first at the scene. He was staring at the drawbridge and the immaculate white antebellum home couched among the live oaks on the far side of the bayou. His mouth was small and gray, his skin pale. There was blood on his trousers and the rims of his shoes. He saw me look at it. "It looked like somebody kicked over a bucket of paint," he said. "I found her baby and took it to the grandmother's." "You got to 911?" I said.
The neighbor said he heard somebody busting up the trailer about 5 a.m. He thought it was a John. The baby kept crying, so he called it in at 6:15. He didn't see a vehicle leave. He said he heard one but didn't see it. You believe him? Probably not. Let's have a talk with him. The 911 caller wore flip-flops and shapeless pants and a strap undershirt with holes in it. His jowls were spiked with whiskers, his race undeterminable, his eyes pools of suspicion. I done told you already. I didn't see nothing and I don't know nothing. She was always having Johns in her place. I don't get mixed up in that. You weren't curious enough to glance out the window? For what? You think I don't know what kind of dump this is? Hard argument to contest. Sean and I went back inside Hilary Bienville's trailer. 2 plainclothes detectives from Jeanneret were there. The forensic team was already at work. Bailey followed us inside. The broken glass and kitchenware, the splintered furniture and the dents in the walls were the marks of a killer whose rage was so great it was always on the edge of bursting through his skin. He was the kind of man who had a jitter in his eyes. The paramedics were waiting for Helen to tell them to remove the remains. I looked down at what used to be Hilary Bienville's face. Her killer had stuck a sequined star on her forehead, like you'd mount atop a Christmas tree. The suit of pentacles, Bailey said. What was that? Helen said. It's our guy, Bailey said. Pentacles, or diamonds, represents prosperity and personal esteem, or making things grow or increase in value. A hooker making things grow in value? Helen said. She looked at me for reinforcement. I shook my head neutrally. Our guy is enraged because she didn't meet the standard, Bailey said. At least that's my guess. It was hot and quiet in the trailer, as though we were all caught inside a photograph none of us wanted to be in. In moments like these, you know Treblinka and Nanking and Hiroshima are not abstractions. How about it, Sheriff? One of the paramedics said. Take her out, Helen said. I went back outside. Most of the children who lived in the trailer park had left on a school bus. No adults came out of their trailers. A few looked through the windows. Cormac Watts, the coroner, was standing by his car, his foot on the bumper. He watched me walk toward him, his face empty. Glad to see you back, he said. This is going to be a funny question. You want to know if she was unconscious when the perpetrator tore her up? He said. I waited. Massive internal bleeding, he said. I think he probably stomped and kicked her after she went down. How do you figure this guy? I can't. We've got another player involved, I said. I think you should know. Who? Smiley. I saw him. I talked with him. His eyes hazed over. I'll have something on your desk by tonight. Have a good one, Dave. He got into his car and drove away. Smiley had been raised in an orphanage in Mexico City. By all accounts, including his, he had been severely abused, both in the orphanage and on the streets of the city, where he was passed from hand to hand in alleys that specialized in child prostitution. Probably in his late teens, he found his way to southern Florida and discovered that he possessed an enormous talent, namely, an ability to float like a piece of ectoplasm among the criminal culture and be disregarded or dismissed up to the moment someone got it in the ear with a .22 auto or an ice pick in the brain. His activities seemed to be a labor of love. His hits were contracted and paid for at drop boxes, his weapons provided by UPS. He bought children ice cream wherever he went, and on one occasion he hijacked a truckload of it and passed it out to black children in a park down by Bayou Lafourche, while a bound and gagged man he planned to dispose of later struggled impotently inside the refrigerator. He also tried to kill a local politician whose antecedents were Huey Long and George Wallace. Secretly, I always thought Smiley had his moments. But Smiley was also responsible for the death of a female detective who paid her dues in Afghanistan. For a short time she was the lover of Cleet Purcell. I really didn't want to tell him about Smiley's visit, nor did I wish to contemplate the results if Cleet got his hands on him. But at 5 that afternoon, I drove to Cleet's motor court on East Main. He was sitting in a deck chair down by the bayou, a quart of stoppered beer in a bucket by his side. He was reading a novel by Michael Connolly. "How you doing, Cletus?" I said. He looked at me over his reading glasses.
Whenever I hear that tone of voice, I know I'd rather be somewhere else.
"I'm back on the job. I also had a visit from Smiley."
Tell me you've been drinking.
"He's back and ready to rock."
Why is he back?
"He says he wants to be our friend." Cleet stood up slowly and set his book on a chair. He removed his glasses and put them away. The warmth of the sunlight on the side of his face contradicted the coldness in his eyes. He stared at the cattails bending in the breeze, the surface of the bayou wrinkling like old skin.
Where do you think I might find him?
"No idea." He put a cigarette into his mouth but didn't light it. The worst part of my visit had not begun. Obviously he had been out of town during the day, or he had not listened to the news or seen a local newspaper. "Hilary Bienville is dead, Cleet." He turned around and removed a cigarette from his mouth.
Say again.
"Early this morning, she was beaten to death in her trailer. Her killer pressed a Christmas tree star on her forehead." His face seemed poached, the color fading, his teeth showing behind his lips. His eyes were green marbles.
Same guy who did Lucinda Arsenault?
"That's what it looks like."
What about her kid?
"The kid is all right. Sean McLean took her to the grandmother's place."
Witnesses?
"None we could find."
How bad was it?
"As bad as it gets." He folded his deck chair and picked up his book and cradled his ice bucket with one arm.
I want to see the crime scene.
"You know the rules."
Forget I asked, he said. I'll handle it by myself.
When we arrived at the trailer park, the sun was low on the horizon, orange and dust-veiled. There were no children at play. I took down the crime scene tape on the small gallery and opened the door to Hilary Bienville's trailer with a key Helen had given me. Cleet and I stepped inside, both of us with latex on. Cleet shone his flashlight on the broken glass, the smears and splatter on the walls, the broken table and chairs.
Who was the responder?
Sean McLean.
Wasn't he the responder on the Devereaux homicide?
More or less.
No tie there?
No.
The door was key-locked? He asked.
Right.
So it wasn't a barroom John, it was somebody she trusted?
That'd be my guess.
The baby must have been crying when he left, but he locked up the place anyway?
What are you thinking? I said.
The guy didn't want Hilary found right away, but he didn't care if the baby sweltered to death or choked on her vomit.
The guy who killed Hilary doesn't care about anything or anyone, I said. Cleet clicked off his flashlight.
I've seen enough.
What do you make of it?
He had some kind of working relationship with her, but something set him off. She was in pajamas?
Yes.
Maybe he wanted to get it on and she told him to fuck off. Violence like this is almost always sexual. There was no sign of rape or biting or any of that crap?
Not according to the coroner. Cleet stared at the sun and the Greek revival home in the trees across the bayou.
Why does this place make me think of a killing ground on the Cambodian border?
Because this was a slave cemetery, I said. They're under your feet.
Christ,
he said, his face twitching. Later that evening, I sat down in the living room with Alifair. The windows were open, the street lights on. I could see leaves smoldering like red coals in a rain gutter and smell impending rain and the heavy odor of the bayou. I did not want to think any more about Hilary Bienville or the evil that humans do. I once had a friend who worked with the criminally insane in Norwalk, California. He was a Quaker and a humanist and seemed to be unscathed by his experience with patients who had committed crimes that were unthinkable. I asked him what his secret was. I conceded, he answered. Conceded what? I said. There are people who are at peace with malevolence. It's in their eyes. It keeps them warm. That's the way they come out of the womb. There was a reading lamp above Alifair's head. She kept looking at me in a peculiar way. Are you all right? I'm a little tired. I brought a dessert home. I went into the kitchen and cut a wet slice of chocolate cake for each of us, then put them on plates and brought them back into the living room. She had been on location in Morgan City all day and had not heard about Hilary Bienville. So I told her. Then I told her about Smiley. The room was quiet. You don't believe me about Smiley? I said. I'm not sure. You see things other people don't. You haven't said anything about the Bienville crime scene. It's better not to talk about it. Who's doing this, Dave? I have no idea. There's no single thread that runs through all the cases. We don't know if we're dealing with one killer or more than one. But her mind seems somewhere else. There's something wrong with Desmond. Like what? Today somebody said something about the Lucinda Arsenault homicide, like working the floating cross with the body on it into the movie. Desmond snapped the guy's head off. Maybe he was just out of sorts, I said. There's something else bothering me. Des got wet today and was changing his socks. There's a Maltese cross tattooed on his ankle. Didn't you say Bienville tied a charm shaped like a Maltese cross on her daughter's ankle? I did. Just coincidence, she said. That's a word liars use often, I said. Chapter 20. Early the next morning, I drove to the location outside Morgan City that Desmond had turned into a replica of an early 1950s prison farm. Mounted gun bulls in gray uniforms and shades, their skin as dark as saddle leather, were silhouetted against the sunrise atop the levee, while down below, men in prison stripes and straw hats that had been painted red were pulling stumps with mules and chains. Part of the set included a 2-story barracks with barred windows constructed in the distance, and 2 upended cast-iron sweat boxes set in concrete. Alifair had left the house before I had and was sitting behind a camera with a clipboard on her knee. Desmond had interrupted a scene and was telling an actor to start over again. The actor was young and handsome and did not look like a convict who would have been on the Red Hat gang at Angola Farm many decades ago. You're putting me to sleep, Zeb, Desmond said. This is a harikiri moment. When you get in the hack's face, you know you're headed for the sweatbox. We're talking about 130-degree heat, a shit bucket between your ankles, a hole the diameter of a cigar to breathe through, your butt and knees frying against hot metal. But you hate the captain so much, you'll accept all that pain in order to keep your self-respect. So far, you're not showing either me or the audience the brave man you're supposed to be. I'll try to do better, the actor said. Try is the wrong word, Des said, his pale blue eyes widening. Yes, sir, the actor said. Desmond stepped behind the camera. Start, he said. The captain sat astride a horse that must have been 17 hands. He wore a long-sleeved crimson shirt and a Stetson and shades. Unlike the other personnel, he was not armed. A quirt was stuck in his boot. Farther down the levee, 3 women were picking buttercups and placing them in a straw basket. The captain's shadow fell across the young actor named Zeb. Was you eyeballing them ladies? the captain asked. "No, sir," Zeb said. "I think you was. One of them is the warden's wife, son." "I ain't eyeballing no free people, boss," Zeb said. "Calling me a liar?" Zeb shook his head. "I didn't hear you," the captain said. "No, sir, I ain't said that. Captain LeBlanc says you was talking during bell count." "Wasn't me, Cap." "You seen me make a Christian out of a nigger. I can do it to you, too." "Wasn't eyeballing. Wasn't talking at morning count. Wasn't doing nothing but my fucking time, boss man." "Cut," Desmond said. Zeb waited expectantly. "I could get more vitality out of an electrified corpse," Desmond said. He walked to the captain's horse. "Give me a quirt." The actor playing the captain slipped the quirt from his boot and handed it to Desmond. The handle was knurled, a leather tassel hung from the tip. Desmond stuck the quirt in Zeb's hand. "Hit me." "Pardon?" Zeb replied, half smiling. "Hit me! In the face! Hard!" "I can't do that." Desmond clenched Zeb's fingers into the handle of the quirt. "You think this is funny?" "No, sir." Desmond released Zeb's hand and popped him in the face. "Now hit me with the quirt." "No." Desmond popped him again. The crew and the other actors stared at the ground. "Either hit me or say your lines like you're supposed to," he said. "You've got booze on your breath, Zeb. Don't show up wired again." There were tears in the actor's eyes. Alifair laid her clipboard on her chair and walked past me away from the set. They recommenced the scene. It was powerful and real and visceral and painful to watch. Zeb virtually spat in the captain's face. Then the other gunbulls beat him senseless and carried him on his knees to the sweat box and flung him inside and slammed the iron door as though they had just hung a hog in a smokehouse. Desmond yelled, "Cut!" and everyone applauded. My stomach felt sick. I walked up behind Des and tapped him on the shoulder. He was grinning when he turned around. "I need to talk to you," I said. "I'm a little busy right now," he replied. "Yeah, I saw you in action." "You think I'm too rough?" "That was chicken shit." "I don't see Zeb complaining." I looked away, as you do when you can't hide your disgust for someone's behavior. "I'd appreciate your walking over here with me." "Whatever makes you happy," he said. We went into the shade of a tarp stretched on 4 poles. The canvas was popping in the wind, the fall weather both cool and warm at the same time. The cast and crew were drinking coffee and eating beignets at the commissary window. "We've got another homicide on our hands," I said. "I heard. Her name was Hilary Bienville. She hung out in the same blues joint Butterworth does." "So talk to him." "Waste of time. He's a pathological liar and a wise ass on top. I understand you have a Maltese cross on your ankle." "Would you like to see it?" "I wondered if you were in the Knights Templar or the Nazi Party." "Maybe I rode with a biker group." "The Hells Angels?" I said maybe. "Get off my back, Dave." "You're lying, Des." "I don't let people talk to me like that." "How about the way you just talked to that kid?" "Titty babies don't make it in the movie industry." "And bullies thrive." "Fuck you, Dave. Next time you say that to me, I'll knock your teeth down your throat." I walked to my truck. I saw Alifair watching me by the commissary trailer. She mouthed the Cleet Purcell mantra. "Take names and stomp ass, big man." Late Saturday night, Smiley turned his rental car into a lonely motel on a 2-lane asphalt road that dead-ended in a bog far south of Lake Charles. The moon was up, the Gulf the color of pewter, the waves sliding through sand dunes and salt grass and a shrimp dock that had been wrecked by Hurricane Rita. The motel sign was off, the office dark. A panel truck was parked midway down the line of rooms. Smiley cut his headlights and engine and got out of his car with a black physician's bag and stepped up on the concrete walkway, his skin marbled with the orange and yellow neon that circumscribed the motel. The window and the red metal door of his target were pasted with insects. He slipped a screwdriver into the door jamb and wedged the lock loose, then eased back the door and stepped inside. A compact, unshaved man was sleeping on his side in his underclothes on top of the covers, snoring spasmodically. Smiley removed a hypodermic needle from his bag and inserted it into the man's carotid and pushed down the plunger. The sleeping man made one startled gasp, his eyes springing open, then he dropped into a well. 20 minutes later, the man awoke and discovered the ligatures binding him leg and arm to the bed frame. A Brillo pad had been stuffed into his mouth, which was sealed with pipe tape. When he tried to talk, his face looked like a grape about to burst. Smiley sat in a chair by the bed, eating ice cream from the carton he had taken from the icebox. A container of liquid plumber sat on the nightstand.
"My friends call me Smiley," he said. "You are Hugo Tillinger, and you have been very bad. I do not like people who do what you have done. Can I use your bathroom? Blink your eyes for yes."
Tillinger stared at him like a statue. Smiley dropped his ice cream carton into the wastebasket and went to the bathroom to relieve himself and flushed the toilet and washed his hands and pulled on latex gloves, then returned to the bedside and gazed down at Tillinger.
"This might hurt a little."
He peeled the tape loose from Tillinger's face and lifted the steel wool from his mouth.
"That wasn't so bad, was it? Comfy now?"
Tillinger twisted his head and spat soap and pieces of steel wool on the sheets.
What are you doing in my room?
"You killed your family."
I did not.
"Lying will not help you."
How did you know I was here?
"You called an uncle in Denver. Somebody was listening. You should have run far away and not made that call. Why do you remain in this area?"
Because I wanted to find a black woman who tried to help me, but somebody killed her. You're a hitman?
"No. You better not call me that either."
Then what are you?
I get rid of people who hurt children, or who hurt me. You burned up your family. I saw pictures of their bodies.
You some kind of ghoul? Smiley removed a funnel from his black bag and unscrewed the cap on the liquid plumber. Tillinger pulled against the ligatures, his brow oily with sweat. I don't know who you are or why you're after me, but I didn't kill my family, Tillinger said. No matter what happens here, you get that straight, you little shit.
You are making me mad.
See what happens if I catch up with you later, gerbil boy, Tillinger said. Smiley stuffed the Brillo pad back into Tillinger's mouth and stretched a strip of tape across his cheeks, letting the roll dangle on the pillow. He took a ballpoint from his shirt pocket and clenched it like a dagger. He stared down into Tillinger's face. In his mind's eye, he saw a female caretaker in a Mexico City orphanage strike him full across the face. He disconnected from the image in his head and went to the window and looked outside. The Gulf was black and roiling and strung with foam and moonlight. The waves on the jetty made a sound like someone shuffling a deck of cards. He felt tired, his sense of mission gone, his arms as flaccid and useless as rolls of dough. The release he sought in his work was becoming more and more elusive. Why couldn't he be free? He walked back to the bed and ripped the tape loose from Tillinger's mouth.
Call me names again, and you'll wish you were dead. You are a cruel man. I want to do horrible things to you.
It was an electrical short,
Tillinger said. I tried to save them. You seem like you got a brain. Why do you think you turned out the way you did?
I don't know what you mean.
I was on death row with guys like you. They all got a bad story. Here's the funny part. Their stories are true. That's how they ended up freaks like you. It's not y'all's fault.
You need a lesson.
Smiley removed an electric drill from his bag and hunted for the wall socket. He could hear Tillinger fighting against the ligatures. He inserted the plug into the wall and squeezed the trigger on the drill. It whined and vibrated in his palm.
Open wide.
Don't, Tillinger said.
You killed the deputy sheriff, didn't you?
No.
The colored lady on the quaff?
Anybody who says that is a damn liar.
Let me put this closer to your eye. Don't blink. Would you say that again? Want to call me a gerbil now? You want me to start on your eyes, or your eardrums, or your nose? Tell me what you want. What's that sound I hear? Are you going wee-wee in your pants?
Tillinger's eyes were bulging, his face quivering. Kiss my ass. Smiley grinned.
Bad boy. I just want a tiny nick, so I won't feel guilty about not doing my job.
He touched the drill tip to Tillinger's earlobe.
There, a little red flower on the pillowcase to remember me by.
Tillinger's lungs seemed to collapse. Smiley clicked off the drill and pulled the plug from the wall, then wrapped the cord around it and placed it in the liquid plumber in his bag. He took a switchblade from his tennis shorts and pushed the release button on the blade. "What are you doing?" Tillinger said. Smiley sliced one of the ligatures in half. He stepped back from the bed and folded the blade into the case, all the while gazing at Tillinger. "I don't get it," Tillinger said.
Did you ever make your daughter cut a switch?
"What's that mean?"
Make her participate in her own punishment. Make her hate herself.
The man who does that isn't a father.
I need to talk to the people I work for. They will be angry with me when they hear what I have to say.
"What people? Angry about what?"
You get to live. That's because somebody has lied about you. Don't be here in the morning.
"You're talking about wise guys in New Jersey or Florida washing money, something like that?"
They're from everywhere. Maybe I'll see you again. You could be my friend. Most of my friends are colored people.
"Why colored?"
They accept you for what you are. They are hated and made fun of, just like I am.
Smiley opened the door and filled his lungs with the salt and the wind. He gazed back into the room. His expression was vacuous, his eyes lit with a blue glow as though the moon was shining through a hole in the back of his head.
You're my friend now. Don't betray me. Nobody had better ever betray me. He pulled the door shut behind him and walked away, a mindless smile on his lips. If you're a real drunkard, you don't need alcohol to mess up your life. A real drunkard knows his saloon is available inside his head 24 hours a day. He can light up his viscera and give free rein to the gargoyles in the basement and access the whole drunkard's menu. Alcoholic psychosis, unprotected sex, messing with guns and knives and dangerous people. All of it as fast as you can snap the cap on a bottle of brew. Or, let me use another metaphor. You simply turn yourself into a human pinball, bouncing pell-mell off the flippers and crashing into the bumpers while electrified thunder roars and bells jingle and jangle and all the colors of the rainbow flash in celebration of your self-destruction. Sunday afternoon, Bailey Ribbons invited me to her house for a barbecue. I shined my loafers and put on a pair of gray slacks and a long-sleeved dress shirt and a tie and drove to her house in my truck. A pink balloon was tied with ribbon to the mailbox by the road. The shale driveway leading to her cottage was an immaculate white against the freshly clipped deep green St. Augustine grass. Through the oak trees I could see the bayou glinting in the sunlight, the smoke from a barbecue pit rising into a hard blue sky that you could scratch a match on. I thought others had been invited, but the only vehicle on the property was her compact parked in the porte-cochere. I twisted the bell. She answered the door almost immediately. She was wearing huaraches and khakis that accentuated her long legs, and a purple blouse, and an apron, and light lip gloss. "You didn't need to dress up," she said. "I thought it was a formal lawn party," I said, stepping inside. "Nothing so grand," she said, closing the door behind me. "I thought we'd just hang out." I bowed out of my situation with Desmond. "You're not going to do the film?" It was a bad idea. It seems like an intriguing world, but it's not. It's just like ours, except worse. I wouldn't give up on it. It's quite an opportunity. No, there's something kinky about that whole bunch. "Come in the kitchen and help me make the salad. I have 2 chickens on the grill and some lemonade and soft drinks on ice." She walked ahead of me into the kitchen. Her hair was thick and brown and clean, and tiny strands hung like particles of light on her cheeks. I had a hard time separating her from Clementine Carter standing on a desert road that dipped into eternity. She turned and smiled but didn't speak. Her eyes were mysterious and had a radiance that seemed to have no source. "Do you know you have a habit of staring?" she said. "I think you were born for the screen," I said. "Not me. You don't have to work with Desmond. Louisiana's full of movie people. The state subsidizes movies up to 25%. Let's slice some apples." I rolled my sleeves and went to work next to her. I could not help glancing at her profile. There was not a line on her face or throat. I know this may seem foolish to some, but I could not associate the image of her toking on a joint with the woman standing beside me. In fact, I hated the thought. "I know what you're thinking about," she said. "I'm sorry for taking the hit off that joint. My feelings are the same as yours. Fashionable vice is usually the mark of a self-important dilettante. Besides, I'm a cop." "It's not the end of the world," I said. She put her knife down and looked through the window at the smoke from the barbecue pit breaking apart in the wind. A cottontail rabbit was couched among the camellia bushes, brown and fat, ears folded back, eyes bright. "Want to go outside?" she said. "This is fine," I replied. She dried her hands on a dish towel and hung it over the handle on the oven. "I was married when I was 16. My husband was killed 1 year later in a stock car race, entertaining people who carry styrofoam spit cups." "I'm sorry." "I know about the loss of your wives," she said. "I don't know how you lived through all that." I didn't answer. She stood in the silence until my eyes found hers. I don't care about age differences, she said. The woman pays the price, Bailey. Men skate. The scarlet letter didn't die out with the Puritans. She looked up into my face. She touched my cheek. You won't give in, will you? She said. Give in to what? Principle, vanity, whatever you call it. You and your friend Cleet pretend to be rebels, but you're traditionalists. You know what a traditionalist is, don't you? Someone who lets dead people control his life. She turned on the cold water in the sink and put her hands and wrists under the faucet, her back rigid. I rested my hand on her shoulder. She turned off the water and looked at me. I thought I heard a sound like train crossing bells clanging in my head. I placed my arms lightly around her back and spread my fingers between her shoulder blades and touched her hair with my cheek. I was afraid to pull her against me. I love your name. That's all you can say, she asked. How could one not? I thought, but I couldn't say the words. I went out the door and down the steps to the shale drive. She walked out on the gallery and lifted one hand by way of saying goodbye. There was a hurt in her face that made me want to paint my brains on a ceiling. I went up Lauraville Road, my windows down, the rain ditches and cane fields and horse farms and 19th century shotgun houses flying by me, and a vision in my mind I could barely resist. I saw a cool, dark saloon with a long foot-railed bar and wood-bladed fans hanging from a stamped tin ceiling and domino and bourrée tables, maybe a blackboard chalked with racing results. Pool balls clattering on green felt, football betting cards scattered on the floor. I saw myself sitting in the shadows, starting the afternoon with a double shot of Jack poured on shaved ice with a sprig of mint, an ice-caked mug of draft, or a sweating bottle of Bud for a chaser. I even saw the aftermath, the awakening at dawn to a blood-red sun and a flaming thirst in the first drink of the day, vodka and Collins mix and cherries and orange slices and half-melted ice sliding down the pipe with a beneficence I can only compare to a hit of morphine in a battalion aid station after you've been blown to shit. There were any number of places in Iberia or St. Martin Parish where I could get loaded with people who knew I shouldn't be there but were wise enough to know that no power on earth can keep a drunk from drinking once he decides to take the asp in hand and twine it around his arm. The bar I found was not like the one I just described. It was a lounge in St. Martinville, one as dark as black satin, whose refrigerated air was as cold and unforgiving as a tomb's. I sat at one end of a horseshoe bar and drank a Burke's red cream soda in a mug and tried to finish a ham sandwich that had too much mustard on it. I had never seen the bartender before. I spat a bite of sandwich into a paper napkin and put it on my plate. I got some chicken gumbo in the kitchen, the bartender said. I'm halfway to the cemetery as it is, I replied. It is what it is, Mac, he said. I'd appreciate it if you'd call me Dave. I really don't like the name Mac. What's that stink? You always leave the men's room door open? He walked away, knowing a losing situation when he saw one. I looked down the hallway and out the back window and saw the sky darkening and a streetlight come on and then the rain beginning to fall, followed by hail that bounced on the asphalt in a white mist. I called the bartender back. Give me 4 fingers of Jack in a mug, straight up, no ice. A Budweiser back with a raw egg in a glass. I think you're in the wrong bar. I opened my badge. Will this earn me the stool I'm sitting on? We don't serve eggs. So forget the egg. It's your funeral. I watched him fill 2 double-shot glasses to the brim and snap the cap off a Budweiser. He set the shots in the long neck and a beer glass in front of me. My head was thundering. I squeezed my temples. The outside world seemed drained of color. A palm tree whipping across the street, the hail bouncing and rolling like mothballs. I asked for the Jack in a mug. "Are you going to be a problem?" the bartender said. "Not me. You know what the Evangeline Oak is about?" "No clue. I'm from Big D. That's in Texas, in case you haven't checked recently." "This is where the Acadians came by boat over 200 years ago," I said. "Evangeline lost her love on a trip from Nova Scotia. She went insane and waited by that tree every afternoon the rest of her life." "You finished with your sandwich?" he said. "Yeah. Why don't you wrap it up and take it home for your dog?" "Anything else?" "For real, you never heard of Evangeline?" He leaned close enough for me to feel his breath on my face. "Badge or no badge, we don't take shit in here." I got off the stool and took my wallet from my back pocket. "What's your name?" "Harvey." I put $20 on top of my half-eaten sandwich. "Tell you what, Harvey, give my drinks to the guy at the end of the bar. If there's any change, it's yours." I winked at him. He looked over his shoulder. "There's no one at the end of the bar, asshole." I stared into the gloom. A faux 1950s Wurlitzer against the far wall glowed on the empty stool. "So you and your dog drink up for me," I said. "If that's not cool, maybe you and I can stroll outside and have a chat." "You better get out of here, fuckball." I felt as though something had pulled loose inside my head. In AA, we called it a dry junk. The room was tilting. I wanted to break Harvey up, stomp his face and break his teeth and leave him in a ball on the floor. I wanted to fill my hand with the heavy coldness and lethality of my 1911 Model 45 Auto. I walked unsteadily out of the lounge and kept going bareheaded in the rain to the town square and the great spreading live oak on Bayou Teche where some claimed to have seen Evangeline waiting for her lover. The bayou was at high tide, the tops of the elephant ears floating like a green carpet at the edge of the banks. Above my head, the enormous, sheltering limbs of the oak, scaled with lichen as coarse as a dragon's hide, seemed to reach into the clouds and the stars and rain like a conduit into both the past and endless black space. It was under this tree, at age 19, that I first kissed Bootsy Mouton. Later that same evening, in rain just like this one, we lost our virginity on top of an inflated rubber cushion in a boathouse on a bayou while hailstones clattered on the roof. After the murder of my wife Annie, Bootsy and I married, but I lost her to lupus. Then Molly's life was taken by a benighted, ignorant man who rounded a curve on squealing tires with the joy of a Visigoth smashing works of art in a cathedral. I watched the bayou rise, and the ducks huddling in the cattails, and the steam rising off the graves in the cemetery between the great oak and a church built in 1836. But the past is the past, and you don't get it back. Unfortunately, I've never learned that lesson. Maybe no one does. Or maybe you have to murder your heart in order to extract yourself from your own memories. If that's the case, I've never had the courage. I knew where I was going. Even before I went to the lounge, I knew. Maybe it was wrong, and I'll be judged for it. But the world I came from is dead, and the land I've loved all my life is strewn with litter, and our water is polluted, and our principles are for sale. At least these are the things I told myself as I walked through the rain to Bella Delahoussie's house. It took her a long time to answer the door. She was wearing hoop earrings, and her hair was tied on top of her head. You look like you went down with the ship. The ship wouldn't have me. She studied my face. I ain't no poke salad Annie, baby. I believe you. Ain't got nothing to offer you but the blues. That would be more than enough, I said. She hooked her finger into my shirt and raised her face to mine, her lips parting. Chapter 21. I woke on the couch at 4 a.m. The rain was sluicing off the roof. Bella's acoustic guitar was propped face down on a stuffed chair. Her bedroom door was open. She was sleeping on her side, the covers half on the floor. I had dried my clothes in front of a fan and put them back on. I barely remembered coming to her house and believed for a moment that I was losing my mind. I'd heard about dry blackouts, but had never experienced one. I closed her door and went into the kitchen and started a pot of coffee. Through the window, I could see the first glimmer of light in the east, water pooling in the alley, raindrops sliding off a banana frond that was bumping against the glass. You ain't leaving without saying goodbye, are you? She said. I turned around. She was wearing a bathrobe. A thick strand of her hair hung across the scar on her throat. The Maltese cross given to her by Hilary Bienville was tied around her neck. Her lipstick was purple, the features of her face like carved ebony. Sorry for barging in on your life, Bella. Nobody barges in on my life. They get invited. You're the best. You wouldn't let me do nothing for you. You hurt me a little bit. It's not because of you. I'm bad news. She stepped closer and fitted her hand around the back of my neck, sinking her nails into my hairline. She kissed me on the mouth, pushing her tongue inside. Then she stared into my eyes. They're gonna kill you, baby. No, they're not. You don't get it. It's what you're looking for. That's not true. You won't blow out your own wick because you're a church-going man. You think Mr. Death don't know what you're doing. I stepped back from her, hitting the stove. Stay with me, she said. I have to work. We're alike. You know the world ain't real. You know what most people believe ain't real. I think you're right. She kneaded my throat with her thumbs pressing on my windpipe, her eyes searching inside my head. You don't need to come back. You don't need to feel guilty, neither. Don't say that. I mean, about not coming back. Take care of yourself. You're stacking time on a hard road. You just ain't heard that ball and chain clanking. I went out the door and walked to my truck. The hood was open, my battery gone. The streets in the town square were almost empty, the gutters running. A cherry red convertible, the top up, pulled alongside me. The driver rolled down his window. Engine trouble? It was Lou Wexler. His thick body, his craggy good looks and tangle of sun-bleached hair, his physicality, if you will, seemed too large for the car he drove. He reminded me of other mercenaries I had known. At heart, they were secular Calvinists and believed their fellow man was born in a degraded state. Consequently, they oversaw atrocities with equanimity and substituted pragmatism for compassion and slept the sleep of the dead. I don't know why I had all these thoughts about Lou Wexler. I was unshaved, unshowered, my body clammy, my self-respect tattered. There's nothing like having a scapegoat show up when you need him. Somebody helped himself to my battery, I said. I didn't know you lived in St. Martinville. I rented a place just up the bayou. I'll treat you to breakfast, and we'll get a AAA fellow out here. I'm not a member, but I'll take a ride back to New Iberia.
Hop in, he said.
I got into the passenger seat. The rain had quit, and the leather felt warm and snug and comfortable. I looked back at the Evangeline Oak and the small church and the cemetery next to it and the bayou running smooth and high and yellowish-brown in the gloom, and for some reason I felt a large piece of my life slipping away from me, this time forever. As we drove toward the Black District, I saw Bella in her yard, still in her bathrobe, waving my wallet at us.
"Pull over, will you?" I said. "This will take just a minute." "Got a car behind me," Wexler said. "I'd better pull into the drive."
I looked behind us. The car behind us was halfway down the street. We bounced into Bella's driveway. I looked hard at Wexler's profile. He showed no reaction. I rolled down my window. Bella leaned down and handed me my wallet.
"You dropped this on the floor."
"Thank you," I said. "This is Lou Wexler, Bella. He's a movie producer." "Can I have a roll?" she asked.
"Any time," he said.
She laughed and went back inside. Wexler backed into the street and drove through the Black District to the state road that led to New Iberia. He looked straight ahead. He turned on the radio and turned it off. "Bella is a friend of mine," I said.
"She's a musician?"
"How'd you know?"
"Antoine Butterworth is always talking about blues musicians. I think he mentioned her name. She's attractive."
"She is."
"I keep it simple and take care of my side of the street, Mr. Robichaud. Where would you like to eat?"
"What do you mean, you take care of your side of the street?"
"I have no quarrel with the world and the way it operates."
"That still begs the question, partner." His teeth were white, maybe capped.
"Not for me. One thing intrigues me, though. The Maltese cross on her neck. You don't see many of those around here."
"Desmond has one tattooed on his ankle," I said.
"He made a documentary on some bikers. Desmond doesn't know the first thing about the subculture."
"I think he can handle his own."
"Des likes to be a man of the people. I could take him to places that would make him puke his guts. I suspect you could, too."
"Not me," I said.
"You didn't get a whiff of the tiger cages or Charlie when he soiled himself after someone hooked him up to a telephone crank?"
"I never saw anything like that."
"Lucky man."
The ride was becoming an expensive one. I wondered how committed Alifair was in her relationship with Wexler. The images I had in my mind were the kind no father likes to look at.
"Hope I didn't say anything offensive," he said.
"Not a bit." We entered the tunnel of oak trees that led into the north end of New Iberia and passed a home that had been built by a man of color who owned slaves and operated a brick factory prior to emancipation. The wood was desiccated, eaten from within by Formosa termites, painted over, the building stained an ugly off-white by dust clouds and smoke from stubble fires. To change the subject, I mentioned the origins of the house to Wexler.
"That's nothing," he replied. "You should have seen what the wogs could do with a burning tire. They're at their worst when they turn on their own kind."
I had him drop me off at a filling station on the edge of town, and I called Alifair for a ride home. At 4:30 p.m. the same day, Helen called Bailey and me into her office. She was walking up and down in front of the window, her hands on her hips, her face conflicted. A yellow legal pad scrawled with blue ink lay on her blotter. "The sheriff of Cameron Parish called. Early this morning, a couple of guys driving an expensive car with a Florida tag went into a motel room and fired 2 rounds through a shower curtain. The water was running, but the motel guest must have gone out the window. The shooter probably used a silencer. The sheriff thought it looked like a professional hit, so he dusted the sill and sent the Laytons to AFIS. Guess whose name popped up?" "Tillinger?" I said. "It gets better. Somebody in another room saw a weird-looking guy leave Tillinger's room several hours earlier. Weird-looking in what way? Bailey asked. Helen read from her legal pad. A guy who looks like he was squeezed out of a toothpaste tube. Smiley? I said. I don't get the guys with the Florida tag, Helen said. Why would Smiley be with Tillinger? Why do the Florida guys want to pop Tillinger? I think it has something to do with money laundering, I said. But what the hell does Tillinger have to do with it? Helen said. Maybe he's a thorn in their side, I said. He's got an obsession with Lucinda Arsenault's death. He also wants to have a documentary made about his life. Helen looked at Bailey. What do you think? None of this explains the tarot, Bailey said, or the way Hilary Bienville died. I think our killer is driven by rage, and the motivation is sexual. The implications of the baton down Devereaux's throat are hard to ignore. The mayor's office and the Chamber of Commerce say our tourism has dropped probably 50%, Helen said. The mayor asked me this morning about our progress. I didn't tell him Smiley is back. Are you sure you saw him, Dave? What kind of question is that? I said. Frenchie Lautrec was in my office this morning. He says you beat the crap out of him. Why is he telling you that now? I said. He's dumping in his pants. Why? I said. He's not big on sharing. We gave him a uniform and a badge and power over defenseless people, I said. He's a coward. That's why he's afraid, not because of me. You don't look like you had a lot of sleep last night, she said. Thanks for telling me, I said. What if Bailey and I go down to Cameron Parish? Have at it, she replied. Bailey checked out a cruiser and lit it up, and we were at the motel in less than 2 hours. The sky was littered with rain clouds, lead-colored, the wind blowing out of the south, the waves filled with yellow sand and seaweed and swelling over a dock that resembled a torn spinal cord. The motel owner took us to Tillinger's room. The lock had been jimmied, and the interior of the room was crisscrossed with footprints, probably from cops at the scene. The owner pushed open the bathroom door. He was a small, nervous man who wore a tie and a white shirt and stank of cigarettes smoked in a closed room. You could see the 2 holes in the curtain, he said. The bullets hit the wall by the window. They left the shower running. It almost ran my tank empty. What kind of vehicle did your guest drive? I said. A truck like a painter or plumber uses, full of dents. Where is it? Bailey said. The cops come back and towed it off, he said. They say this guy broke out of a prison hospital. He killed his family. I showed him a picture of Tillinger. That's him, the owner said. Who's going to pay for all this? All what? Bailey said. The holes in the wall, the rug, the shower curtain, the door, my water bill. How long was our guy with you? I asked. 2 weeks and 3 days. This is the state's fault. What is? I said. The guy ran loose, vandalizing people's property, the 3 guests that checked out when they saw cops all over the place. We'll look around a bit and let you know when we leave, I said. Look at that lock, he said, glaring at the door jamb as he walked out. Don't mess up this room any more than it is. You got it, I said. He slammed the door. What a happy guy, Bailey said. I pushed the door snug with the jamb and wedged a chair under the knob. He's going to be even unhappier. What are you doing? Tillinger was in the room for over 2 weeks. He left behind everything he owns. The Cameron deputies or cops from Texas probably bagged it, she said. They bagged what they saw. Tillinger has outsmarted all of us at every turn. The desk and closet and chest of drawers were empty except for a Gideon's Bible in the desk drawer. A copy of Time magazine and a soiled shirt lay on the floor in the bathroom. I pulled the sheets and blanket and bedspread off the bed and upended the mattress against the wall. Nothing. I stood on the bed and unscrewed the vent high on the wall and reached inside. When I removed my hand, it was covered with cobwebs and dust. I climbed back down and ran the pages of the Bible against my thumb. They were heavily annotated with a ballpoint. The ink did not look old. What are you looking for, Dave? Tillinger has his own frame of reference. He thinks he's more intelligent and insightful than other people. He may be a religious fanatic, but he also wants to be on stage. That kind of guy always keeps a diary or a collection of drawings or notes about the world. He's like all megalomaniacs. He wants to scratch his name on history. Maybe we should talk to the Cameron sheriff? We'll be fooling around here for 2 days, I said. I rolled up the mattress and felt along the edges. Then I saw a slit in the side and a rectangular lump under the case. I worked my hand deep inside, but the object had slid to the center. I pulled my arm free and opened my pocket knife and ripped open the case and tore it loose from the stuffing. A notebook with thick cardboard covers lay among the stuffing. I clicked the light switch, but the power was off. I had the feeling the owner had hit the circuit breaker to make our job harder. I went to the window and opened the notebook and held it to the light. The handwriting was cramped, like Tillinger's mind, a place that I suspected was filled with images generated by biblical accounts of genocide and divine wrath. The first page read, "The story of Hugo Jefferson Tillinger and his search for justice and the killer of Lucinda Arsenault." The narrative was rambling, much of it dedicated to his trial and conviction and removal to death row. There appeared to be water stains on the page that contained his account of the house fire and the death of his family. I think the emotion was real. Then the narrative took a turn, with several entries written in red ballpoint rather than blue. Here's the first. Found the jackpot in the old records of Charity Hospital in Lafayette. Desmond Cormier was brought there when he was 1 day out of the womb. The man who brought him was named Enos Patou. Patou wouldn't admit to being the father. He said the mother was Corina Cormier and came from the Chitimacha Indian Reservation. She left the baby in the back of a semi in Opelousas and went wherever her kind go. The second entry in red. The Cormier grandparents ran a little store but have been dead many years. Looks like Desmond dumped his folks and went to Hollywood. Wonder if he knew Charlie Manson's crowd. Wonder if he ever kept his joystick in his pants. The whole place is deserving of a firestorm, if you ask me. These words were written by the same man who wanted a Hollywood documentary made about his life. He had made notations about Antoine Butterworth and Lou Wexler and several actors I had not met, as well as Joe Molinari, the victim hanged in a shrimp net. He also mentioned the names of the dirty cops, Frenchie Lautrec and Axel Devereaux. But there was no question about the person at the center of his investigation. The emphasis was on Desmond Cormier. I had no idea why. Maybe Tillinger was simply a celebriophile or a potential assassin. Desmond was everything Tillinger was not. There was another consideration I couldn't ignore. Tillinger had known Lucinda Arsenault well, and the rest of us had not known her at all. The notebook ended with these words, again in red ballpoint. There's an Enos Patou in Opelousas. Maybe this is the father of Desmond Cormier, or maybe he's the son of the father. I think time is running out for me. I think the men from Huntsville are going to find me and take me back and fill my veins with poison and drive the light from my eyes. I've got news for them. If they want to take me alive, they better bring a lunch. The day is coming, burning like a furnace, and all the arrogant and every evildoer will be chaff, and the day that is coming will set them ablaze. Malachi, chapter 4, verse 1. I closed the book. The western sun was blue and red and strung with clouds that looked like industrial smoke as it descended into the Gulf. "Are you too tired to go to Opelousas?" I said. "What's in Opelousas?" "The past." "Let's go," Bailey said. I could see the fatigue in her face, a deadness in her eyes. Neither of us had mentioned my leaving her house yesterday after she had probably spent half the day preparing for my arrival. "We've done enough for today," I said. "I'll buy you dinner." "I'd better go home." "Sure," I said. "Let's keep it professional from here on out," she said. "Is that okay?" I felt a crack spread across my heart. "No problem," I said. Chapter 22. The next morning, I found Enos Patou's name in the Opelousas phone directory. I checked out a cruiser and Bailey and I drove to St. Landry Parish. The morning was clear and cool, the grass in the neutral ground mowed and sparkling with dew. As we neared Opelousas, I looked across the seat at her and said, "A good night's sleep is a cure for lots of things, isn't it?" She smiled and didn't reply. I turned off at the exit and drove to an old 2-story, soot-stained, stucco building on the 2-lane to Baton Rouge. It had been a car dealership during the Depression and was now a wrecker service and repair shop for diesel trucks. The gas pumps in front were out of order and rusted. I had called Patou before we left New Iberia. When I'd identified myself, he'd hung up. A black man in a filthy white jumpsuit was working on an engine in the shop. "Is Mr. Patou here?" I said. "Upstairs. What you want?" I opened my badge holder. "I called earlier, asked him to come down." "He ain't gonna like it." "Why's that?" "Mr. Enos don't need a reason." He went up a wooden staircase inside the shop and came back down. "He'll be down in a minute. He's got to take his heart medicine." A moment later, a towering man emerged from the doorway that led to the stairs. He had the same wide-set, pale blue eyes as Desmond, and the same long upper lip and the same muscularity. But that was where the similarity ended. His face made me think of a broken pumpkin. The eyes were out of alignment, the blank stare like a slap. There was a repressed ferocity in his stance. His hands were grimed and hung at his sides. His jumpsuit was dirtier than the black man's. From 5 feet away, he had an odor like a barrel of old shrimp. "I'm Detective Robichaud," I said. "This is Detective Ribbons. I called you from New Iberia." He didn't look at Bailey. "I know who you are." Even though he had a French name, he had a deep-throated Mississippi or North Louisiana accent. "We're looking for an escaped convict named Hugo Tillinger," I said. "We have reason to believe he might try to contact you." "Never heard of him." "He's heard of you," Bailey said. "Your name and city of residence were in his notebook." "Tillinger, you say?" he said. "Yes," I said. "He was convicted of burning his family to death." "What's he want with me?" There are many ruses police can use legally in interrogating a witness or suspect, but one of the most effective is to indicate you possess knowledge that in reality you don't. "I think he wants to talk to you about your son, Desmond Cormier." "Who says I got a son?" "It's a matter of record," I said. "You took the baby to Charity Hospital in Lafayette many years ago. You probably saved his life. You never see Desmond? He's a famous man." "I know what you're trying to do," he said. "This is about her, ain't it? She's back telling lies." "Could be," I said, with no clue about the reference. "Why not give us your perception of the situation and put it to rest?" "She's a drunk and a whore,"
he said. I was good to her when nobody else was. She slept with everything that wore pants. I caught her a bunch of times, but I never hit her.
We're talking about Corina Cormier, right? I said.
Who does it sound like?
Where can we find her?
I wouldn't know.
He was looking at Bailey now.
If she's alive, she's probably a hag. The man that slept with her had to tie a board across his ass so he didn't fall in, and that was 40 years back.
You need to dial down the language, Mr. Pateau, I said.
Don't you lecture me, boy, he said. In fact, it's time for you to get. I got work to do.
Get? I said.
This St. Landry Parish. You got no authority here. Come back with a warrant, or stay the hell away from me. That means you drag your sorry asses out of here.
There are times you hold your ground, and there are times you walk away. In this instance, we were off our turf. There was another factor involved. Pateau was not the kind you took down easily. He was the kind you sometimes ended up killing. His hands still hung at his sides, curled like an ape's, the nails half-mooned with dirt and grease.
Why are you staring at me?
I could feel my old enemy flicker into life like a flame working its way up a cornstalk in late summer. See you down the road, I said. I winked at him. It was a poor mask for our defeat at the hands of an ignorant and obviously violent man. We got back into the cruiser and drove away. See you down the road? Bailey said. I didn't reply. 1 mile down the road, she said, turn around. What for? I replied. Either you turn around or I'll get out and walk. Bad idea. Then stop the car. The flasher was already on. I U-turned in the middle of the 2-lane and drove back to Patou's record service. Bailey and I got out at the same time. Patou was inside the shop under a truck hood. He lifted his head.
What now?
You see this? Bailey said.
Your badge, he said.
It's not just a badge. It's a symbol of honor and integrity. You will respect it. You will not use profanity in speaking to an officer of the law, and you will not tell him or her what you will and will not do. And you will never, again, disrespect anyone from our parish who carries this badge. That starts with calling an adult boy. His eyes shifted on mine.
She for real.
Why don't you man up and apologize, I said.
All right, he said.
All right, what? I said.
I apologize. You come at me hard. I ain't up to it. I got a bad heart and a bad temper. Don't pay me no mind. How's Desmond doing?
Go ask him, Bailey said.
I doubt he'd want that.
Give it a try, Bailey said.
I've thought about it,
he said. He stared at the concrete floor, his eyes empty, his emotions, whatever they were, as dead as wet ash.
What's done is done. There ain't no changing it. He was a good little boy. I always missed that little boy. Can't get him out of my head sometimes.
After lunch, I talked to Helen in her office. So Hugo Tillinger is running around naked without his truck, and Smiley could be anywhere, and y'all's interview with Desmond Cormier's father was a dead end? I don't see it that way, I said. Tillinger's a smart guy. If he's digging around in Desmond's family, it's for a reason. Helen was standing by the window. Come here. I walked behind her desk and stood next to her. Look across the bayou, she said. Those people picnicking under the shelters and children flying kites on the baseball diamond have no idea what the world is really like. Can you imagine showing any of them a photograph of Axel Devereaux with the baton shoved down his throat, or Hilary Bienville torn apart, or what some of Smiley's victims look like? You're preaching to the choir, I said. You're not hearing me. I'm saying a black flag has its purpose. It's not a good one either, I said. This from you? Stop it. It's a mistake to create a mystique about these murders, I said. They're just regular meat and potatoes. I'm saying they're about money. That's what you want to believe. You know better. I looked at my watch. I better get on it. Anything else? You and Bailey getting along? Why wouldn't we? You deserve a good life, Juana. Could you translate that for me? Her gaze dropped to my chest and arms. I was wearing a white dress shirt and a tie. You have too much starch in your shirts, she said. You ought to switch your laundry service. Loosen up. Go with the flow. Adios, I said.